Chapter 1, Rebirth Before the End. Xiaoran sat up violently from his bed, gasping for air as cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He had an incomparably real dream. In the dream, a continuous hailstorm fell simultaneously across the globe. The hailstones were as big as ping-pong balls, and ordinary glass easily broke. Car glass was no exception, and the fog was so thick that almost no one could get out of the door, while the temperature also followed the plummet, although not so cold that it froze people into ice sculptures, but it also dropped to about 10 degrees below zero. That was June. And when the time came on the fourth day, the electrical system collapsed and so many people froze to death overnight. To add insult to injury, the hail was also highly toxic. Anyone touched by the liquid from the hailstones would kill plants and contaminate the water supply. A small amount of the liquid would cause vomiting and pain, while a large amount would kill you instantly. Everyone is trapped, sitting on their asses, and when the food and clean water run out, the most horrible thing happens. People eat each other. But Xiaoran would never have imagined that he would actually be attacked by his wife's family, dismembering him alive. No, this was not a dream. Xiaoran clutched his head. The experience of the 15 days of this apocalypse was too real, so real that he could remember every minute and every second of the details, especially when he was dismembered at the end. The pain that drilled his heart into his bones was absolutely real. There is only one possibility. I was reborn. It is now. He found his phone, and the time on it was clearly March 1st. When did the end of the day happen? June 1st. He remembered it very clearly because on that day, he had planned to take his son to the playground, but it started to hail just as he left the house, and he even got smashed by one, which hurt so much that he doubted his life. In other words, there were still 3 whole months until the end-time disaster. I'm going to get money, gather enough food and supplies to last me a lifetime, and build a doomsday-safe house that can withstand the hailstorms and also block those who want to take it by force. How do I get money? Simple. Because Xiaoran was the one who had come back from rebirth, possessing a precise grasp of the direction of the stock market for the next 3 months. His hobby was to analyze the market situation and keep an eye on stocks. But where does the principle come from? Lottery tickets. He remembers clearly the jackpot numbers for the next lottery. He bought $2 to play it first and won 5 numbers, so he is impressed, and the jackpot has reached as much as $2.5 billion, and he can get the top prize by buying 100 bets. With the principle in place and a clear picture of where most of the good stocks are going, it's not easy to get money. But the first thing is divorce. Xiaoran's case was morose. Not only had he been divided by his wife's family in his previous life, but also, his wife had revealed a big secret before he broke. The son was not his own. He really died in peace. Bitch. Xiaoran clenched his hands hard into fists, his eyes filled with madness. He wanted revenge. He wanted revenge. I won't let your family die easily. Xiaoran is an orphan, by his own efforts to get into college, but also into a good company, and it was then that he was introduced to his wife, Zhengwan, a nurse, sweet-looking. Parents have just retired, there is a pension, but not much, and a younger brother, at that time, is still attending college. The two talked for a period of time, the feelings on the rapid warming. In Zhang Wan's soft words under the begging, Xiaoran agreed to join the family, when the Zhang family son-in-law. Orphans, on the succession is not very important, more eager is the warmth of the family. After the marriage, although his wife's attitude immediately became cold down, parents-in-law, brother-in-law is even worse for him. But because his wife soon became pregnant, he, immersed in the happiness of having their own children, selectively ignored this point. After the birth of his son, he was even more responsible for his son, changing diapers in the middle of the night, rinsing milk powder, all of which he did alone. In the Zhang family, he looked like a son-in-law, but was actually a servant. What's even more ridiculous? His salary has to be paid in full, and he only has a pitiful $200 of pocket money every month, while his brother-in-law Zheng Gang? During his studies, he spent a lot of money, and after graduation, he was also a low-eyed man, and he found a few jobs that didn't last long, but he still often had a room with his girlfriend and went to a restaurant, and now Xiaoran knew whose money Zheng Gang was using. His. But what makes Xiaoran the most angry is that the son who has been raised for 3 years and poured all his heart and soul into him is actually not his own. He was just the poor, ridiculous receiver. The wealth I accumulate in the future, you guys don't want to touch a single penny of it. The supplies I have hoarded, you can only watch. I will not even give you a crumb of bread. And I will use the most brutal way to get you all killed. Xiaoran climbed up from the bed and was just about to put on his shoes when he froze violently. He realized that his mind was actually connected to a space that was vast and boundless. Is this an alien space? Xiaoran's mind moved, and the cell phone he was holding in his hand suddenly disappeared, and through his thinking he could see clearly that the cell phone was in the middle of a foreign space. Then, with another movement of his thoughts, the cell phone reappeared in his hand. Xiaoran's mouth could not help but open wide. Not only have I been reborn back from the end times, but I also have an alien ability. How many supplies can I hoard this time? Xiaoran couldn't help but be excited beyond words. This could solve an important problem of the safe house. There was no need to dedicate a large area to be used as a warehouse. Moreover, the ingredients needed to be kept fresh, so the temperature and humidity of the warehouse had to be strictly controlled. So how much more difficult could it be to reduce the design and construction of the house? The appearance of the supernormal ability is more proof that it was not a dream. Xiaoran looked determined. He cleaned up, took what he should take, walked to the door, and slammed it open. What time is it? You still know to get up? Old husband Zhang Yujun almost smashed the teacup in his hand over and viciously said, still not quick to go wash the dishes and cook? Xiaoran thought about it. This morning he felt a headache, so he made a call to the company to take a vacation, and he also talked to Zhang Wan, but just walked out and was treated like this by Zhang Yujun, making Xiaoran feel as if he was back to before he died, and Zhang Yujun was holding a chopper in his hand, dismembering himself with a knife. He looked at Zhang Yujun morosely, murderous, itching to slaughter this old beast immediately. However, one cannot be impulsive. Killing someone now was to pay for their life. Moreover, killing the old beast with just that one knife would be too cheap. Being glared at by Xiaoran in such a way, Zhang Yujun could not help but weaken his qi, only to feel that his eyes were too scary, as if he would raise his knife to finish himself off in the next moment. Xiaoran walked over and snapped a slap on the old guy's face. This slap is full of his anger, smoked the old thing directly to the table. Coincidentally, mother-in-law Lin Meiying holding grandson walked out, saw this scene directly, screamed repeatedly, also the child scared, wah cry. Originally, Xiaoran loved his son the most, but now that he saw it, he only felt angry and disgusted. Indeed, the son does not look like him, but he never suspected it, only thought that his wife's genes were strong, and his son followed her, and as a result, he actually wore a green hat. Ridiculous and pathetic. When an honest person is enraged, it is very dangerous. Xiaoran walked over and cut a strand of the child's hair with scissors, smiled coldly, and threw the door open. Just 10 minutes later, the phone rang. Xiaoran answered it, and Zhang Wan's roaring voice immediately came out of the microphone. Xiaoran, are you crazy? How dare you hit my dad? Divorce. Xiaoran didn't pay any attention to her and just coldly spat out 2 words. Chapter 2 Divorce. The opposite side froze for a while before Zhang Wan's louder roar came. Xiaoran, what are you mad about? You wait, see how I clean you up when I come back from work. Xiaoran calmly remained, faintly said, immediately go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, household registration, marriage certificate, ID card I have brought. Xiaoran and Zhang Wan roared again, but in turn calmed down, said, don't be impulsive first, the marriage is not something you can leave when you say so. Do you not care about Xiao Jie anymore? Xiao Jie is Xiaoran's son, named Zhang Jia, of course, wild seed. Xiaoran snorted, how long do you want to lie to me? Zhang Jia is not my son, is Yuan Zhang Ziheo's illegitimate son, when you so anxious to marry me, is already pregnant with Zhang Ziheo's seed. How did you know? Zhang Wan's voice was trembling. You do not care how I know, now immediately go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, or I will go to the hospital to make a scene, expose you and Zhang Ziheo adultery, see how you end. Xiaoran said indifferently. He was certain that Zhang Wan would definitely be soft. Sure enough, Zhang Wan only hesitated for a moment and said, okay, I will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. When he hurriedly looked for Xiaoran to get married, the main thing is to avoid the scandal of unmarried children, the second is to maintain Zhang Ziheo's reputation, the third is also Xiaoran is too good to control, the equivalent of adding a free nanny to the family. Even this nanny will turn over all the wages. Now the son has been 3 years old, naturally do not have to worry about the problem of reputation, but it is a pity that Xiaoran the nanny will turn over the salary. Xiaoran took the subway to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and he didn't expect Zhang Wan to be even faster than him, already waiting for him at the door. This woman is 27 years old, 160 height, but sweet looking, eyes big, tight a ponytail, face value can hit 70 points, the body is to be almost, the chest is also relatively flat, a pair of A only. She looked at Xiaoran with a stunned gaze, still surprised and shocked at how Xiaoran knew the truth. She didn't know that she had told Xiaoran all this herself in her previous life. At that time, Xiaoran was dying, so she naturally did not worry about leaking it. Xiaoran, don't think of divorce as easy, it involves the division of property, child custody, and many other issues. Zhang Wan said, still trying to persuade Xiaoran to go back. As long as we go back home, the family will work together to pressure Xiaoran. We don't believe we can't convince him. You are a slave in our family, now and in the future. Xiaoran looked at her indifferently. I will leave the house, the child belongs to you, I will not pay a cent of alimony. It is reasonable that he can not only ask for a division of the joint property of the couple, but even after doing a paternity test, he can claim a certain amount of compensation. But he has no time to waste on this. He must divorce today, otherwise the marriage is not yet divorced, but he bought a lottery ticket, won the jackpot, which will leave a big trouble. Zhangwan family how will give up such a big piece of fat meat and not pounced on a few bites. Therefore, he does not want any joint property. When the end of the world comes, he has a way to get it back. Zhangwan was speechless and had to follow him to the divorce office. Receiving a number, queuing up, not many people today, and soon it was their turn. The mediator still wanted to make a little effort, saying, you two are still young, and both have children. The child is not mine. Xiaoran faintly said, expressionless. The mediator was stunned, and did not persuade, saying, how will the property be divided? I net out of the house. Xiaoran said. Because it is not a biological child, Xiaoran also does not have the obligation to support, and he chose to leave the house, not involved in the division of property, so the divorce agreement was quickly made. Half an hour later, Xiaoran replaced the marriage license in his hand with a divorce license. There was a wave of relief in his heart. Finally. Got rid of the Zhang family as a devil's cave. Xiaoran did not even look at Zhang Wan and left in large strides. Zhang Wan, on the other hand, looked resentful. She had lost a free babysitter and a big chunk of her subsidy. Xiaoran's current salary was a little over 10,000. You want to run away like that? No way. She felt out her cell phone and dialed the police. I want to report a crime. Yes, my dad was beaten up. The murderer is called Xiaoran, and his ID number is 3205. Xiaoran walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, went to eat lunch first, and waited until more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when he went to the lottery store on the side, reported a few numbers, and then spent $200 to buy 100 bets, 500 million. This is the largest amount that can be obtained from this jackpot. There was a timestamp on the lottery ticket, and there was surveillance available for him to complete the divorce procedure at the Civil Affairs Bureau, so it was marital property, plain and simple. But Xiaoran didn't have a penny left on him. Just $200 pocket money, all used up. It's okay, there's still chanting. He first booked a hotel on his cell phone, then took a taxi over, and after completing the registration with his ID card, he stayed in this luxury hotel that cost $1,500 a night. In the past, he wouldn't be able to part with it. But now? Money was nothing. In the room, Xiaoran began to feel out the specific use and characteristics of the foreign space. First of all, whether or not something could be taken in was completely determined by the size. Because there was a space door limit of just 5 by 5 meters, the object that was taken in could be infinitely long, but neither the height nor the width could exceed 5 meters, and the weight didn't matter because it didn't need to be stuffed in by Xiaoran, as long as it was touched with his hand and moved with his mind. Secondly, it can't harbor living things. Because Xiaoran ran out and took the fish tank there in the lounge on that level and raised 5 goldfish in it. Xiaoran clearly pressed his hand on it, but no matter how he moved his mind, the fish tank could not be taken into the alien space, but by opening the space door, he could directly send the fish tank in, and when he took it out again, the fish were all dead. That is to say, living things can either be stuffed in hard, or they can only be allowed to throw themselves into the net. Well, it can be completely underhanded when used well. Third, the space door can be opened in any position in any direction, but the furthest cannot be more than 2 meters around him, at the same time cannot be opened in the object, such as opening in the wall, and as long as he moves, the space door will automatically close, but can also be reopened immediately. Fourthly, once something is put into the alien space, its state will be retained. For example, if you put a cup of hot tea in, it would still be scalding hot when you took it out an hour later, and if you put a piece of ice in, it wouldn't melt even a tiny bit when you took it out an hour later. This was perfect for putting away food. And the most crucial thing was that this state also included the kinetic energy of the object. In other words, after Xiaoran threw a brick into the space, when he released the brick, it was smashed out. So what if he threw in a shot arrow, bullet, or even a falling object from high altitude? A great killing weapon. All Xiao Ran had to do was fill the ammo and practice his aim. Now, all I need to do is claim the grand prize tomorrow, so I can buy a house and invest in the stock market while transforming it into a safe house. In the evening, Xiao Ran purposely found a high-end restaurant and ordered as much as he could pick the expensive ones. The feeling of spending money is really cool. Xiao Ran was overwhelmed with emotion before he only used $200 a month. Why? Because he wanted to save it for his wife and son. The result? He's just a pathetic receiver. Spend big, from tomorrow onwards, he'll be the rich man, and when the natural disaster comes, he'll be the richest man in the world. Only then the money wouldn't be in bills, it would be in food, clothes, energy, and so on. Chapter 3: Receiving the Prize. Returning from Rebirth, Xiao Ran's mindset had completely changed. Who wouldn't have a change in temperament after being tied up, slaughtered, drank blood and eaten meat by his wife's family? Moreover, he has actually always been very dissatisfied with his ex-wife's family, only for the sake of his son has been holding back, but his son is actually not biological, which became the last straw that crushed him. Honest people are pushed, in fact, will be more crazy than other people. After eating, he used chanting to settle the bill and spent more than 30,000 yuan. He had more than 80,000 yuan in credit, and would not be in a dilemma of not being able to pay. But honestly, this restaurant was really expensive, but the flavor was just that. Back at the hotel, just in time, in 10 minutes the TV station will start broadcasting the double color lottery. 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hit. 7, all hit. Xiao Ran smiled. It seems that his rebirth did not change history. $500 million in hand. Oh, there are still taxes to be paid and donations to be made, so let us go with 400 million. Xiao Ran lay down to sleep, tossing and turning, ideas popping up in waves, slow to fall asleep. The Zhang family, on the other hand, is noisy. What, that son of a bitch divorced you? Zhang Yujun couldn't believe it, even though his daughter had put the divorce papers on the table. Wasn't Xiao Ran a dog in their family? This dog was unbelievably obedient and did whatever he was told, but now this dog actually bit him and ran away. He couldn't accept it. Where is that son of a bitch? I will go and beat him up. Zhang Gang noisily said, only to go home and realize that his old man had been beaten by his brother-in-law, who had become his ex-brother-in-law. Where is Dad? I want to ride a horse. Zhang Jie also came together to yell. Your dad is dead. Zhang Wan yelled at her son. Zhang Jie, however, was so happy that he clapped his hands. Dad is dead, Dad is dead. Because Xiao Ran usually too spoiled him, do not say a word to him, and the child is used to seeing the family to Xiao Ran call and shout, so he has not a trace of fear of the nominal father. Zhang Wan was annoyed to death. Before, as long as Xiao Ran was at home, her son could be left to him and she didn't have to worry about him at all, but now that a 3-year-old child was raving in her ears, it made her have the heart to kill. She took a deep breath and could only let Lin Meiying take care of her son first before she said, I called the police, but the police said that this is a family matter, and as long as the injuries are not very serious it will not usually be accepted. What? Zhang Yujun jumped up. That son of a bitch below the law slapped me. Actually nothing happened? Zhang Wan's silence. Zhang Yujun was slapped, but now the slap marks on his face have almost disappeared. How to file a case with this level of injury? Sister, why did you agree to divorce? Zhang Gang also asked. That guy also has a monthly income of more than 10,000, now a divorce, our family will be less this income, I marry daughter-in-law how to do? Yes, your sister-in-law family have put forward what conditions, open mouth is 300,000 bride price, but also a suite, without that son of a bitch's share of the income, your brother to pay the mortgage pressure can be big. Zhang Yujun also said. His plan was to use Xiao Ran's salary to pay back the loan to his son, but suddenly the money flew away, he could not be anxious? He was more anxious than if Xiao Ran had slapped him. Zhang Wan was upset for a while because her father and brother only cared about Xiao Ran's $10,000+ a month salary, but didn't worry about her future at all. However, hadn't it always been like this since childhood? She suppressed her upset and said, I won't let him off so easily, I will definitely make Xiao Ran pay. Zhang Yujun and Zhang Gang cursed, but now neither of them knew where Xiao Ran had gone, so what could they do if they were even more angry and anxious? Remarriage, must remarry. Zhang Yujun said, that son of a bitch not only can provide more than $10,000 a month, but he is also a good worker, we must not let him run away. Zhang Wan frowned and said, I am going out to get some air. Xiaoran already knows that his son is not biological, how can he still remarry? She was upset. Lin Meiying couldn't take care of her grandson, her son started to lose his temper and drop things, and all she wanted to do was run away and get away from it all. The night passed. Xiaoran was refreshed and went to the restaurant first to have a full meal. Comfortable. Half a month after the end of the world, not only was he allocated the least amount of food, but he would also save it to give to his fake son to eat. Now think about it, it's really ironic. How could he be so stupid? Zheng Jia looks half like him and is brutal and completely unreasonable. This character is not like Zhang Wan either, so how could it be possible if it's not a wild seed? Xiaoran shook his head, not to think about these, his life from today really have to start. After eating, he called a car and went to the lottery center. Learning that Xiaoran was here to claim his prize, the staff hurriedly took him in. After taking out the lottery ticket and verifying his identity, the next step was to claim the prize. The whole $500 million, but with $100 million paid in taxes, plus $2 million in charitable donations, only $398 million was really in hand. That's still a huge amount of money. There were several bank representatives at the lottery center who immediately came up to pull in business. Xiaoran didn't care, it wasn't like he needed to buy wealth management to eat the interest, so he casually chose one, the reason being that it was closer to his neighborhood. After doing the deposit business, the manager of the business department invited Xiaoran to go out for a walk with a spring in her step, and the intention of seduction was very obvious. Xiaoran sized her up. Look, 70 points up in Xiaoran's standards, 60 points is a beautiful woman, so 70 points is definitely above par. Xiaoran was somewhat moved, but still refused. First, no time, second, this gun is obviously not for nothing, what do people do? Pull the deposit. You played her, certainly have to buy her recommended financial products. Xiaoran is to put most of the money are invested in the stock market, to be in 2 months to 2 billion, or even more, the last month is crazy to buy. Therefore, the principle is too important now. He just added the WeChat of this Qian Yulian Qian manager and left the lottery center. Take a taxi and go back to the Nine Fortunes neighborhood. Why go back to the original neighborhood? Because he is going to buy a house here. If he doesn't buy the house here, then how is he going to humiliate Zhang Wan's family and return the favor after the end comes? Hail has been down, smashed to the person for a moment, not only will head broken blood, and itself has a strong poison, the skin stained to strange pain, and if you see blood, then wait for death. So, of course, Xiaoran does not want to run elsewhere, affecting his revenge. In the same neighborhood, it is possible to walk through the underground garage. Ex-wife family, how can I let you just starve to death so simple? The pain I have suffered and eaten, you guys have to taste it again. Chapter 4, Buying a House, Sensation. Xiaoran came to the I love my house at the edge of the neighborhood. Mr. Look at the house? A male agent immediately greeted him. Xiaoran nodded, buy a house. The male agent naturally rejoiced, his spirit was lifted 2 notches, and he hurriedly and enthusiastically introduced himself. Xiaoran pressed his hand and said, I fancy the 8 buildings of the Zhoufu neighborhood, that's the villa, you call the seller, you can come over to sign today, I can buy it at the price listed, however, I need to get the key today and start decorating immediately. The male agent seemed to be dreaming. It's like giving money away. Is there any better business than this? Okay, I'll call right away. He said, it's a villa. That's a villa, the price listed is 12 million. Even if he can only get 0.5 points, that's still 60,000. Luckily he wasn't a female, otherwise he would definitely suspect that Xiaoran was trying to sleep with himself. Half an hour later, the landlord came. The 2 sides happily reached a deal. Xiaoran first swiped a 1 million deposit, and when the agent got the contract done, he could go to the housing authority to make the transaction. The landlord also gladly handed over the keys to Xiaoran. Anyway, Xiaoran ID card and other information are provided, and the deposit is 1 million. Still afraid that he is a thief, the villa things empty directly run away? He has not lived there, valuable things are moved away, just an empty shell, furniture, and what is really not worth money. That agent is a beautiful death, but also let the other colleagues envy incomparable, this is only more than an hour, earned 60,000, too easy. This also became a piece of beautiful talk, quickly spread, not only in the real estate agent this circle inside the rumor, but also spread to the 9 blessings of the community, and then by those gossipy Anta spread, the whole neighborhood will know. Xiaoran took the key into the villa, he was the owner here, into the neighborhood brush face on the line, no trouble at all, into the villa, he looked up on the internet. Looking for what? House remodeling. According to the evaluation, word of mouth after doing the selection, he began to contact each other. Hello. A very thick man's voice came from the other side. I want to remodel a villa. Xiaoran said. No problem. That side said. Xiaoran began to put forward the requirements, just 1 point, solid, almost that is, even if the people outside with a hammer can ensure that the house will not be smashed through, windows and so on have to be installed can be raised and lowered on the steel plate. The other side froze, received so many customers, or the first time to hear this kind of remodeling requirements. However, the customer is God. No problem. How long does it take? Xiaoran asked. From half a year, depending on how big your villa is. Said over there. Xiaoran smiled, the construction period cannot exceed 2 months. That side froze again. You are remodeling a whole set of villas, not building a pigsty, dog kennel. 2 months, how can it be done? Gotta add money. The man said. Xiaoran revealed a smile, no problem. Shit, I haven't said how much to add, wait, I haven't even opened the price, how to add? That side quickly said, where are you? I immediately come over, the field to see and then give you a reply. I'll give you an answer. Xiaoran nodded, reported the address to the other side. When looking for this company, he looked at the following comments or said that this remodeling business is capable of strong, can be many impossible tasks to complete. 2 months, to completely remodel a whole set of villas and turn it into a steel fortress, this is more than difficult, almost impossible task. If not for the fact that this was China, a notorious infrastructure fiend, which other country in the world's remodelers would be able to do it? He put down his cell phone, and while he waited for Jia Yungue, that is, the remodeler, to come over, he opened the stock software and began to operate it. A large number of memories were rummaged through. However, he hadn't waited for Jia Yungue yet, but someone had already killed the door. Zhang Yaojuan's old couple was at home with their grandchildren, when suddenly, boom boom boom, someone knocked on the door, and it was also very urgent, as if the sky was collapsing. Who is it? Zhang Yaojun asked in a bad mood, while walking over to open the door. When the door opened, it was Auntie Lu from Block 7, who was famous for her broken mouth. Old Zhang, your family can hide deep enough. Aunt Lu said. Zhang Yaojun was stunned by what she said. Hidden deep? Hiss, could it be that the matter of the daughter's divorce has already spread? Impossible. This kind of dishonorable thing at home, who would say grass, is Xiaoran that son of a bitch. The old man suddenly figured it out and immediately cursed, Xiaoran that son of a bitch, yesterday he beat up my old man, today he is spreading the news of divorce everywhere, is he trying to piss our family to death? White-eyed wolf. He's really a white-eyed wolf. We took him in, fed him, clothed him, and he actually repaid us like this. Auntie Lu is in a daze. What, your daughter and son-in-law are divorced? Hey, this is even more fun. She laughed and said, so your daughter and son-in-law are divorced. Alas, old Zhang, you guys are really this. She gave a thumbs up. I just heard the agent say, your son-in-law, oh no, is Xiaoran, he bought that villa in the neighborhood, 12 million not even with a counteroffer. Aunt Lu said, her face filled with the anticipation of watching a good show. What did you say? Zhang Yaojun couldn't believe it. Xiaoran? Buy a house? Or a villa? How is that possible? This son of a bitch earns more than 10,000 a month, and all of it is handed over, and yesterday's divorce was also a clean break, so how could he possibly have the money to buy a house, let alone a $12 million big bio? Really, don't you just go and take a look? Aunt Lu is watching the fun. Zhang Yaojun faltered. Although Aunt Lu has a broken mouth, she is not so bad as to make such a joke. But Xiaoran buying a villa? It's like a fantasy. Old Zhang, your family is rich, even bought a villa. Upstairs, Auntie Zhao also hurriedly ran over, a face of envy, our almost real name. Zhang Yaojuan's body could not help but shake a little, feeling that his blood pressure was a little high, and he could not even stand up. One person may be wrong, but 2 people? Can they both get it wrong? Aunt Lu was looking forward to watching the show, plus the mouth is broken, immediately said, Aunt Zhao, you do not know old Zhang, their daughter and son-in-law divorced. Auntie Zhao was shocked. Lao Zhang, is it true that you don't want such a rich son-in-law? Then I'm not polite, our Jia is not too young, it's time to find a boyfriend and get married. She's no joke. She can pay $12 million for a villa, where can we find such a son-in-law? So what if you're divorced? Who cares if you're rich? Besides, Xiaoran is such a nice young man, it's not like everyone in the neighborhood doesn't have eyes. Chapter 5, Killing the Door in Anger. Zhang Yujun was shocked and anxious. Fart. He immediately roared, that son of a bitch used our money to buy the house, I'm going to find him right now. Although he didn't know how Xiaoran had gotten the money, you only divorced my daughter yesterday morning, and you can get $12 million in just that amount of time? So the money must be joint property of the couple, we can have half. And you're the son-in-law, even your people are our Zhang family, so the $12 million is all our Zhang families when rounded up. Our son is getting married and is short of money. The old thing all of a sudden burst out with amazing vigor, Miso was scampered out. The two old aunts looked at each other and hurriedly followed. This is a big melon, not to be missed. Besides, Zhang Yujun jogged all the way to the 8th building. It is not that he does not want to run fast, but can only run this fast. The good thing is that it's not that far away. He arrived at the place, only to see that there are already a lot of grandparents around the villa. The villa has a yard, so everyone is standing outside the yard, looking in through the railing. Old Zhang Ah. Seeing Zhang Yujun coming over, everyone turned around and cast envious gazes at Zhang Yujun. TSK, old Zhang's family has nothing good, but they got lucky and actually picked up such a promising son-in-law. Congratulations! You bought a villa. Awesome, usually can't really tell, too low-key. Crowds of people you a word and I a sentence, but did not let Zhang Yujun born the slightest bit happy. In his opinion, this villa is worth 12 million, at most 10 million, so Xiaoran spent 2 million more. Bastard this is my family's 2 million. He walked forward with an iron face, and when he came to the outer door, he slapped the courtyard door hard. There was a doorbell, but at his age he wasn't used to using it at all. It was thumping, fast and furious, as if someone had died. Xiaoran thought that Jia Yungue had come, but after looking through the surveillance, he couldn't help but lose his smile. It turned out to be Zhang Yujun. Well, it seemed that the matter of him buying a villa had spread throughout the neighborhood, and Zhang Yujun couldn't help but kill over. He naturally did not have the idea of escaping, and he just wanted to let Zhang Yajun's family die of envy, jealousy, and regret. How could this face that was sent to the door not be hit? He opened the door, crossed the courtyard to the courtyard door, and then opened the courtyard door. Bastardy Zhang Yujun cursed and was about to go inside, naturally not wanting the family scandal to spread. However, Xiaoran blocked the doorway, stiffly preventing him from entering. The old thing became even more angry and pointed at Xiaoran's nose. You are using our family's money, how dare you block me from entering? Xiaoran lost his smile. Old thing, don't forget, your daughter and I have divorced yesterday, the house was bought by me today, so it has half a cent to do with your Zheng family? This news was thrown out, the crowd immediately exchanged words, talking, and some of the older women and men even stared at Xiaoran with burning eyes. Divorced? My daughter is still single, as long as she marries Xiaoran, won't the whole family be able to move into a big villa? Zhang Yujun naturally won't be intimidated by these words, he sneered. Xiaoran, do you think I'm stupid? You and Zhangwan only divorced yesterday, where did you get so much money to buy a villa? So, this is the couple's joint property, and half of it belongs to the old Zheng family. It's reasonable. The grandparents who had some thoughts just now immediately changed their minds again. Yes, if it's joint property, half of it does go to the Zheng family. 12 million instantly shrunk by half, then Xiaoran, who is worth 6 million, still has suction power. There is, but not much. Xiaoran lost his smile. How to divide this property thing? Look at the evidence, not your empty mouth in this blind and then. Old thing, there is a problem to go to court to sue me, now give me to get out of the way, otherwise I have to call the police. Illegal invasion of other people's homes, how can also be detained for half a month it? The last two sentences he was making up to scare Zhang Yujun, he did not know whether it can be detained. But Zhang Yujun did not know, and immediately backed away in fear. But, just like that, he left in disgrace? He was not willing. He has already decided that this villa is their family, and it is not worth 12 million, so he must seize the ownership, and re-sign the contract with the seller, after all, only paid the deposit, and has not yet gone to the housing authority. Xiaoran, this loser, lost $2 million in one day, I really want to smack him to death. Just at this time, Lin Meiying also ran over holding her grandson. After a little understanding of the situation, the old woman spilled up, sat down on the ground, wailing, "Heartless little beast, ah. Got rich, had money and abandoned his wife and son, really not a thing." Although this was pouring dirty water on Xiaoran, it was very much in line with the facts. Indeed, Xiaoran got rich and divorced, and he didn't even want his son. The crowd could not help but mingle and talk. Xiaoran was waiting for these words. He wanted the Zhang family to completely stink and be shouted at by everyone in the neighborhood. He said lightly, "Why do I want a divorce? It's very simple. Zhang Wan was pregnant with someone else's seed before they got married, and married me just to cover up the pregnancy and use me as a receiver. Zhang Yujun, Lin Meiying, you guys really have a good family upbringing, raising such a shameless, insidious, and poisonous daughter. How have I lived in your family for 4 years? Have you ever treated me like family? All day long, you ask me to do this and that, and leave all the housework to me. Even if I work till 10 o'clock at night, I still have to do the laundry. Oh, don't fucking mention conscience in front of me, you don't deserve it." After those words, the crowd exploded. Zhang Wan actually did this kind of unethical thing? Not afraid to give birth to a son with no asshole? Ha, Lin Meiying dared to make a scene in public, but she lifted a rock and smashed her own foot. Now, Zhang Wan's and the Zhang family's reputation will be completely ruined in the neighborhood. Zhang Yujun old couple is also the first time to hear about this matter, a moment completely do not know what to say, only feel the neighbors a pair of contemptuous eyes piercing them unbearable, wish there was a hole in the ground for them to drill. This is China unmarried first pregnant, and then find an honest man to take over, so that people are happy to be a father, to tell the world will be poked in the backbone. After a while, Lin Meiying reacted first, immediately hissed and screamed, "Bullshit, my daughter is so good, how can she do this kind of thing? Xiaoran, you son of a bitch, divorced you can be so vilified my daughter?" Zhang Yujun also reacted and hit Xiaoran, "I'll fight with you." "Don't fight, I'm still waiting for the natural disaster to cut you piece by piece, now if you have a heart attack or something to hang up, that's not too bad." Xiaoran stiffly blocked Zhang Yujun back. Even if he wasn't a strong man, he was still more than enough to deal with a 60-year-old man. "Oh, do you want me to say the name of my adulterer as well?" Xiaoran said coldly, "Zhang Wan but has been maintaining an illicit relationship with that adulterer, I have many videos in my hands." The last sentence he naturally lied, but how would Zhang Yujun and his wife know? Would they dare to bet? If Xiaoran takes it out and plays it in public, then they had better live in a different neighborhood, or how can they still see people? Go! Lin Meiying tugged at her old partner, and when she saw that Zhang Yujun still had a fierce look in his eyes and was not willing to give up, she whispered, calling both her son and her daughter back to discuss a plan. "But Zhang Wan is still at work," Zhang Yujun subconsciously said. Lin Meiying gave him a blank stare. 12 million with this money why go to work? Right. Zhang Yujun just farted and followed her. Chapter 6, Evil People, Evil Plans. As soon as Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Yujun returned home, they couldn't wait to call their son and daughter. "Zhang Gang, come back quickly." "Mom, what is so urgent, this puts me almost to money, millions of dollars, hurry back." "What? Okay, I'll be right back." "Zhang Wan, get some vacation time." "Dad, I just took yesterday's vacation. I can't take another one today." "Then don't work this shift. You know, Xiaoran just spent $12 million on building 8 in our neighborhood, yes, that villa, think about it, how could he make $12 million in such a short time between yesterday's divorce and this morning? So, it must be that bastard's private stash during the marriage, it belongs to the couple's joint property." "Dad, stop it, I'll be right back." So, just half an hour later, Zhang Wan's siblings entered the house almost simultaneously. "Mom, you said there's a few million, where's the money?" Zhang Gang's eyes were glowing with surprise. It turns out that their family is actually so rich. "I am the invisible rich second generation." Lin Meiying sneered and said, "The money is at Xiaoran's, the whole 12 million. "What?" Zhang Gang immediately jumped up, "How did that son of a bitch have so much money?" Zhang Yujun, on the other hand, pressed his hand and said, "Don't get excited, sit down first, we have to discuss it slowly." "Discuss the ass, we hurry to find that son of a bitch to ask for money." Zhang Gang, which still cannot hold back, "The girlfriend has been yelling to buy a donkey bag before you are willing to unlock a new posture. Wait, I have 12 million, but also want that kind of goods? I need to find someone younger and prettier with a better body." "Sit down." Zhang Yujun yelled at his son first, and only after Zhang Gang sat down resentfully did he look at Zhang Wan and told him how he heard that Xiao Ran had bought a house and spent a whole $12 million, and also told of Xiao Ran's accusations against Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan, is that son of a bitch talking nonsense? Zhang Yujun stared at Zhang Wan's eyes and asked. Zhang Wan almost died of anger. You guys are actually splashing around with Xiao Ran in public? This is great. Xiao Ran took the opportunity to say something ugly about her, and the whole neighborhood must be talking about her behind her back. How will you guys let her walk around the neighborhood in the future? Pigmates. When something so important happened, you guys actually didn't call me back first, but went and made a scene yourselves. Now you're happy and satisfied? But what's the point of being angry? Zhang Wan hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. It's true, Xiao Jie is not his seed. She was afraid that after denying it, Xiao Ran would really shake out the so-called video. Then she would be completely screwed. How can you be so careless? Zhang Yujun cursed, actually letting that bastard egg see the signs and even get the evidence. He didn't blame his daughter for doing the ugly thing, he only blamed Zhang Wan for not being careful enough and being seen through by Xiao Ran. Sure enough, it's not a family that doesn't enter a family. One-way goods. Lin Meiying is also not the slightest bit ashamed. Anyway, she simply looks down on Xiao Ran as a son-in-law. It's just that it's okay for the ugly things not to come out of the house, out of the door. She is still afraid of being embarrassed. Zhang Gang just cared even less, said, what does it matter if Xiao Jie is the son of that son of a bitch's own son? He married my sister, that 12 million is my sister, is our family, which is divorced can be monopolized by him. Zhang Wan pressed her hand and said, don't be impulsive for a while, and don't do anything. I need to call and ask someone for advice. I repeat, until I finish this phone call, you all stay in the room obediently, otherwise I won't ask for this money. Although Zhang Yujun's three were unwilling, they could only listen. Who made Xiao Ran her husband? Oh, ex-husband? If Zhang Wan gave up this money, how could they possibly get their hands on it? But who did Zhang Wan call? The adulterer, I guess. Zhang Wan went into her room and dialed a phone number. I'm still at work. I'll hang up if there's nothing else, said a man on the other side. He is indeed Zhang Wan's adulterer. His name is Zhang Zihao. He is also a doctor in Zhang Wan's department. Although he is only 33 years old, he is already going to be promoted to deputy director, so it can be said that his future is bright. You listen to me first. Zhang Wan gritted her teeth and told Xiao Ran's story. Zhang Zihao pondered for a moment. Xiao Ran said that he has our video. It should be a scam. We are especially careful every time. Xiao Ran is even more unlikely to go to the hospital, so he definitely has no evidence in his hands. It is Xiao Jie. The son is a breakthrough. A DNA test will know whose seed it is. 12 million. Zhang Zihao's heart can't help but shiver. His salary plus the red packets he receives, it's absolutely no problem to earn more than 10 million in a lifetime, but to ask him to come up with 12 million right now? By no means was it possible. Not even in the next 20 years. So, he also got greedy. The fact that Xiao Ran could take out 12 million at once and not bargain at all meant that he had much more than that in his hands. He calmly analyzed, although I don't know how he got his money, but it is definitely something that was there during your marriage, otherwise it is impossible that in less than 24 hours he suddenly had such an extra amount of money. Buying a lottery ticket? Everyone knows that the lottery is intellectually sharp, and it's simply impossible for someone to win the jackpot. Zhang Wan was a bit tempted to say that the lottery was a win, but once Zhang Zihao analyzed and said that, she thought it was impossible. Yeah, who's been around anyone who's won the jackpot by buying a lottery ticket? There isn't. Moreover, Xiao Ran actually had more than just 12 million? Right, who would spend all their money on a house and not even pay back the price? It must be far more than that in your hand to be so rich that you don't pay back the price. So, the first thing you have to do is to submit a lawsuit to the court, sue Xiao Ran for concealing the couple's common property, declare the previous divorce agreement invalid, and redistribute the property. Zhang Zihao acted as a dog-headed military advisor. Zhang Wan nodded repeatedly. She is only a graduate of the health school, and Zhang Zihao? A master's degree student from a prestigious school. If you read a lot, you really have a lot of ideas, and you are in the right place. If Zhang Yujun and Lin Meiying went to make trouble, it could only be described as a disgrace. Could they get any benefits? Look at what they're doing. Zihao, you're so smart, she said sincerely. Zhang Zihao smiled. you immediately go to hire a lawyer. Do not be afraid to spend money, win this lawsuit. You do not have to work in the future, at home as a rich woman. Aha! Zhang Wan nodded repeatedly. You also let the lawyer write the indictment. The only thing you have to do is just sign it. Zhang Zihao continued to give advice. Right, let your parents and brother. Never go back to causing unnecessary trouble. Remember, this is the age of the law. Crying and crying will only make people laugh. Zhang Wan nodded her head repeatedly. Aha! Aha! After Zhang Wan finished her phone call, she went out and repeated what Zhang Zihao had told her. Of course, she wouldn't say that Zhang Zihao taught her all this, but the two of them discussed it together. Hearing Zhang Wan's analysis that Xiaoran had more than $12 million in his hands, the greed on the faces of Zhang Yaojuan's trio had become unstoppable. Getting rich, getting rich. Zhang Wan told them to never make any more trouble and then immediately carried her bag to find a lawyer. Xiaoran's mistake was that he shouldn't have gotten carried away so early and exposed his fortune. Chapter 7 Rehabilitation Program. Xiaoran waited for a while and Jia Yungue finally came. After the two men exchanged pleasantries, Jia Yungue couldn't help himself and stood up to look at the house. He didn't bring too many tools with him, he just took a measuring pen and did some rough calculations. After all, there was no negotiation on the price or anything, so of course he couldn't be too serious about it. The villa had 3 floors on the ground and 1 underground, adding up to 600 square feet, and there was a yard outside, but the yard wouldn't have to be remodeled. Jia Yungue looked from the top to the bottom, then returned to the living room on the first floor and began to talk to Xiaoran about the price. If you get it done in 2 months, the time is very rush, so the labor is very high. I need to arrange for people to work in shifts day and night. Xiaoran smiled. Name a number. 80 million. Jia Yungue said, finishing himself a little embarrassed. This villa is only worth 10 million, but the remodeling cost actually costs 80 million, only a fool would do it. But to complete it within 2 months, 80 million was indeed a reasonable figure. He did not ask for a lion's share. Xiaoran could not help but ponder. Seeing this, Jia Yungue quickly said, I really didn't open the price indiscriminately. You have to rush the schedule, so the price really can't come down much. I have to earn a little bit more or less. If you want to be too expensive, then extend the construction period, half a year. I can help you reduce the 10 million like. But that was still far more than the price of the villa. Xiaoran, however, pressed his hand and said, I don't think the price is too expensive, but if it's just 80 million, can it meet the requirements I mentioned? Of course it can. Jia Yungue patted his chest and said, I've been in the business of remodeling houses for many years, and I definitely know what I'm talking about. Your villa is 600 square feet, 80 million remodeling fees, on average, a flat is 140,000, this is not exaggerated enough? Well, it is indeed expensive enough when you think about it. Xiaoran nodded, okay, let's sign the contract. Ah, this is signed? You don't even have to bargain? Jia Yungue was a bit stunned. He had never seen such a homeowner, who first suspected that the remodeling fee was low, and then didn't even return the price. Just one word, trenchant. Xiaoran laughed, what I need is for you to do a good job, you must meet my requirements. This you can rest assured, I will do what I say. Jia Yungue is very confident, patted his chest and said. Okay, sign the contract. Xiaoran said, however, ugly words in advance, if the acceptance does not pass, I will not be so good to talk, the 80 million I will all be used to fight with you lawsuit. No problem. Jia Yungue said, by the way, you give me the original real estate license, but also a copy. Xiaoran shook, I just bought the house today, the real estate certificate has not come down, it does not matter, I can pay you a deposit of 5 million, remodeling program you first get up, I will call you when the money runs out, if you cannot complete the remodeling on time due to my reasons, 80 million I will pay. Jia Yungue is like seeing a monster, a long time before saying, you rich people are really strange. Jia Yungue went away, of course, happily. The big order of 80 million how he can also earn a few million. Although Xiaoran spends money like water, he is half heartbroken. Although the stocks he bought couldn't guarantee a super high return of 10% per day, more than 5 points was definitely not a problem, so the 350 million he had put in would turn into 3 billion or even more in 2 months. However, no matter if it was 3 billion or 5 billion, there was already no difference in Xiaoran's opinion. This purchased material was enough for him to use for hundreds of lifetimes. After 3 months, everyone's wealth was zeroed out without any meaning. He had a total of 398 million, 350 million had been invested in the stock market, 1 million had been used to buy the house now, and 5 million had been paid for the remodeling, so there was currently 43 million left, 11 million of which would be used to pay for the final payment of the house purchase soon. The remodeling, while still needing 75 million, has a 2-month-long construction period, so he can take his time to get the money out of the stock market. There was no rush. Xiao ran tightly. He went to the agent again, but this time it is not to buy a house, but to rent a room. The villa needs to be remodeled for 2 months. During this period of time, does he live in a hotel every day? It wasn't that he couldn't afford to spend the money, but it was inconvenient for him to receive express delivery in a hotel. There were a lot of things he had to buy online. Moreover, Xiao Ran also planned to rent a warehouse. Just going out, the phone rang. He looked at it. It was from the company, the immediate superior, Supervisor Lu Qing. Casually connected, he just said hello. The opposite side growled, Xiao Ran, is it cancer you have? Not dead. Hurry over to me to work, otherwise, you don't have to come back in the future. Okay, then I resign. Xiao Ran said calmly, he will be very busy and busy next. How will he have time to go to work? Pretend to be a pussy? The end was coming. What was there to pretend for? At least it was impossible to pretend to be a pussy until he was busy with his preparations. He hung up the phone decisively. Still, I love my house. This time when he appeared, the mail agent who did his business before immediately ran over with his saying, brother, but what's the problem? I want to rent a suite. Xiao Ran said. Ha? The mail agent looked at Xiao Ran dumbfounded. Didn't you just buy a villa? You already got the key, you can move in with the bag. Why do you want to rent a house? Xiao Ran smiled. That set of villa I want to redecorate. You have a good source here, to be as large as possible, clean, decoration must also be new. Oh, also want to redecorate. Also yes, willing to spend 12 million to buy a villa, can directly live in people's old house, certainly want to decorate their own. I'm sure you'll be able to do it yourself. The mail agent quickly said, brother, I have a few sets in hand, this will take you to see. Well, it must also be the Jiufu neighborhood. Xiao Ran made a note. No problem. 2 hours later, Xiao Ran finalized the contract with the landlord, short-term rent for 2 months, the monthly rent is as high as 12,000, expensive is expensive, but the house is really big, the decoration is also new enough, luxurious enough. Here is also turnkey, Xiao Ran just buy some bedding on the line. Good, another thing taken care of. Xiao Ran had too many things to buy. However, a large amount of money was still in the stock market, and it was far from the goal of doubling tenfold, so he could only make a small dent now. He started tabulating and making a list of the things he had to buy. Some things would take a long time to prepare, so he would have to place the order in advance. While he was making the list, his cell phone rang. He looked at it and the screen showed the word wife. Forgot to change the memo. Xiao Ran picked it up and answered it. The punishment for the Zhang family had already begun, so how could he not answer Zhang Wan's call? Hello. Chapter 8 Hiring a Lawyer. Xiao Ran, I have already hired a lawyer to file a lawsuit with the court to request a redivision of the couple's joint property. Zhang Wan's voice was cold and desperate. You give me an address in case the court's summons doesn't reach you. Really filed a lawsuit. Xiao Ran was not surprised at all. He smiled faintly. You wait a while, I also need to find a lawyer. In the future, if something happens, find my lawyer. Snapped, he directly hung up the phone. Take some time to play with the Zhang family. Xiao Ran does not have time to waste in the courtroom. He first baidu the best divorce lawyer in Suzhou City, and then looked for the past. Coincidentally, it just so happened that the He barrister was free. Mr. Xiao, do you know the charges of our He law? The front desk lady kindly reminded. Yes, 1 hour 3,000. Xiao Ran nodded. Indeed expensive. The receptionist secretly stammered, from Xiao Ran's clothes cannot see that this is a rich man. She hurriedly made a call and after hanging up, she bowed slightly towards Xiao Ran. Mr. Xiao, please follow me. She led Xiao Ran into an office and knocked on the door before pushing it in. He Lu, Mr. Xiao is here. She said. He Qian was probably in his 40s, dressed in a suit and wearing glasses. He looked up at Xiao Ran, his eyes were sharp, giving a feeling that he could see through people's hearts. Please have a seat. He said to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran sat down, while the receptionist lady asked, what would Mr. Xiao drink? It is not necessary. Xiao Ran laughed, I should be leaving soon. Oh, good. The front desk young lady left. Mr. Xiao seems to be in a hurry, so let's get started. He Qian said. Xiaoran nodded. I divorced my ex-wife yesterday, but after the divorce I bought a lottery ticket and won, and now my ex-wife is suing me for concealing the conjugal joint property, and wants to sue me to redivide the conjugal joint property. He had a teasing face. He Qian laughed. The nodes of divorce and buying lottery tickets should have obvious timestamps. I think Mr. Xiao don't even have to find a lawyer, just submit the evidence, this is a sure win. Xiaoran shook his head. Originally I was going to just let it go, but my ex-wife was so aggressive that I decided I couldn't just let it go. Oh? He Qian was slightly interested. What is Mr. Xiao going to do? The ex-wife had an affair with someone before she married me and was pregnant, so the child is not mine, this is the child's hair, this is my hair, you can do a paternity test. Xiaoran said indifferently, as if he was telling another person's story. Yesterday I signed the divorce agreement when I chose the net, and now I not only ask for an equal share of the common property of the couple, but also ask the other party to compensate me for the mental damage. He Qian thought for a moment and said, I want to remind Mr. Xiao first, my fees are very high to the extent that the compensation you get from your ex-wife may not be enough to pay my legal fees. It's okay, the prize I won is not small, and I am not bad at this money. Xiaoran laughed. He Qian said with some curiosity, how much did you win? 500 million. Put. He Qian was drinking tea, and all of a sudden, he sprayed it out. This was called not small? Although he charged expensive fees, it was impossible for him to earn as much as 500 million in his lifetime. Xiaoran didn't care and said, the reason I'm looking for Healy is because I know that Healy is the king of divorce lawsuits, and what I want is to make my ex-wife's family pay the price. Oh, I am a door-to-door son-in-law, married for 4 years, all the salary is turned over, every month on 200 pocket money, has been tolerating the anger is entirely because of the son, so now that I found out that the son is not mine, I, an honest man, also want to explode a little. He former nodded, quite understandable. Just. Since there is the anger of the honest man, why and then painfully netting, but that afternoon to buy a lottery ticket won the jackpot, coincidentally, as if Xiaoran knew that he would win the jackpot, deliberately for this reason to rush to netting, in order to monopolize the jackpot. Then he lost his smile. If Xiaoran had someone at the lottery center who could even know the winning numbers in advance, how terrifying would such energy be? And still be cheated by a woman for 4 years? He was thinking too much. Okay, does Mr. Xiao have the original lottery ticket with him? It doesn't matter if you don't, this kind of jackpot I can make a request to the lottery center to get a certificate from their side, Mr. Xiao only needs to write a power of attorney to me. He said. I have the original lottery ticket with me. Xiaoran said. Purposely running over to hire a lawyer, he would be unprepared? So, the process began. He Qian all feel that this is a money grab, because a different even crappier lawyer will not lose. The difference lies in how much joint marital property and moral damages can be recovered for Xiaoran, and his fee is $3,000 per hour. Xiaoran doesn't care, he just makes demands. Firstly, I demand the litigation period to be as long as possible, but not more than 3 months. Secondly, the more money they are allowed to pay out, the better. Moreover, this money I intend to donate to the Hope Project. You'd better let the judge know, lest you think I'm taking advantage of the opportunity to extort. The longer the litigation period, the more difficult and tormented Zhengwan's family will be, but if it exceeds 3 months, won't they not have to pay out money? So, it is also important to let them taste the pain of losing their money. He Chen only felt that Xiaoran's request was odd, he hadn't heard of anyone else wishing to extend the duration of the lawsuit. It didn't matter, he hardly needed to prepare for this lawsuit. The longer that lawsuit dragged on, the higher his income would naturally be, so why not? Xiaoran gave Zhang Wan's phone number to Yi Qian. After that, it was up to Yi Qian to deal with Zhang Wan, and Yi Qian also arranged a trainee lawyer to follow up with Xiaoran on the progress of the lawsuit at any time. This trainee lawyer is a cold beauty, with a height of 170, a face value close to 90 points, a convex front and curved back, a body that can be described as excellent, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses, cold and attractive. Mr. Xiao, my name is Lu Mei. In the future, if you want to know the progress of the lawsuit, just ask me. She said, while sending Xiaoran to the door of the law firm. So tall, plus 34D big breasts, round and curved buttocks, do not know how many people attracted the eyes of the people coming and going. The line. Xiaoran nodded, he has added Lu Mei's WeChat, phone number also has. Not only the lawsuit, in fact, anything can find me. Lu Mei added a sentence, but seems to feel that this is ambiguous, hastily added, I mean the legal aspects of the problem. It was fine if she didn't explain, but explaining was tantamount to inducing Xiaoran to think the wrong way. Xiaoran looked at her and for a moment could not conclude whether she had really accidentally said the wrong thing or she had said it on purpose. Ha! Chapter 9 Crossfire. He Qian immediately calls Zhang Wan. Ms. Zhang Wan? I'm the lawyer representing Mr. Xiaoran. Oh, Han Taoa, okay, I know, I'll butt heads with Lawyer Han. Lawyer Han will naturally notify you if there's any progress. He hung up the phone and dialed a new number. Hey, I am Yi Qian. Oh, yes, I am now representing Xiaoran. This case you are bound to lose. Oh, I am not calling to show off, but on behalf of Xiaoran to file a lawsuit against your side to redistribute the division of the couple's common property. The reason our side filed the lawsuit? Simple, because Xiaoran found out that Zhang Jia is not his biological son, so he asked for a redistribution of property and compensation for moral damages. The opposite side obviously couldn't pick up the conversation. Zhang Wan didn't mention Zhang Jia at all, catching him off guard. What do lawyers fear most? The party hides the secret, but let the other party's agent lawyer know, and then hit himself a sudden. This is really fatal law. Okay, you go and find out first. He Qian smiled and hung up the phone. In his case, this lawsuit is too good, and so is the open book examination, not to mention him, is a trainee lawyer is also very difficult to lose. He dialed a number, Xiao Zhang, write a small essay, the city hospital in the northern district of orthopedic surgeon Zhang Zihao and the department of nurses Zhang Wan have an affair, the two also have a son. Well, the main line is this, the rest of you free to give play to more water arming and the online speculation, at least the night to let the North orthopedic doctors and nurses all know. After hanging up the phone again, he smiled slightly and stopped calling. Xiaoran's request was to make Zhang Wan lose her reputation. As a man, of course he stood up to Xiaoran, and as the client's attorney, he had to stand up to Xiaoran even more. Adulterer, adulteress, deserves to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Zhang Wan put down her cell phone not long before the phone rang. She picked it up, only to see that it was from the proxy lawyer and hurriedly connected. Zhang Wan, how many things have you hidden from me? The other party asked, do you know how passive you're making me? Zhang Wan was a little confused, froze for a while before saying, what do you mean? Zhang Jia is not Xiaoran's son, right? Han Tao asked. Zhang Wan took a deep breath, for which she has been psychologically prepared, said, Xiao Jia is indeed not Xiaoran's son, but this is not related to his concealment of the joint property of the couple. Zhang Wan, I just received a call from your ex-husband's attorney, do you know who they are? He Qian Yila, the best divorce lawyer in Suchang. In front of him, I'm just an insignificant minor character. He has almost never lost a divorce case. Han Tao said. Zhang Wan laughed coldly, almost never losing doesn't mean you haven't lost. Even if he hasn't lost once before, he's going to lose this time. Okay, let's put this aside first. Han Tao said, now Xiaoran is also ready to sue, on the grounds that Zhang Jia is not his biological son, requesting a redistribution of the joint property of the couple, and requesting you to compensate for the moral damages. Zhang Wan are going to be angry and laugh, thought about it and said, that's just right everyone's claim is to redistribute the joint property of husband and wife. Han Law, have you found out how much joint property of husband and wife Xiaoran has hidden in total? Not yet, don't be anxious, I have to have the documents issued by the court before I can let the bank inquire about Xiaoran's personal assets, at least I have to get tomorrow. Han Tao said. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Zhang Wan hung up the phone. No matter how immoral she is, however, Xiaoran's money is the couple's common property, so even if Xiaoran invites 100 or 1,000 lawyers, so what, he still has to obediently pull out the money in the bank card. Xiaoran looked at the time, it was already more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Continuing to make a list of purchases. Dizzy until evening, he stretched and walked out of the building, ready to go to dinner. Entering the elevator, 2 floors down and in came an older woman, seeing him immediately with glowing eyes, as if introducing merchandise to sell her daughter, praising how beautiful she was, how gentle she was, definitely the best candidate for a husband and a mother. Xiaoran just feel big head, it is not easy to come to the first floor, ding, the elevator door opened, he rushed out, and behind him, the aunt is still screaming, Xiao Xiao, you haven't written down my daughter's phone number yet. Phew. Running out a long way, Xiaoran was relieved, the big mom was too difficult to deal with. But it's just for now. In another 3 months, everyone's concern would not be about getting a daughter-in-law or marrying a daughter, but food and clean water. Coincidentally, when Xiaoran came to the gate of the neighborhood, he just happened to see Zhang Yaojuan's family walking over as well, and when Zhang Jia saw him, he even clapped his hands and pointed at him. It's the son of a bitch. The son of a bitch is here. Just one day, Dad became a son of a bitch? Apparently Zhang Yujun's family taught him. Zhang Yujun immediately came over, pointing at Xiao Ran's nose. Son of a bitch, I told you, belonging to our family's property, you do not want to go away. Also, you hide the common property of husband and wife. The amount is huge, it is to be sentenced to imprisonment. Xiao Ran laughed. Are you deceiving me not knowing the law? You wait, I will consult my lawyer. He took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Mei in front of Zhang Yujun. Lu Mei, hello, just now someone said to me that hiding the joint property of husband and wife is a criminal offense. Is there such a thing? Oh, no, well, nothing, just consulting. Xiao Ran hung up the phone and calmly said to Zhang Yujun, I just asked the lawyer, you're intimidating me. I'd like to remind you that intimidation can really be criminalized. You are also too arrogant, too proud of it. Zhang Yujun was so angry that he was trembling. Xiao Ran in his own home for 4 years, has always behaved in a coy manner, now how so arrogant, so owe it? Bastard, you dare to bully my father. Zhang Gang rushed over and pushed his sleeves, looking like he wanted to fight. Xiao Ran didn't even look at him. Zhang Gang was a straw man who could only spend money, he didn't even bother. Still Zhang Wan was calmer and smarter, came over and said, Xiao Ran, don't get cocky too early, now you can be as arrogant as you want. But as long as it is proved that the money you have now is the couple's joint property, and this is obvious even if you are reluctant, you will have to obediently spit half of it out. 2. Xiao Ran laughed, then shook his head. Are you guys especially curious about how much money I actually have? This immediately made the 4 members of the Zhang family's eyes light up with anticipation at the same time. They were also eager to know how much money their family could share. Hee, you guys guess Xiao Ran laughed, causing the 4 members of the Zhang family to jump in anger. Chapter 10 Eating, Sword Drawing. Zhang Yaojuan's family was angry for a while, but they only had no choice but to leave. Going down to the restaurant to eat. Normally, Lin Meiying usually buys food, and then cooks at night when Xiao Ran comes back, and their family just sits and waits, and then at noon the next day, Zhang Yaojuan's old couple eats yesterday's leftovers, and refuses to cook on their own, obviously cooking at noon, and it's better to finish eating at night. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you, and I was so happy to see you. Now that there are fewer cooks in the family, Lin Meiying also refused to enter the kitchen. Coupled with the immediate money, they were generous, decided to go to the restaurant to eat. They are quite generous, went to the neighborhood side of the Takyu Lu, per capita consumption in about 150, not low. Xiao Ran actually followed behind all the way, although these 2 days even gave the Zhang family a heavy blow, but the thought of the pain of being dismembered alive by the Zhang family's 4 mouths, how could he possibly dissipate his anger? Stimulate you guys again. He once again called Lu Mei. Lu ruler, have the time to reward your face and have a meal? Yes, now. Well, I will send the positioning to you. Hanging up the phone, he sent the address of the Delightful Moon building to Lu Mei. Lu Mei quickly returned the message, 20 minutes to arrive. Xiao Ran then went into the Delightful Moon building, and soon found Zhang Yaojuan's family on the 2nd floor, so he chose a table outside the 3 tables to sit down, and swept the code to order the dishes. He ordered 8 dishes, highlighting the word expensive. Then, he began to wait. Zhang Yaojuan's family naturally saw him, diaphragmatically incomparable. We came here to eat, you also came here, to say it is a coincidence, who believes it? Damn it! Zhang Wan's cell phone suddenly rang. She looked at it, it was her colleague Xiao Lu, also the colleague with whom she had the best relationship. After she answered it, Xiao Lu's voice immediately came from the opposite side. Zhang Wan, hurry up and go to the Sioux City Forum to see, there is a post saying that you have an inappropriate relationship with Dr. Zhang, and that even Xiao Jia was born with him, and that the heat is very high. What? Zhang Wan's face changed, and after casually saying a few words to Xiao Lu, she hurriedly hung up the phone and opened the forum to look through it. Sure enough, now in addition to the top post, shocking. Municipal Hospital North Orthopedic Surgeon Zhang Momo maintains a long-term improper relationship with nurse Zhang Mao, and has a son. This post is at the top. The heat is amazingly high, the number of replies to break 1,000. She couldn't help but physically shake and almost fainted. Forcing herself to calm down, she opened the post to check it out. After reading it, she was slightly relieved. The poster except for the title is true, the details in it are all made up. What in the locker room they got it on? How can it be? They are not stupid, how would they do it there? The question is, who spread the news? Her eyes couldn't help but look at Xiao Ran. Besides this person, could it be someone else? I did not expect, the 4 years of marriage you have been acting coy, let you do what you do, the original is all pretend. This is not a sheep, but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Stealing the couple's joint property and stabbing them in the back, what kind of a villain is that? I'm not the one who fornicated and gave birth to a son. Jay at least called you dad for 3 years, but he calls his real father uncle. Do you know how aggrieved Ziheo is? Zhang Wan's eyes were resentful, but she had already given up now. The big deal is that she resigned. Anyway, Xiao Ran's side could at least rake in $6 million, so she was already not worried about food and drink for the rest of her life. Tentatively, she walked to Xiao Ran's desk in large strides and snapped, Xiao Ran, I didn't expect you to be such a despicable villain. Humph, you think you can break me with such underhanded tricks? Let me tell you, no matter what, it is true that we have been married for 4 years, and the couple's property must be distributed evenly. Xiao Ran nodded, it makes too much sense, conjugal property must be equally distributed, I totally agree, I hope you can also remember that, don't back out after going to court, I videotaped it when you were talking just now. Also, you really don't need to care about any reputation, I just don't know if that Dr. Zhang cares? I've heard that he's about to be promoted to associate director, so this kind of thing will affect him, right? This news is not what Zhang Wan said in his previous life, but what Lu Mei sent to him before. Zhang Wan was startled. Indeed, she could totally resign, but what about Zhang Ziheo? This was a crucial time in his career. She couldn't help but be anxious. To know that when she was pregnant, she would rather find a receiver to give birth to than abort it, showing that she really cared about Zhang Ziheo, so she couldn't help but worry as soon as Xiao Ran said that this matter might affect Zhang Ziheo's future. You scumbag! She gritted her teeth, when the court ruling comes down and you come up with a large sum of money, I will definitely return all of this to you. Saying that, she huffed and twisted her butt to go back. Xiao Ran shook his head. Bad people really never reflect. Obviously she was the one who cuckolded herself, no, she even dug a hole for him at the very beginning, made a trap, tricked him into being a cheap father for 3 years, worked for the Zhang family for 4 years for nothing, and even collected all of her own income, and this she didn't mention half of it, so she thought that if the scandal was exposed, she would lose face and affect Zhang Ziheo's future? Oh, what about me? I am the real victim. But Xiao Ran did not have the luxury of hoping that Zhang Wan or any of the Zhang family would reflect. Anyway, he would not let the Zhang family have a good day in these 3 months, and once the natural disaster started, he would double all the pain back. After a while, he only saw a big glossy beauty walk up to the second floor, making the entire second floor seem to brighten up a few points. What a pretty chick! Zhen Gang sat in a position just facing the stairway. Immediately after seeing it, his eyes went straight. When I have money, I must find this woman as a girlfriend. Ha, holy crap! He exploded into foul language because he saw this big beautiful woman was walking towards Xiao Ran. No way, no way. Grass, it really was looking for Xiao Ran. At this moment, his eyes turned red with jealousy. Such a beautiful big beauty, her breasts were so straight and big, and her ass was so round and warped, but she actually sat opposite Xiao Ran. On what grounds? On what grounds? This son of a bitch used to be an obedient dog at home, now this dog can sit with such a beautiful goddess, but what about him? What kind of girlfriend is she? Not only is she not very good looking, she also works in a foot bath, the irregular kind. This comparison, the gap came out. Zhang Wan sniffed, turned her head to look, and her expression immediately clouded over. It's only been 1 day since the divorce, and you've already found your next home? Impossible. Obviously Xiao Ran has had someone outside for a long time, otherwise how could it be seamless? Good wow, you still have the nerve to say with a straight face that I cuckolded you, and this is right for me? Tai. She then stood up and walked to Xiao Ran's table in large strides. Chapter 11, Stunned, 400 million running water. Zhang Wan looked down at Xiao Ran and said in a mocking tone, Xiao Ran, how dare you accuse me? Who is she? Your lover, right? Ms. Zhen, right? Lu Mei said with a straight face, just for your words, I can sue you for slander. However, I won't get into it with you, but the next time I have to say such irresponsible words, I won't stop. Xiao Ran smiled, this Lu Mei Lu Law, my proxy lawyer. Zhang Wan was stunned, Xiao Ran's lawyer should not be called. He Chen, yes, He Chen, not such a petite woman, gosh, how can the breasts grow so big, it is augmented, right, this ass is also too warped, it should also be filled. She thought with malice. However, Lu Mei's whole person is full of competence and an overriding aura, so it should not be false that she is a lawyer. It may be other lawyers from the law firm. After all, He Qian is the best divorce lawyer in Sioux City. It is normal to send a small lawyer to hand over to Xiaoran. Careless, she had never thought that Lu Mei would actually be a lawyer. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't wait for a crack in the ground for her to burrow into. However, Xiaoran had obviously followed them here, so why didn't he ask Lu Mei to eat somewhere else and had to be here? It couldn't be more obvious. It was to make her misunderstand and come to strike her. Xiaoran, you can only jump a little now. Tomorrow I will ask my lawyer to submit an application to the court to freeze your assets, lest you squander the couple's joint property. Zhang Wan said coldly. These are of course what the lawyer and Zhang Zihao taught her together. Aren't you crazy? Freeze your assets and see what you do. Xiaoran snorted and said, fine, you can try and see if you can freeze my assets tomorrow. You say freeze it and you freeze it, huh? The court is not run by your family. Wait and see. Zhang Wan huffed and walked back. Dinner hadn't been eaten yet, and she was almost full of anger. Xiaoran laughed loudly, but his gaze remained cold as he looked at the 4 members of the Zhang family. Lu Mei looked in her eyes and could not help but a little in her heart. It seemed that Xiaoran had suffered greatly in the Zhang family, otherwise why bother with the Zhang family? He didn't need compensation from the Zhang family at all. The compensation would be donated in full, and he would have to pay extra for the lawyer's fees, so it could only be said that he hated the Zhang family too much, to the point that as long as he made the Zhang family unhappy and dissipated his wealth, he would be happy. She smiled sweetly and deliberately moved her chair to get closer to Xiaoran. This woman is smart. Xiaoran understood and also came closer. The two seemed to be exchanging words. State of intimacy, in fact, did not say anything important at all, is to think of what to say, deliberately let Zhang Wan see. Sure enough, Zhang Wan looked in her eyes and almost killed back again. You really are the relationship between the client and the lawyer? Do you need to get so close? Dad, Mom, you guys eat? I'll go back first. She huffed and puffed, stood up, picked up her bag and left. Really need to get full of gas. Seeing Zhang Wan leave, Xiaoran smiled, sat up straight and said to Lu Mei, thank you. Thank you for what? Lu Mei knowingly asked. Come on, eat the dishes. Xiaoran said. After eating, Xiaoran helped Lu Mei to stop a car and then watched the other party leave before returning to the neighborhood. This woman was quite interesting. Pretty and understanding, and her body is still so dominant. Unfortunately, I am no longer in the mood to talk about feelings. Would a superb woman like Lu Mei be willing to be his lover? Impossible. However, it will be different when the end comes. Then, a meal can drive one crazy. Then, let's talk about it later. How would Xiaoran have time to chase women now? I still have to work out. The doomsday has been hailing and not seeing the sun, although I don't know if it will stay like this, but I have to be prepared for not being able to see the sun all year round. That's for sure. The stronger the body, the less likely to get sick. The other thing is weapons. When the end of the world begins, I want to make the Zhang family regret their deaths. Then I must definitely let them know that I have a large amount of food, but once they know that it's impossible to get food from me, they'll definitely leak the news out and have the entire neighborhood come to siege me. This would definitely happen. Because the memories of my previous life had proven it. Therefore, I need a lot of weapons, preferably guns. It's impossible for me to get guns in China. Going to a foreign country is fine, I'm not bad at all, but foreign countries are too dangerous, where guns can be purchased at will, and is it strange to give you a black eye? Build a safe house, tune supplies, the main focus is a stable word, so, to Xiaoran to go abroad to risk? Oh, do not do. But there is no relationship. I can go to the shooting range, directly open the space door in front of the gun, the bullets are collected as soon as they are fired, and when needed, I can release the bullets with a thought, both point blank and flush sweep, and even without the sound of gunfire. For a lot of money, I could get enough bullets and still have them in firing condition. As he walked and thought, he also returned home. By 10 o'clock or so, Lu Mei sent a message over, but only to say goodnight. When he was chasing Zhang Wan, he usually sent 10 messages before Zhang Wan would reply one, and at least half an hour apart, but now the situation was completely reversed. Why? Money is indeed a son of a bitch, it's so damn good. In front of a huge fortune of nearly 400 million, what about a goddess like Lu Mei, who took the initiative to say goodnight to him? Xiaoran smiled and said good night back after an interval of 10 minutes. In this life, he would not be a licking dog anymore. Instead, he was going to be the reaper of goddesses. The night passed. Zhang Wan did not sleep well at all. Her mind was full of 12 million, and Xiaoran's arrogant appearance in front of her, as well as the picture of Lu Mei and Xiaoran's intimacy. It was hard to stay up until 9 o'clock. She immediately called Han Tao, urging him to hurry and go to the bank to check Xiaoran's account. An hour later, Han Tao called. Checked it? Zhang Wan hurriedly asked. I've got it. How much? You'd better be prepared. How much? Zhang Wan was shocked and delighted that Han Tao had asked her to be prepared, so the figure should be shocking. 20 million? Even 5,000 million? Your ex-husband this half a year's water flow, indeed, but said, is the 2 days of water flow, up to nearly 400 million. Han Tao said, after saying that he was all but sucking in a breath. 400 million ah. Tom, then he heard the sound of objects falling from the other end of the phone. He hastened to say, Ms. Zhang? Ms. Zhang? Chapter 12 From Heaven to Hell. Zhang Wan got up from the ground, although the fall hurt like hell, but because of too much excitement and ignored this, rushed to the phone and said, Are you sure it's 400 million, not 40 million? It can't afford a single zero. 400 million, I am sure. Han Tao said, to be honest, he also counted 3 times before he was sure. However, this money is Xiaoran divorced with you before hitting his account, and the sources. The National Lottery Center Prize Redemption Special Account. What? Zhang Wan jumped up. You mean, he won the lottery only after he got divorced? Then this is still the joint property of husband and wife? Although she has not studied law, she knows that this certainly does not count. In terms of timing, your ex-husband should have bought the lottery ticket on the day he divorced you, or 2 days before. Han Tao analyzed, if it was bought 2 days before, then there is no doubt that this is the joint property of husband and wife, but if it was bought on the day of divorce, then it depends on whether it is before or after the divorce. Zhang Wan thought about it and said categorically, it must be before the divorce, otherwise how could he take the initiative to leave the house? Just because he wanted to keep the jackpot all to himself, he couldn't wait to divorce me. This looks reasonable, but in fact it is not, because it is not even time for the lottery. How does Xiaoran know that she will win the lottery? She backtracked from the aftermath and naturally assumed that Xiaoran had known about the jackpot, ignoring one of the most basic logics. Han Tao smiled and said, Then I will congratulate Ms. Zhang in advance for getting a share of the huge sum of nearly 200 million. Zhang Wan glowed and said to Han Tao, I also need to trouble Han Law to go and apply to the court to freeze my ex-husband's bank account. No problem. Han Tao agreed. If he wins this big case involving $400 million in divorce proceedings, he will surely become famous in the Sioux City legal profession. After Zhang Wan hung up the phone, she called Zhang Zihao at the first opportunity. Zihao. Only after she had only said one sentence, she was interrupted by Zhang Zihao. Do you know how many people are spreading rumors about us right now, and you're still calling me? Are you crazy? No, listen to me. Zhang Wan took a deep breath. Xiaoran got rich because he bought a lottery ticket and won. Across the room, Zhang Zihao couldn't help but stare, because he had completely ruled out this factor in his analysis, the lottery thing. Would anyone with a normal IQ buy it? But it just so happened that Xiaoran was actually really rich because he won the lottery. Guess how much he won? Zhang Wan didn't sell out, took a deep breath and said, to the tune of 400 million. Tom, the sound of an object falling came from the opposite side. Apparently, Zhang Zihao also fell because of the news. 400 million who wouldn't get dizzy hearing that? The point was, this 400 million was related to them. Zhang Zihao didn't care about the fact that he was slapped in the face first and hurriedly said, when was the lottery ticket bought? This is the most crucial. Lawyer Han checked, it should be 2 days before or on the day that Xiaoran and I divorced, only these 3 days. That night, 100 jackpots totaling 500 million were drawn, it should all be won by Xiaoran alone. Zhang Wan said, while on the other hand, the meat is incomparably painful. Paid 100 million in taxes, too black. In her opinion, this 100 million certainly belonged to her as well, at least half of it. Zhang Zihao nodded, so, we just need to prove that Xiaoran bought the lottery ticket before the divorce, then even if he went to redeem the prize after the divorce, it would still be the couple's joint property. Right. Zhang Wan agreed. It was already noon when Xiaoran and I finished the divorce formalities, so as long as we exclude this afternoon period, then he could only have bought the lottery ticket before the divorce. Moreover, Xiaoran came up and said to me that he wanted to get out of the house. If he didn't already know that he had won the lottery, how could he mention it like that? It's actually correct to say that, because Xiao Ran did know he would win the lottery, and the netting out of the house was so that the jackpot wouldn't become joint property of the couple. Zhang Zihao was also wound up by her and nodded in disbelief. What was the most important thing? A $500 million jackpot. The impact was so great that he was still dizzy until now. How could he think properly? Zihao, we are going to be rich. Zhang Wan said excitedly, you also quit your job, we'll emigrate and go live abroad. Zhang Zihao thought, nodded, good, now I just go out, too many people point at me, my wife also know, from last night to this morning, I do not know how many times with me, and is to divorce and suicide, put my headache dead. He has not particularly loved this wife, but his wife's father in the medical system as an official, he wants to progress must hold tight to the old man's thighs. But now words. He doesn't want to endure so much anymore. Even if you share half of the money, that is $200 million. Which country can't go? Where can't you buy a mansion? Okay, then you keep an eye on it and get the money as soon as possible. He said in a calm manner, but his voice could not stop trembling. Zhang Wan naturally agreed. Sitting on the bed and calming down for a long time, she walked out and said, Dad, Mom, Gangzi, I have one thing to say to you. A little while later, the entire neighborhood heard the cheers coming from the Zheng family. Just half an hour later, news spread throughout the neighborhood. Xiao Ran had won the jackpot, a total of $500 million. Even after paying taxes, there is still $400 million. However, this belongs to the couple's joint property. Even if Xiao Ran divorces and goes to claim the prize again, it's useless, he still has to honestly hand over half of the money. 500 million. No, to hand over 400 million. It does not matter. For ordinary people, 400 million, 500 million are astronomical. The old Zheng family is rich. God is really not long eyes. Actually let this family get rich. However, a lot of grandparents have already gone to Xiao Ran and Zhang Wan. What are you doing? Matchmaking. For the sake of $200 million, so what if you are divorced, it is still the meat and potatoes, so that people will rush. However, Zhang Wan was just thinking about which country to immigrate to when the phone call came. Han Tao froze Xiao Ran's money? She hurriedly picked up the phone. Ms. Zhang, I suggest you reach a settlement with your ex-husband. Han Tao came up with this sentence. Zhang Wan froze for a moment before saying, why? Shouldn't you be the one to freeze Xiao Ran's assets? Because your husband's lottery ticket was bought after your divorce. Han Tao said breathlessly. Does this lawsuit even need to be fought? The evidence couldn't be more obvious. Impossible. Zhang Wan blurted out, this is too unreasonable, and she can't accept this result, you must be mistaken. No. Han Tao knows Zhang Wan disappointed, and why wouldn't he be? It's a big lawsuit involving $400 million in property division. You are 11:30 p.m. divorce effective, and Xiao Ran is 2:11 p.m. to buy a lottery ticket, monitoring, and lottery tickets on the timestamp does not confirm this. Han Tao continued, now, your ex-husband sued, you conceal Zhang Jie's birth, caused him a huge spiritual loss, and asked you to make compensation. I suggest that you would better be able to reach a settlement with your ex-husband, otherwise, the probability that you will lose this lawsuit is very high. He was quite subtle in what he said. The probability of losing is not high, but inevitable. Zhang Wan has been dumbfounded, her mind is blank. $200 million is gone. Gone. No, it's my money. My money. She was hysterical, as if she had gone mad. Han Tao feed several times, but could not hear Zhang Wan's answer, know that she is too shocked, but also can understand, then hung up the phone. Chapter 13, Rascal. In the past 2 days, Zhoufu neighborhood is really lively. Because the Zheng family just ran out to say that they can share 200 million from Xiao Ran's hands, turn around? There is news. That Xiao Ran's $400 million are all marital property, and do not need to share with the Zheng family at all. And everyone has seen, just as if the emperor-like, in the neighborhood skulking around, godlike incomparable Zheng family now all shrink back, no one came out to refute, so this latter news is true or false? It must be true. God still has eyes. Yeah, didn't let the Zhang family get this money. Now they are really embarrassed, first exposed their daughter cheated on her husband and had a child with another man, and now they just thought they could get a share of the $200 million jackpot, but it turned out to be a wasted joy. If I were a member of the Zhang family, I would probably have nightmares in the middle of the night. Hey, I won't be able to get rid of the shadow for at least 10 years. Not only 10 years, that's $200 million, and if they don't get divorced, it's $400 million. This shadow will definitely follow them for the rest of their lives. Serves them right. So deserved. And what about Zhang Wan's family, who were laughed at by everyone? The four of them are now cowering in their room, all of them are downcast, as if the sky is falling. They're not in the mood to do anything. The thought of losing $200 million is a pain in the heart. Grandma, I'm hungry. Zheng Jie suddenly screamed. Hungry, all you think about is eating all day long. Zheng Yujun cursed, now look at the grandson how to look at the eyes, who is the father to give who, do not put it in the old man here. Dad, what are you talking about? Zhang Wan jumped up. Zhang Yaojuan's face was gloomy, if you hadn't done those ugly things, Xiao Ran would still be the son-in-law of our Zhang family, you wouldn't have gotten divorced at all, and the $400 million would have been all our family's. Now, there's not a penny left in the world. Now, not a dime. Not only that, but Xiao Ran is going to sue to redivide the couple's joint property and make mental compensation, and the Zhang family is going to lose a lot of money. However, Zhang Wan has not said this matter, or Zhang Yujun even more to go crazy. Zhang Wan looked at her old son and said, Xiao Ran used to earn money in me, and how much money I posted to my little brother, you do not have a little count? Now you actually dislike your own son? Outrageous. Sis, isn't Dad right? Zheng Gang helped out on the side, if you don't divorce your brother-in-law, our family will be able to get $400 million. TSK, now you're calling your brother-in-law. Zheng Wan was furious, which one of you didn't use Xiao Ran as an animal before, and now you're all blaming me? She was going to vomit blood. Zheng Gang also continued to come up with bad ideas, saying, Sis, can you remarry your brother-in-law? Although Xiao Jia isn't his biological son, but after calling him dad for 3 years, there's always affection, right? Yes, I'm sure. Zheng Yujun old couple also clapped their hands at the same time, their eyes glowing. After 3 years of calling him dad, how can he not have feelings? Besides, a husband and wife for a day are kind to each other for 100 days, but what about a husband and wife for 1,000 days? Zheng Wan, you tomorrow, no, you immediately go to Xiao Ran's, do not let him change his mind, you do not return to this home. Zheng Yujun gave a death order. Take your son and get the hell out of here. I can't stand the sight of you two. Sister, go and beg your brother-in-law for 400 million. Zheng Gang, on the other hand, is speaking softly. It's up to Zhang Wan to become the second generation of the rich. Zhang Wan was kicked out by the Zhang family, and even her son was grabbed by Zhang Gang and put directly on the ground outside the door, so angry that she wanted to curse her mother. What to do? She had to go to find Xiao Ran, as a result, knocked on the door of the villa for half a day, did not see Xiao Ran open the door, and wait until the evening, also did not see the villa lights on. She could not help but confused, is not Xiao Ran does not live in this? Where did he go? Suzhou City is so big, and Xiao Ran is a tycoon with $400 million of assets, there are too many recreational activities, and he can even travel around the world, so how can she find him? At this moment, Zhang Wan hated and regretted. Certainly not regretting letting Xiao Ran be the receiver, but regretting that she shouldn't have agreed to the divorce so quickly. As long as it was delayed for one more day, no, half a day she would have gotten at least $200 million. Where was Xiao Ran? Is sweating it out at the gym. He had also hired a professional fitness trainer, plus a nutritionist. In 3 months' time, he must transform himself into a strong physique. Mr. Xiao, your physical fitness is very good. The fitness coach is called Lu Susu, a female coach, or a very beautiful female coach. Why do you want to find a female coach? The answer is simple, guide training is inevitable to physical contact, men with men is a little awkward, women, especially beautiful women, then there is no problem, and look comfortable. Oh? Xiao Ran also looked over. Lu Susu pointed to a data to Xiao Ran to do the explanation. Comprehensively speaking, Mr. Zhao's quality is better than 99% of the people, and Mr. Xiao, you said that you didn't undergo any training before, that it's really hard for me to imagine what kind of heights you can reach after training. She thought about it, she should be able to be a professional athlete. Xiao Ran froze, is the machine wrong? His body is very average, perennial 996, have most people have frozen shoulder and other joint problems, how is it that his physical quality is now more than 99% of the people? Could it be that being reborn could bring an improved physical quality? This could, ah. Xiaoran smiled. Then I am quite looking forward to it. You say, do I still have a chance to represent the country at this age? I'm afraid there's no chance. Lu Susu also laughed, unless you can be even better than even national level athletes. Ha ha. Both of them laughed. Guidance training began. As expected, physical contact was inevitable during the period, but Xiaoran did not intentionally take advantage of the situation at all. It was absolutely unintentional. Lu Susu looks quite beautiful, although not up to the level of Lu Mei, but perennial fitness. Her body is full of healthy beauty, especially that butt, that is called a round and plump, very much the kind of fat of the Westerners. Xiaoran wasn't disliking it, but he didn't like it too much either. Practicing for a while and then resting, it lasted for a total of 3 hours. Xiaoran enrolled in Lu Susu's private tutoring, a session of 500, each session is 1 hour, so today the practice of 3 hours is $1,500, in the ordinary people cannot afford. It is also so, Lu Susu natural to Xiaoran, such a rich man is very enthusiastic, sometimes in fact Xiaoran will not touch her, but she deliberately touched over, but also in front of Xiaoran to show her plump buttocks and big breasts. The intention was very obvious. Xiaoran's mind is full of doomsday now, which is not in the mood to engage in some entertainment activities, so after practicing, he left, making Lu Susu a little confused. I am so unattractive? Chapter 14 Lawsuit Claims. Xiaoran returned home, washed and prepared to sleep. However, he still looked at the stock first, and today's float was 6 points, or about $20 million. Not bad at all. He stretched and climbed into bed to sleep. One night passed. Xiaoran slept until he naturally woke up, and after having breakfast, he first fine-tuned a few stocks, which is also the focus of the next 2 months. At 10 o'clock, Lu Mei called him. She has formally filed a lawsuit with the court, requesting to redistribute the joint property of husband and wife of Xiaoran and Zhang Wan, and proposing that Zhang Jie is not his biological son, and requesting Zhang Wan to compensate for Xiaoran's mental damages. In just these 2 days, He Qian had already had someone investigate Zhang Wan's income, and together with the running water provided by Xiaoran, he arrived at the total income of both parties, and then after removing the necessary expenses, he arrived at a figure for the claim. $500,000, all added up. This figure was insignificant for Xiaoran now, but for Zhang Wan and Zhang Yujun's family it was a huge figure that would make them jump and even sleepless at night. Offhand, they would definitely lose the lawsuit, it was just a matter of exactly how much or how little they would lose. Xiaoran nodded. The lawsuit would naturally be handled by He Qian himself. He, the client, did not even need to appear in court, he only needed to issue a proxy commission, and it would be handled solely by He Qian. After ending the call with Lu Mei, Xiaoran received another notice from the agent. The contract is ready and can go to the housing authority to transfer. This naturally had to be a trip. Formally sign the contract, and then start the process, even if Xiaoran pays the full amount, but still have to wait for the housing authority side to review, at least need a few working days. There is no rush. Because Jia Yungue out of remodeling map needs several days, finished also need to buy materials, so even if there is no housebook, temporarily also has no relationship, and the people do not report, the official is not investigated, quietly begin to remodeling is not impossible. Of course, before the natural disaster began, Xiaoran was still very willing to abide by the law. After all, this was the last period of peace and order. After eating outside, it was already past 1 o'clock when he returned home. Xiaoran started to get busy again. He decided to rent a warehouse to receive supplies. It was convenient and confidential. He first looked on the internet and after screening, he fell in love with the place and contacted the owner. Since Xiaoran basically didn't cut the price, they quickly negotiated a deal. Sign a 6-month contract, but Xiaoran paid 3 months rent first, and then another 3 months when the time came, and after 6 months, Xiaoran had the right of first refusal to rent. Xiaoran felt that he was not at a disadvantage because he only needed to rent it for 3 months, and he did pay only 3 months' rent. Some supplies could be stocked up now, such as food. Xiaoran found a restaurant and ordered 100 tables of food, each table at the rate of $3,000, and asked the restaurant to move all the stoves and such over to the warehouse side and do it on site, but it was definitely too late for today, so the appointment was for tomorrow, for which he paid a $50,000 deposit. It's a small price to pay. The next day, he waited for the hotel boss in the warehouse. Soon the boss came with the fellows, started the fire and burned the dishes, and was busy until noon when he finally made a whole 100 tables. Xiaoran waited for them to leave, and then even the dishes were all collected into the foreign space. Alas, tomorrow we'll have to buy new bowls. Xiao Ran laughed. Ton supplies have a disadvantage, is the cost of bowls. It's fine, brother has money. Xiao Ran had already bought a large number of bowls and pots online, and a batch would be delivered every day, so he would not have to go to the supermarket to buy bowls in the future. In the next few days, Xiao Ran will collect 100 tables of banquet every day, and the restaurants are also changed from one to another, so as not to arouse suspicion, and the various supplies he bought online are also delivered one by one, and Xiao Ran sends all of them to the warehouse here. Even if so hard to spend money, this day can spend less than 1 million. It's okay, when the money comes out of the stock market, Xiao Ran will have people pull the supplies over by the truckload. Spending $2 or even $3 billion in a 30-day blitz. The two women, Lu Mei and Lu Susu, also sent messages to contact Xiao Ran every day. However, Lu Mei was still very reserved and proud, with a look of wanting Xiao Ran to take the initiative in pursuing her, while Lu Susu was naturally incredibly proactive after inquiring and realizing that Xiao Ran was the winner of the $500 million jackpot. Xiao Ran did not want another marriage, so he did not respond. The most important thing is that he now has a whole lot of things to be busy every day. There is really no time to think about this matter of women. It wouldn't be too late to consider it when he was idle for a while longer. In addition, his appeal had been accepted by the court, and the first hearing would be held tomorrow. The day passed. Zhang Wan returned home, only feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Today in court, He Qian provided a large amount of evidence against her, including the results of the paternity test between Xiao Ran and Zhang Jia, as well as Xiao Ran's proof of income, a year of living expenses and so on. The lawyer suggested that she reach a settlement with Xiao Ran and compensate the other party 410,000 yuan. Among them, 260,000 is the joint income of the couple. The total is 720,000, after removing the necessary expenses. According to the calculation of 520,000, half of it is 260,000, the other is 150,000 of moral damages, a total of 410,000 yuan. Ho Qian offered $300,000 for moral damages. Most importantly, He Qian said that Xiao Ran didn't need the money but would donate it all to Project Hope, which would naturally win the judge's favor. 410,000 Zhang Wan's head hurt badly. Does she have 410,000 in her hand? No, because most of the money was taken by Zhang Yujun and his wife to subsidize Zhang Gang. But the law is the law. Does she dare to disobey it? Dad, Mom, this lawsuit we are most likely going to lose. We have to pay Xiao Ran $410,000. Zhang Wan announced to her parents and brother. What, $410,000? Zhang Yujun immediately jumped up. Why doesn't this bastard go and rob? That's it. Lin Meiying also said, how dare he ask for so much money, he is crazy about money. Zhang Wan explained, Xiao Ran and my income together about 180,000 a year, 4 years is 720,000, 50,000 a year expenses, remove 200,000 is 520,000, half of a person is 260,000, plus 150,000 of moral damages, it is 410,000 yuan. Zhang Yujun, silent for a moment, said, why are you talking to us about this? You can find a way to pay him back for the common property of your couple. Zhang Wan got angry and said, Dad, Xiao Ran and I's salary was basically taken by you guys. I have less than $30,000 in my hand. Where do you want me to get $410,000? Zhang Yujun shook his head. I don't care, your brother will soon be married, is in need of money. Moreover, you do not return Xiao Ran, and how, does he still dare to come to the door? Humph, if he really dares to come, see if I don't take a broom to drive him out. Chapter 15, Poisonous Woman. Zhang Wan was angry and furious. Little brother, do you only have Zhang Gang in your eyes? I was born to be Zhang Gang's cow and horse? Since I was a kid, I've always been like this, and I've always been close to Zhang Feng for all the good things, so she's a foundling? By the way, don't you still have that adulterer? Lin Meiying said, not giving face to her daughter at all, looking for him to ask for money. We raised his son for so many years, shouldn't he make it up to us? Zhang Gang heard, said, yes, let him compensate us a few $100,000, I married daughter-in-law is enough. Zhang Yujun also said, doctors should have a high income, right, and there are red envelopes to be collected, at least ask him for 500,000 yuan. At least ask him for 500,000 yuan, or do not want this son. Zhang Gang jumped up. As soon as he talked about money he was energized. Zhang Yujun has another bad idea, to his daughter, you go to that adulterer now, bring your son with you, tell him, if you do not give us 500,000, you will lose your son to him, by what right should I let the old man to raise someone else's son? Dad, are you kicking me out again? Zhang Wan said incredulously. This is the second time. If you don't get the 500,000 back, you won't be my daughter, and I'll sever the father-daughter relationship with you. Zhang Yujun pushed his daughter out of the house again, and asked Lin Meiying to put her grandson outside the door as well. Dad! Mom! Zhang Wan pounded on the door, but the people inside just pretended not to hear. The neighbors heard the commotion and opened the door to look. Zhang Wan could not lose face, holding her son, and left. Out of the building, Zhang Wan sat down helplessly, but Zhang Jia is still messing with her, so she could not help but yell at her son around. With a broken heart, she called Zhang Zihao. This was the only sunshine and reliance she had left. However, she told her about being kicked out of her home and having to pay out $410,000, and said if Zhang Zihao had any money he could lend her for the time being. Wanner, as you know, my salary card is under my wife's control, so I can't help you. Besides, since the money was taken by your parents, shouldn't you ask them to get it back? Zhang Zihao said, also, I've made a promise with my wife that I won't contact you in the future, so don't call or tweet me lately. Beep beep beep, the phone turned busy. Zhang Wan had an expression of disbelief. She sat on the ground and didn't move a muscle, and after a whole half hour, her eyes flashed with a vicious light. If you guys are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Big deal, fight to the death. One day passed. Xiao Ran was sweating in the gym. After almost 10 days of exercise, he had actually gotten small results. The muddy abdomen gradually began to separate, but it would take a while to turn into 8 well-defined muscles. Lu Susu was supervising on the side and was a little anxious in her heart. It's been 10 days, how come Xiao Ran hasn't taken the bait yet? She was close to stripping naked to seduce, but Xiao Ran just seemed like he didn't understand the flavor, making her heart clog up. The phone rang. Xiao Ran interrupted his workout and picked up his cell phone to look at it. It was actually Lu Mei calling. He picks up. Hello, Lu Ruler. Lu Mei's magnetic voice came over. Something big has happened. Wash your ears and listen. Xiao Ran said. Your ex-wife's family knows that Zhang Wan is bound to lose the case, and actually kicked her and Zhang Jia out of the house, so that she can find a way to come up with the money. Zhang Wan is desperate, and this morning took her son to the hospital, and directly handed over to Zhang Zihao. Lu Mei began to talk about it. As a result, Zhang Zihao's wife, after knowing the news, killed to the hospital, probably because they cannot bear children. After seeing Zhang Jia is very excited, and this bear child actually pointed at Zhang Zihao's wife's nose, scolding, so Zhang Zihao's wife is very excited, even lost his hands and pushed Zhang Jia down the stairs. The small child died on the spot. After the incident, Zhang Zihao's family, in order to fight for the victims' families' forgiveness, so that Zhang Zihao's wife to get leniency, took the initiative to offer $1 million in compensation. Zhang Wan has accepted. Oh, but Zhang Zihao is miserable, and his wife divorced in a flash, and now also dismissed by the hospital, obviously hated by the old man. Next, he cannot have a good time. Xiao Ran was surprised that the Zhang family, no, Zhang Wan, actually got money in such a way. Oh, also good, then I will come to slowly clean up you. Okay, I got it. He hung up the phone. He didn't take this matter to heart and continued his workout. After it was over, he left with Lu Susu's disappointed gaze. Zhang's house. Seeing Zhang Wan walk out of the room to get a takeaway, Zheng Gang immediately greeted him with a fart. Sister, what do you want to eat? Just tell me, I'll buy it back for you right away. What do you want to call a takeaway? It's not hygienic, and it's a long time to wait. Yes, let Zheng Gang to buy good. Zhang Yujun is also on the side to help. Now the daughter has received $1 million in compensation. Even after deducting a portion of the compensation to Xiao Ran, there will still be nearly $600,000 left. Zheng Gang is counting on this $600,000 to get a wife. Zhang Wan did not even look at their father and son, took the takeout straight into the bedroom. Grass. Zheng Gang couldn't help but curse. He's been whispering for 2 days now, but Zhang Wan hasn't given him a good look. What's grass? That's your sister. Zheng Yujun smacked his son on the scalp. Of course not hard, you do not think, before we also kicked your sister out of the house, declared to sever the relationship between father and daughter, and now for the sake of the money and invited your sister back. In other words, who can be happy? You more patience, good coax your sister, otherwise, your wedding money will find a way to get it. Zheng Gang drooped his head and nodded his head in agreement. And after entering the room, Zhang Wan silently ate takeout, her thoughts fluttering, her eyes grim. Everyone thought that Zhang Jia's death was because of Zhang Zihao's wife's impulsiveness, but was the truth really like that? Of course not. Because Zhang Zihao's wife was the one she called, and in the middle of the phone call, she used the most vicious language to insult the other party, and also rushed to attack the other party's inability to bear children this point, which made Zhang Zihao's wife lose her mind and kill the hospital. Not only that, she also showed her son a picture of Zhang Zihao's wife and instructed him to call her a stone woman who couldn't give birth to a child when he saw this woman, which was why Zhang Zihao's wife lost her mind completely and ended up in a tragedy. Zhang Zihao, you are the one who negatively impacted me first, she said through clenched teeth and dropped a few crocodile tears. After all, Zhang Jia was her own son. But she immediately revealed a smile again. Now that Zhang Jia no longer exists, and there is no gap between Xiao Ran and I. If I just pursue him again and promise to give him a child, he will definitely get back together with me. 400 million ah. She would never give up such a huge sum of money. Never. Chapter 16, Takeout Stolen. Xiao Ran collected the drinks and couriers for the whole day, then he went back to the neighborhood. Just yesterday, Jia Yungue had already brought the remodeling plans to show him, and he had gotten the real estate license, so the remodeling was already underway. Xiao Ran called him another 20 million over and told him to hurry up and buy materials to get started. Xiao Ran went back to the rental house, of course, 1502, surely he had to take the elevator, and the elevator just happened to be on the first floor, quite a coincidence. He walked in, and when the elevator door was about to close, a woman hurried over and pressed the up button repeatedly, so the elevator door slowly opened again. A stylishly dressed woman walked in. Fragrant breeze is the kind of very high-class perfume scents, refreshing but not choking, and her looks are also quite moving, and even have a kind of radiant feeling, charming to the bone. Let the elevator room all seem to brighten up a bit. This woman is about 168 tall, not short, but Xiao Ran has 178, so, still a small half head higher. The other party pressed the 17th floor. Both of them did not speak, and the only thing that filled the elevator room was a gust of fragrant wind. Xiao Ran stood back and admired the plump curves of this mature beauty. In the past, he would definitely not look away, but now his character had made a 180-degree turn, and it was really just pure appreciation. The woman sized up Xiao Ran from the nearly mirror-like elevator wall and suddenly turned around and asked, "Hee, you're that Xiao Wui, right? Xiao 5 billion? Xiao Ran froze. I have a nickname so soon. He could not help but lose his smile. I am indeed Xiao Ran. The woman hid her mouth and laughed lightly, but her figure was too good. She was still flamboyant and choppy, making people's eyes straighten. She coughed and said, "Hello, my name is Han Yun." However, it did not take long to go from the first floor to the 15th floor. Ding, the elevator reached the 15th floor. Xiao Ran nodded to Han Yun and walked out of the elevator room. He quickly forgot about this little episode and walked from the air corridor to the door of his house, opened the door and went inside, took a seat on the sofa and was about to turn on the TV, but he couldn't help but think that on the way home he had already called for takeout, so it was reasonable that he should have arrived. Open the app to check. It does show that it has been delivered, but Xiao Ran went to the door to see, but did not find the takeaway. He contacted the writer boy. The boy said that indeed has been delivered, and also took a picture. Then where did the takeaway go? Stolen? It is possible. Xiao Ran couldn't help but think that there are stories of takeaway theft on the internet, and he didn't expect it to happen to him. Focus on one copy? Well, the focus is definitely to focus. After all, even if he finds it back he wouldn't dare to eat it again. However, it was impossible to just spare the takeout theft. He reordered the takeout, and then went to the property, explaining the situation, and the property then helped pull up the surveillance. Sure enough, at 5:07 p.m., the delivery boy delivered the takeout, took a picture and left, and then a little while later, the door next door to 1501 opened, came out a little boy. After playing in the corridor for a while, he stared at the takeout, he looked around, and then suddenly picked up the takeout and went into his house. Broken case. Xiao Ran then took the property people back and knocked on the door of 1501. Who is it? An impatient voice came from inside. Property, something to find. The property manager personally led the team. After all, Xiao Ran not only bought the only villa in the neighborhood, but also the winner of the 500 million jackpot. Do not feel that you will want to flatter. Then the sound of footsteps came, the door opened. It was an old man, with a puzzled look at the property manager. What is it? The property manager laughed. Your grandson, I think it's your grandson, stole the takeout from 1502 next door. Fart. A loud roar, only to see a big mom came over aggressively. To the property manager is a head and face a scolding. Which eye you see? My Shao Kahng is so good, how could he steal other people's takeout? I warn you not to talk nonsense, or I'll smash the office of your property. The property manager's smile doesn't change. Auntie Chin, it's really not that we've wronged your grandson, I've got a surveillance camera here, you see. He took out his cell phone and called up a video, exactly what was just recorded off the screen from the surveillance room. What are you showing me? I did not expect Auntie Chin not even look at it, directly pushed the property manager's cell phone to the side. Now hurry up and get out of here, don't affect our dinner, or I'll call the police and say you are trespassing. Bang, the door closed. And inside the door there is still the voice of Big Mother Chin reprimanding Big Master Chin coming out. In the future, when you encounter this kind of situation, hurry up to drive people away and close the door. What is there to nag about? This makes the property manager angry. Your grandson stole the takeaway, the evidence is clear, and you are still so arrogant? It's over the top. Mr. Shao, I am sorry, we will continue to communicate with this family and will definitely make them compensate you. The property manager said, like Shao Ran, Shao 500 million is naturally a quality owner of the district, which can enhance the overall image of the district, but this one of Auntie Chin, well, Shao Ran thought about it and said, okay, I will leave it to you. He went back to the house and began to think about it. Property can have what a good way? Still have to do it yourself. He searched the internet, Bear Children Stole Takeout How to Do? Looking at a reply, some serious, some are completely joking in general, because who would order 10,000 yuan worth of takeout? I can. Shao Ran laughingly, the money must be spent in 3 months, otherwise it is a waste of paper, or sealed in the bank in a string of figures. Good, start making plans. The bear child stole the takeout and was not punished, not even scolded, which is naturally an encouragement, so he will definitely do it again. Give you the chance. Not long after, the takeout was delivered and Shao Ran ate it. After eating, he went downstairs and prepared to go to the fruit store to buy some fruit. In the future, plants were almost dead globally, and you still wanted to eat fresh fruits? How could it be possible? Coincidentally, he just went out the door, but he didn't expect that the next door was also open, and Auntie Chin walked out with that bear child, and when he saw Shao Ran, the bear child was still slightly vain, but Auntie Chin was fierce. I said, you are at least a person with hundreds of millions of dollars, why are you so calculating? Auntie Chin has begun to curse, eat you a takeaway what, for you is not a matter of 9 cows and a hare? You actually have the nerve to look for property. We are all neighbors, folks, don't make things embarrassing, or I won't let you off the hook. Chapter 17 immediately whined. Shao Ran lost his smile. People are invincible when they are cheap, it really makes sense. Your grandson stole my takeout, and you're actually bracing yourself? And warn me? Threaten me? Shao Ran very much wanted to slap the past, but thought about it, cannot be a small intolerance, I still have to use my methods to rectify you guys, if I am now a fierce, the bear child is scared, do not dare to steal. Again, would not it be a waste of some of my designs? Therefore, he did not say anything, just silently walked into the elevator. This makes Chin Dame proud, and the bear child's eyes are turning, as if he is brewing something. Ding, the elevator came to the first floor, Shao Ran walked out, Auntie Chin and the bear child walked behind, and could still hear Auntie Chin say, Shao Bao, next time you still take his takeout, anyway, he has money, it's only right to eat a little bit of him. Aha! The bear child got the support of adults, naturally more fearless. Shao Ran's face floated a faint smile, one is your inches. He went to the fruit store and bought a whole bunch of fruits, anyway, it doesn't matter if you can't eat it all, throw it into the alien space, then it can be kept fresh permanently. Back home, he washed an apple and started eating it. There was no telling how long this global catastrophe would last, so it might be impossible to see any more fruit for the next few hundred years or even thousands or tens of thousands of years, so he would have to stock up on a little bit more. Well, enough quantity for several lifetimes. The night passed. As a new day arrived, Shao Ran first went to an extremely high-class restaurant and asked for a takeout order. This lunch he ordered was super expensive, using many imported ingredients, just the top-grade caviar was as high as $20,000, all added together, this lunch actually cost $80,000. Rarely, Shao Ran still felt cheap. But, can use the high-grade ingredients or used there is really no way to be more expensive. Okay, 80,000 is not bad. And what is the most wonderful thing about this meal's ingredients? It's aphrodisiac and has the effect of boosting excitement. Therefore, the person in charge of the restaurant cannot help but look at Shao Ran up and down. How many girls are you meeting today? Don't eat to exhaustion. Xiaoran painfully paid $80,000, wrote down the address, he kept the invoice, and went out. He collected 100 tables of banquets as usual, and collected another day of express delivery, then called it a day and went back to the neighborhood. On the other hand, the Qin family. The bear child was not scolded for stealing takeout yesterday, but on the contrary was encouraged, and naturally stared at the next door again today, and when the delivery man delivered the takeout, he waited for people to leave and then scurried out, carrying a very overbearing food box into his own door. Auntie Qin was in the house, and when she saw the bear child carrying a very large food box in, she immediately revealed a smile. Xiaoran actually dared to look for the property yesterday. Bah, it's not just taking one of your takeaways, as for? So, I will eat you another one today, as a lesson for you. On the contrary, Munkler Qin said, this is someone else's takeaway, it's not good for us to eat it, right? He has so much money, what's wrong with eating a little? Auntie Qin doesn't care. Besides, where does all the lottery money come from? It's not from us, the people, so it's called ill-gotten gains, so we can't eat it? Wow, big lobster. The bear child had already unpacked the package and immediately cheered. The food box had a total of 8 compartments, and in each compartment was a dish. The two of them, Big Mother Qin, couldn't help but drool at the sight of it. Big lobsters, and meat that couldn't be seen, in short, 2 words, exquisite, very advanced at a glance. This should be worth a lot of money. Qin Daimao beat a retreat, if we eat it, will it be okay? The first time I thought about it, I immediately didn't care, what does it matter, at most a few $100, he can still let the police arrest us. The kids took it by mistake, so what's wrong with it? The first time I saw this, I was able to get a good deal of money out of it, and I was able to get a good deal of money out of it. The 3 of them ate. Really tasty. Not bad at all. This kind of meat is also too tasty. The bear child couldn't help but say, Grandma, can I get it again tomorrow? No problem. Big Mother Qin said. They happily ate this great meal, and half the time they didn't see Xiaoran come to their door to ask for it. Big Aunt Qin couldn't help but smile contemptuously. It should be because she had scared Xiaoran yesterday. Today's meal was really delicious, I hope Xiaoran orders it a few more times, he wouldn't dare to say anything anyway. He. However, after a little more time, Auntie Qin started to get restless, while Grandpa Qin did the same. The two of them looked at each other, so they let their grandchildren go to watch TV, while they went into the house. After a while, the commotion disappeared, but not a moment later it started up again, and then calmed down again, repeating itself over and over again. When the Qin family's son and daughter-in-law came home, they only saw Qin Kong alone in the living room watching TV, and they didn't know how long they had been watching it. Their eyes were squinting, which naturally made the Qin family's daughter-in-law very angry, and she pushed away from Auntie Qin's in their room to start scolding them. That's how you guys bring up your grandchildren. I'll go. She immediately blushed and hurriedly backed out. What's wrong? The Qin family's son asked. Your parents, she could not continue, but also too unashamed of it, not to the night actually got up. You know Qin Kong is still sitting in the living room. Son. Call 120, your father's in trouble. Auntie Qin's voice came out from the house, terrified. What happened to my dad? Qin's son was naturally confused. Auntie Qin stammered for a while before saying, your dad has been hard from the afternoon until now, and just fainted. Immediately wind? Qin's son couldn't believe that his old man was so old that he would actually encounter this kind of thing. No. Wonder his daughter-in-law retreated with a red face. He quickly called. A little while later, the 120 ambulance came. A little while later, Qin and Qin big yards were pushed down together, although the body covered with a cloth, but still can be vaguely seen as naked, and the two people were actually lifted down together. That means what? As long as not a fool can guess it. The neighborhood is only so big, what is there to hide? Ha, laughing, the Qin family, the two people do that thing out of the question, immediately wind, but also called 120. People are only about 30 years old, not so much as an immediate wind. It's not their son and daughter-in-law, it's the old couple. What? They're over 60, right? How can they make such a scandal at such an old age? Hey, they'll have to hide their faces in the neighborhood from now on. But it's doubtful that old man Qin can be saved. Serves him right. The Qin family's old couple aren't any good. Yes, it's best if they all die in the hospital. There are a lot of people with bad mouths. Chapter 18. I'll report the case. Xiaoran smiled slightly when he heard the sound of 120 and called a car out. Where? The police station. He wanted to report a case. After learning that Xiaoran had a takeaway stolen, the police uncle laughed. Young man, the takeaway was stolen can be reported to the police, but I suggest that you find the property to look at the monitoring, and then go directly to find the person who stole the takeaway. Our neighbors, some things are still better to solve privately. The police uncle said. Xiaoran nodded. Indeed, the first time the takeaway was stolen, I was the first to go to the property, but also found the person who stole the takeaway, that is, the grandson of my next-door neighbor's family. However, the adults in his family not only refused to compensate for my losses, but also verbally abused me. Today, I ordered another takeaway and it was still stolen by their grandson. Hearing him say this, the police uncle's expression also serious. This is excessive. Stealing something in the first place, not only not to make compensation, but also to scold people, and then repeat the offense? No wonder Xiaoran ran over to call the police. You can't catch an honest person being bullied like this. The police uncle said, okay, I will go with you and help you seriously criticize them. Xiaoran smiled, probably more than that, this takeaway of mine is more expensive. How expensive can it be? The police uncle was unimpressed and casually asked, how much? 80,000. Put. The policeman uncle just drank a mouthful of tea, and immediately sprayed out, fortunately in time to turn his head. This saliva is all sprayed on the screen. He coughed repeatedly, how much? Did he hear it wrong, or did Xiaoran say it wrong? Xiaoran took out the invoice and handed it over. The police uncle took a look and his expression immediately became odd. It was really $80,000. Just, would anyone order $80,000 of takeout? Spending so much money, couldn't you just eat at the store? But it's someone's freedom to order how much takeout they want. There's no law that says you can't order takeout that costs more than how much or how little, right? But then, it's a big deal. It's not a takeaway being stolen, but a precious item being stolen, on a par with gold and jewelry. The police uncle looked up at Xiaoran. I have to go to this Taifeng building to verify this. Xiaoran nodded. No problem, I can go with you. Uncle policeman stood up. Xiao Lu, come with me. So, the three of them set off and traveled to Taifeng building. On the way, Officer Lu couldn't help but be surprised beyond measure when he heard that Xiaoran had ordered an 80,000 takeout. Boy, this takeaway of yours is worth a year's salary of mine. Officer Lu lamented. Another police officer, who was almost 50 years old and surnamed Zhua, looked at Xiaoran and thought to himself, did Xiaoran order such a takeaway on purpose to let the neighbor's bare child steal it? Otherwise this is all too coincidental. But regardless of whether it is by design or not, it is wrong for you to steal something, especially since it involves breaking the law after the price exceeds 3,000. Let's go to Taifeng building first. Coming to the place, the person in charge of the restaurant came out, saw Xiao, then immediately became enthusiastic. Mr. Xiao called endlessly, and after learning that Xiaoran's takeout was stolen, and was bringing two police officers to verify the price of the takeout, he was obliged to give the two police officers an introduction to the ingredients of this takeout. Either imported or top domestic delicacies, like Yangtze River swordfish and so on. For $80,000 of takeout, the cost would be more than $60,000, they really didn't make much. Well, just under 30% gross profit, really not much. But it did prove that this takeaway ordered by Xiaoran was worth more than 60,000, and Xiaoran paid 80,000 for it. Things are big. Okay, we'll leave it to us next. Officers was said to Xiaoran. The evidence Xiaoran submitted was complete, both proving the value of the takeout and providing the property's surveillance, so the next step for the police was to go to the Qin family. The little kid took it by mistake, and the person was only 7 or 8 years old. It was not possible to incriminate them, so as long as the Qin family was willing to do the compensation, the case could be closed. The problem is, the Qin family know they ate a takeaway, actually have to pay $80,000, and willing to obediently pay? There's the annoyance. Xiaoran smiled, good. He simply ate at Taifeng building, and after eating, he went to find Lu Susu to work out. Before the extreme cold weather descended, he wanted to improve his physical fitness as much as possible. Municipal Hospital, North District. After emergency rescue, the old man Qin finally gave back, and the old man was separated. Since there is no life-threatening danger, the family will naturally have to think about it. How did the old man Qin suddenly transformed into a teddy? At this time, the doctor came over and told them the results of the blood test. Old Man Sheen's blood had a large amount of booster ingredients, and that's why he had a long shot. How can that be? Old Man Sheen doesn't usually take supplements. Could it be that takeout? Auntie Sheen thought furiously and immediately became filled with a scowl. Xiaoran, you son of a bitch, I won't be able to spare you. Xiaoran? The son of the Sheen family froze. How did he get involved with Xiao 500 million? Aunt Sheen hesitated for a moment, but still told her grandson about stealing takeout. It must be him. Sheen's son did not blame his son for stealing in the first place, and immediately burst into a rage. Too vicious, actually poisoned the takeaway. I will sue him, let him lose his family's money. Speaking of losing money, the three adults looked at each other, and all of them showed the color of greed. He has won the jackpot of $500 million. Let him pay it all out. The Sheen family's son picked up the phone to call the police, but after hanging up the phone, just 10 minutes later, he saw two police officers walking over. Hee, what a fast speed of the police. The three members of the Sheen family hurriedly greeted them. Are you the family members of Sheen Kong? The ones who came were none other than Officer Zhua and Officer Liu. Hee, what a strange title. The son of the Sheen family said with some hesitation, I'm Sheen Kang's father, and I was the one who called the police just now as well. Called the police? Officer Left was a bit surprised. Aren't you the guardians of the kid who stole the takeaway? Why did you call the police? Okay, you guys tell us about your situation first. Officers Zhua pressed the words and let the three Sheen family members speak first. Auntie Sheen grabbed the front, told the story, and flatly asserted that Xiao Ran was intentionally poisoned. This can make the two police officers a little bit of a hole, won't? Do you mean that Xiao Ran poisoned the takeout he ordered with the purpose of harming you? Officers was summarized. Not bad, that's it. Auntie Sheen nodded her head. Officers Will lost his smile and said, it is impossible for such a claim to be recognized by the procuratorate, and the court will not accept it. Of course, you guys can hire your own lawyers to sue Xiao Ran, this is your right and freedom. We came over this time to investigate the matter of stealing takeout. Actually there's no need to investigate, you guys have all just admitted it. That's good, since the one who stole the takeout was a child, it's only necessary to pay for the takeout money. The three Sheen family members are all bursting with anger. It is obvious that Xiao Ran poisoned, such an obvious thing that they have analyzed. Are you police blind or stupid? Okay, we will pay for the money, but Xiao Ran will also have to compensate us for the medical expenses, lost wages, and mental damages. The Sheen family's daughter-in-law said. There is no way. If you want Xiao Ran to pay for the money, you have to first admit that they stole Xiao Ran's takeaway, so they have to pay for this takeaway even if they don't. However, the takeaway was only worth a few dollars? They are the ones who will make Xiao Ran lose all his money. Officers Will laughed and said, that's good, the total is $80,000. Put. The three members of the Sheen family all sprayed out. Chapter 19 Collecting Bullets. The three members of the Sheen family jumped straight to their feet. How is this possible? $80,000 for a takeaway? Why don't you go and rob it? Officer, you can't let the Xiao Ran kid make a lion's share of the money. The Sheen family's son said, what kind of takeout can be worth $80,000? The left police officer Hart I heard the first time also shocked, he smiled, said, is indeed 80,000, there are invoices as proof, and we did go to the corresponding restaurant to do the investigation, the raw materials alone is worth more than 60,000, the restaurant also have to pay taxes, earn a little, then you need 80,000 yuan. Rao said so. The Sheen family 3 still refused to believe, but the two sides of the right dish, the Sheen family 3 people have nothing to say. Indeed, people are not talking. Nonsense. Auntie Sheen finally regretted, had I known that I would not let my grandson steal takeout. What to do now? Xiao Ran reported the case, the police accepted it, and crucially, they admitted it. No, as long as we insist that it was Xiao Ran who poisoned the food, we will definitely be able to make him lose all his money. After all, it's a fact that Old Man Sheen is lying on the bed in the emergency room. We admit that the takeout was indeed stolen by us, but this also proves that it was Xiao Ran who poisoned it. Auntie Sheen said noisily. Officer Zhou Zhangrong said, first of all, Xiao Ran did not touch the takeout from beginning to end, there is no possibility of poisoning. Secondly, the so-called poison is actually a tonic. Xiao Ran is a big young man, it is normal to eat some tonic, it is just that it was stolen by you. Although I am not a lawyer, but I can be very responsible to tell you, as long as Xiao Ran insisted that this takeaway is for their own point, then you guys cannot let him compensate for a point of hospital fees. Hearing him speak with such certainty, the three members of the Chin family were dumbfounded. How much has Moncler outlet store Chin spent on medical treatment so far? The first time I saw him was when he was in the hospital, and he was in the hospital, and he was in the hospital. This is a small matter. The key is that it is impossible to let Xiaoran compensation had wanted to ruthlessly slaughter a sum of money. So, if you add it up, how much do they have to pay for the bare child's behavior of stealing takeout? 90,000, or even more. Chin Auntie directly paralyzed on the ground to play a scoundrel to, the police helped the bad guys bully our family. Everyone come to the judgment. This drew a crowd of spectators, but what's the point? Just make a fool of yourself. Xiaoran did not go to the hospital site to punch his face. After all, it's not like people like Auntie Chin could be reasoned with and would surely throw a fit with him, so what was there to argue with a shrew? Everything can be left to be completely liquidated after the end of the world. At that time, directly killed. He expected that Aunt Chin's family would inevitably look for themselves when they came back, either by splashing around or pretending to be pitiful, neither of which was what he wanted to see, so he went to the hotel so that he wouldn't have to sleep in the middle of the night and end up being woken up. He guessed correctly. Chin Dama Night did kill back to the neighborhood, bang bang bang, the Xiaoran home door passed to smash, and even let the people upstairs and downstairs to wake up. People let Chin Dama lower voice, but Chin Dama which tube, dislike people roll back to sleep your sleep. The result triggered the anger of the people, was beaten up a pass, the result is also sent to the hospital, and it just happened to be with the result is that he was also sent to the hospital, which happened to be in the same ward as Chin Daimao. Round up. Xiaoran of course does not know all this. The next day he followed the plan, went to a shooting range. Collect bullets. Hello. Pistol bullets are 10 yuan a round, rifle bullets are 20 yuan a round. Xiaoran used of course the rifle, and still can be shot continuously He directly pre-deposited 500,000, then began to shoot up. The sound of gunfire was loud. Xiaoran just aimed blindly. Anyway, the bullets would be taken away by the space door after flying out 2 meters. In burst mode, it was so fast to shoot out a shuttle of bullets. Not long after, the barrel of the gun was so hot. Change guns, continue. He played for 5 hours and spent almost $400,000. That meant he collected 20,000 rounds. 20,000 that was enough to shoot 20,000 targets if he could practice firing bullets accurately with the alien space. Exaggeration. Xiaoran didn't continue because even with earplugs, listening to the sound of gunfire for 5 hours straight made his head a little buzzed, and every shot had recoil that hit his shoulder sockets and made them raw. Rest tomorrow and find a new range to collect bullets the day after. Can't stare at one. Although this is a wild range, it is normal for bullets to hit the mud and not be found, but 20,000 rounds of bullets are all off target. Forget it, it is better not to attract suspicion. The end of the world is still more than 2 months. This night, Xiaoran went back to the rental house. As a result, he found that the door was splashed with feces. No need to think, it must be the Chin family that did it. Xiaoran went to the property to adjust the surveillance, but this time, the Chin family learned a good lesson, first from the dead center of the surveillance to cover the camera with a bag, and then dry. But the surveillance did not capture the Chin family to block the camera, much less to capture the feces they threw. This was a clear case of playing a scoundrel. Xiaoran sneered. He immediately called the police. How to find the murderer? This kind of thing is of course left to the professionals. Then, he found the Chin family 1 floor below the neighbors, gave them a sum of money, let them do one thing: installing a building shaking artifact on the ceiling. Then the family went to stay in a hotel for a while. What is a floor shaking artifact? As the name suggests, it is of course to vibrate the building clang, 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 in the middle of the night when knocked up. No matter how dead you sleep will wake up. Can be connected WLFL, cell phone remote control. Xiaoran smiled. From tonight onwards, the Chin family will not want to sleep well. He did not delay what he should do because of the Chin family, and continued to speculate on the stock market and collect the banquet. Just 3 days later, the Chin family could not hold out, and contacted Xiaoran through the property, saying that he was willing to pay compensation and clean the gate of Xiaoran's house. Xiaoran's life is very monotonous. Speculating, exercising, collecting banquet, collecting bullets, purchasing supplies, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. In addition, he also took a day to go to the field and practiced how to attack with the space gate. It was practicing accuracy. How to make the bullets flying out of it hit the target precisely. After wasting about 1,000 rounds, he could do 100% hits within 2 meters, 90% hits within 5 meters, and 60% hits within 10 meters. He didn't continue because the bullets were more precious, not expensive, but difficult to collect. There were only a few ranges in Sioux City, and he would have to go out of town if he changed again. The compound bow he had bought had arrived, and when he had nothing else to do, he shot arrows into the space gate and practiced his accuracy with the arrows inside. It wasn't particularly destructive, and he could even practice in the neighborhood, as long as no one saw. There were still more than 2 months before the end of the world, so take your time practicing. In this way, a month's time rushed by. The villa's remodeling was in full swing, the progress was in line with expectations, and Xiao Ran's stock account also turned from 350 million to 1.1 billion. He took out a portion to pay for the villa's remodeling costs. A small amount continued to be used to purchase supplies, while a large amount of money was left in the stock market to continue the money rolling in. It wasn't time to take it all out yet. By the way, Xiao Ran also bought a car. Chapter 20, Hatred of the Rich. Xiao Ran bought a Mercedes-Benz Big G. It wasn't expensive, it cost more than 2 million, but he hired someone to modify it and spent more than 5 million. The glass had to be replaced with bulletproof ones, and the tires had to be replaced. In short, it needed to be able to withstand the impact of hailstones because Xiao Ran was planning to go out during the time when the end of the world started. Why go out when it's so dangerous? For the sake of energy. Gasoline, diesel, this kind of thing. It's not like money can be purchased in large quantities now, so Xiao Ran could only delay until after the end of the world and then go white picking, so the strength and sealing performance of the substitute vehicle would be very important. The modification of the vehicle is also not something that can be done in a moment, so it will be almost a month or so before he can get the car. Anyway, it was definitely before the end times began. Xiao Ran returned to the neighborhood and went to the elevator. There was a man waiting for the elevator, around 30 years old. His looks were actually very handsome, but he was a bit neglected, bearded, buttons were wrongly buttoned, he was covered in the smell of alcohol, and he obviously had not slept well, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. He glanced at Xiao Ran, first showing a touch of envy, then angling his head a bit, as if he deliberately wanted Xiao Ran to see it. "Do I know you?" Xiao Ran was too lazy to care about him. Ding, the elevator arrived. The two went in one after another and each pressed the floor. Xiao Ran found that the other person pressed the 17th floor, and that beautiful young woman Han Yun is on the same floor, and although there are 4 households on the first floor, unless the elevator has just gone up, he would rather wait for a while than go to the opposite side to take the elevator. He wouldn't be Han Yun's husband, would he? TSK, quite the flamboyant man. However, the moment the elevator doors closed, a hand reached over and prevented them from closing. Then, the elevator doors reopened and 4 men walked in at once. The visible skin was covered in tattoos, and one even had studs, hating the 4 words "I am a hooligan" carved on his face. When he saw them, the drunken man obviously showed fear, could not help but step back, but the elevator room is so big, he immediately against the wall of the compartment. The studded man first cancelled all the floors pressed by the 2, and then stood at the elevator door, preventing the door from closing. Hey, when's the payback? A beer-bellied man walked to the front of the drunken man and said viciously, he looked to be the leader of these 4 people. Drunkenness man just glared at Xiao Ran when very proud, but in front of the beer-belly man. But as if the chicken met the eagle, scared all shivering, who boss, you again 2 days of grace, I must return your money. I'm sure I can pay you back. How many times have you been given a break? The beer-belly man slapped the face of the drunken man, snapping. The drunken man didn't even dare to hide, he just begged for mercy. Xiao Ran sighed, I don't care if you owe a debt, but what does it mean to be stuck in the elevator and not let people go? Have a problem, go out and say it, don't get in the way here. He said. Damn, get the hell out of here. The beer-belly man pressed the drunken man's face with one hand while he turned his head and yelled at Xiao Ran. Would Xiao Ran be afraid of him? Would he just exit the elevator by himself and not say anything? If this was the end times, he could kill these people several times with a single thought. Of course, this was not the end times. If he used the bullets in the other dimension to shoot these 4 people, he would inevitably have to go to jail, and he would have to explain where the bullets came from. The trouble would not be ordinary. However, even if he didn't use bullets, he wasn't afraid at all. After a month of exercising, the results had already appeared. His physical quality was about to exceed 99% of the people before, and now it was on a higher level. 1 to 4? He felt very relaxed. Even if you are the owners, you are not qualified to evict people, let alone not yet. Xiaoran shook his head. If you want to roll, it's also you guys who should roll. Hurry up, you guys have already wasted a lot of my time. Grass. The beer belly man spat out a mouthful. While the three juniors saw their boss angry, none of them glared at Xiaoran. The hooligan who hit the studs even directly reached out and grabbed over to carry Xiaoran's collar. Boom! Xiaoran punched over, and the studded man bowed and knelt down, vomiting. Seeing that Xiaoran still dared to make a move, the three beer belly men were furious and swung their fists at him. Boom boom boom. After a messy battle, they saw the four people of the beer belly man being kicked out and carried out of the elevator one after another. Where was Xiaoran? He was also hit a few times, but his physical quality is strong, and he was punched a few times, but it was just a little painful. I've had too few fights, and I'm not experienced enough, or else I would have gotten a few less punches, or even none at all, Xiaoran thought. And the elevator is too small, there is no space to dodge and move. This time, no one was blocking the elevator, the door quickly closed, and Xiaoran pressed the 15th floor. Don't think that I will thank you for helping me. The drunken man suddenly said, I didn't beg you. Listen, is this human language? Xiaoran looked at him and thought, I don't seem to know you, why are you so hostile to me? Unless. Hate the rich. Xiaoran indistinctly, look at this person is full of alcohol breath, and also owes a butt of debt to know, this person must be mixed not as good, and he won the 500 million jackpot is already the whole neighborhood know things, so this person naturally look at him not good. This could also explain why this person's first look at himself was envious, but his second look was contemptuous, probably cursing himself in his mind for being a thug. Xiaoran hemmed and hawed, picking scars to reveal, saying, how much money do you owe people? The drunken man immediately seemed to be poked in the vitals and shut his mouth. If not, I will help you press the first floor, those four people should still be on the first floor. Xiaoran continued again. The drunken man shivered again, his fear evident. Only then did Xiaoran leisurely say, although I didn't purposely make a move for you, I did help you, it's just that you didn't say thank you, but you also badmouthed me, that's not right, you owe me an apology. Saying that, he put his finger on the first floor button, he really didn't mind going back to the first floor again and throwing the drunken man out of the room. The drunken man wimped out and had to say, I'm sorry. Can't hear you. Xiaoran faintly said. Sorry. The drunken man raised his voice, only to feel aggrieved, but he had just seen Xiaoran's force value, how dared he do it, he could only clench his two hands into fists, his heart was called a hate-ah. Xiaoran snorted with a smile, thanks to now, if you enter the end of the world, I'll collapse you with a bullet, your death will be in vain. Ding. At this time the elevator also reached the 15th floor, Xiaoran walked out. The elevator door reclosed, bang, he immediately heard a muffled sound from inside, it should be the drunken man kicking the elevator, venting his displeasure in anger. Don't bother with him, just a small person. If you don't know better, when the end comes, I will seduce your wife with food and play with her in front of you. Thinking of Han Yun's charming maturity, Xiaoran is still a little interested. His wife should be Han Yun. Chapter 21, Zhang Wan begs to get back together. Boom boom boom, the door of the room knocked. Xiaoran thought it was the drunken man, thinking how he suddenly had the courage to look through the cat's eye, but it was actually Zhang Wan. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I think it's a good idea. Not at all. On the contrary, Xiaoran is still a bit puzzled that his ex-wife actually came to the door only today. Xiaoran, I know you are inside. Zhang Wan said in the gentlest tone possible, open the door first, I have something to say to you. What can I say? Nothing more than I did wrong in the past, beg you to forgive me, I will be dedicated to you in the future, the purpose? He won the jackpot. If Zhang Wan knows that the money has rolled over to more than 1 billion, it is estimated that the positivity can be increased by 10 times, so that she can disassociate herself from the Zhang family is all a matter of words. Play alone. The end is not here yet, I can't hurt your people yet, so I will tease you a little more. If you have anything to say, just say it outside. Xiaoran said indifferently. Zhang Wan, however, was delighted. Ever since that time at dinner, it was the first time she was able to speak face to face with Xiaoran. Being able to care about herself was an improvement. Xiaoran, I know that I did wrong in the past, she said in a very sincere tone, I also know that no matter what I say, I can't make up for the harm you have suffered. However, I must tell you that the person I actually love has always been you. I will be pregnant with Zhang Ziheo's sinful seed, actually because I was raped by him. I am also a victim, woo woo. Xiao Ran was all stunned. You opened your mouth to tell such lies. You are really shameless. Think I'm an idiot too? Xiao Ran secretly laughed, but said in a tone of skepticism, really? That Zhang Zihao is so despicable and bad? Aha, aha. Zhang Wan nodded her head, while secretly saying that Xiao Ran was really naive, making him believe it with such a statement. This man is still the same as before. But he heard Xiao Ran say, then you go and report it to the police and sue him for rape. Ah? Zhang Wan froze, confused. Sue Zhang Zihao for rape? Did she dare to confront Zhang Zihao face to face? If she confronted Zhang Zihao and told him everything, could she still let Xiao Ran take back the water? She was in a hurry and quickly said, too much time has passed, and I haven't collected any evidence, so I can't sue him. There is no evidence to fear, girls, as long as the withdrawal of consent, that is forced X, Xiao Ran said. You have watched too many small videos in the self-media. Zhang Wan spat in her heart, but she now dared to reprimand Xiao Ran? The man who owns $400 million, that is the father ah. Xiao Ran, forget it, let bygones be bygones. She said softly, now that Xiao Jie is also dead, there are no more barriers between us, let's get back together, okay? Xiao Ran, I know you like children, I will give you a son that belongs to both of us. Xiao Ran had an odd expression and almost didn't hold back his laughter. Not to mention that he already has more than 1 billion, even if it is just the original 400 million, if he says he wants to find a wife, how many women do you think will take the initiative to stick up? If I really want to remarry, won't Lu Mei smell good? However, in order to tease this vicious ex-wife, Xiao Ran still patiently accompanied her to act. I already have a girlfriend. Xiao Ran said. Who? Zhang Wan's heart trembled, and a figure could not help but appear in her mind. It was an extremely beautiful thing that made her ashamed of herself. Was it that lawyer? Xiao Ran nodded. In fact, he and Lu Mei could only be considered somewhat ambiguous at best. He had not pursued the other party, and Lu Mei had not taken the initiative to confess. Now that the plot required it, he threw out Lu Mei. Zhang Wan almost took a breath. This bitch. Sure enough, at first she felt strange. Why would Lu Mei come as soon as she called? It turned out that it had been unsuspicious for a long time. She said sharply, Xiao Ran, that lawyer looks like a gold-digging woman. Think about it, why did you have no woman's affection before, but suddenly there is such a beautiful woman chasing after you? What she sees is your money, not your person. But I am different, when you have nothing, but I still like you, chose to marry you. Xiao Ran, to marry a wife, you have to marry a wise man. Even the prettiest woman has to grow old one day, only the one who loves you can be with you for the rest of your life. I am damn. Xiao Ran are stunned. Even with the support of Liang Jingru, a normal person would not have the courage to say these words, right? To what extent does this cheek have to be thick? You married me because you love me? Shit, it's for you to cover up your unmarried pregnancy, it's to protect Zhang Zihao's reputation and job. You found me, an honest man, to take over the business, and you can use it to prove that you are the one who loves me? No, it's true that people are invincible when they are cheap. Xiao Ran pretended to think, as if he had some intentions. Zhang Wan sensed it and hurriedly said, Xiao Ran, if you don't believe it, you can immediately call that lawyer and say that you failed in your investment and have run out of money. See if she immediately breaks up with you. If I don't have any money, would you still come to me? How could Xiao Ran listen to her and instead said, even if she looks at my money, so what? She is so pretty and has big boobs, I like her a lot. So, don't bother me anymore. The hint was enough. Pretty and big boobs. After saying that, he didn't bother to act with this vicious woman anymore, and went straight to his room, found a movie and watched it. Zhang Wan was still there, but after talking for a while but not hearing any reaction from Xiao Ran, he realized that Xiao Ran had already left. If it was in the past, then Xiao Ran would have to kneel on the keyboard for at least 3 days, but now how dare she complain? She softly said, Xiao Ran, day by day, you will definitely find that only I truly love you. She was afraid that Xiao Ran couldn't hear her and used her cell phone to send Xiao Ran the same message before she left. Just, how can she compete with Lu Mei? People are lawyers, the moment they hear it, people feel high, and, this woman is really a vixen, not to mention that she looks beautiful, her body is actually so good. Men are really shallow, they like this kind of sultry bitch with a pretty face and big breasts. But Xiao Ran had $400 million. How could she give it up? The key thing is that Xiao Ran is still her ex-husband, this money should belong to her. What to do? She couldn't help but think of plastic surgery and breast augmentation, a little tempted but a little hesitant. For one thing, it would cost a lot of money, and for another, the process would be extremely aggravating. Xiao Ran smiled coldly. Zhang Wan got the hint and should think of getting plastic surgery and breast augmentation. This will cost a lot of money. Let you lose your money and suffer. However, it was estimated that Zhang Wan was still hesitating and had not made up her mind right now. Then give her a push. Directly wait for the end times and then kill this vicious woman? Can't be so cheap for her. Xiao Ran thought of Lu Susu. Well, it's time to make an appointment with this fitness instructor. Chapter 22, One More Push. After eating dinner, Xiao Ran went to the gym to sweat it out. After a month, his movements were already pretty standard, but he still signed up for another month of Lu Susu's personal training, so as soon as he came in, Lu Susu came to guide him in his training, although there wasn't much to teach. Going for a late-night snack later? Xiao Ran said with a smile. Good Lu Susu's eyes immediately glowed, finally seeing the light after a month of hard work. After Xiao Ran had worked out for 3 hours, the gym was almost closing, so Lu Susu went to change her clothes and left with Xiao Ran. Seeing her body so hot and her plump buttocks twisting in style, every man could not help but swallow his saliva. Xiao Ran took Lu Susu to have a late-night snack. It was right by their neighborhood. This point is actually not too late, just over 10 o'clock, naturally lets them out for a walk of the grandpa and grandma bumped into. Xiao Ran is now a celebrity, and at a glance let people recognize him. Looking at Lu Susu again, everyone naturally got it. The late-night snack was barbecue, and Xiao Ran deliberately ordered a few sheep's loins, making Lu Susu's pretty face flushed red and extraordinarily charming. After eating, Xiao Ran took Lu Susu back to the neighborhood. This naturally let many people see again. Xiao Ran did not care at all. He just wanted people to see. The two of them took the elevator to the 15th floor, opened the door to the room and went in. Lu Susu took the initiative to throw her arms around him. The night passed, and the spring breeze counted. Xiao Ran only felt that the previous 20 years had really been in vain. He and Zhang Wan naturally also have a married life, but Zhang Wan is completely to cope with him, not only to turn off the lights, but also does not allow him to kiss this kiss that, but also the whole lying no reaction, so the number of times between the two are also year by year flat less, an average of a month or not once. Before Xiao Ran thinks Zhang Wan is that aspect of cold, until after the rebirth to know as Zhang Wan on him simply do not feel, her heart is loaded with other people, with him is just routine only. So in Xiao Ran's opinion, that kind of thing is just average, only to endure too long before needing to release a little. However, after last night, Xiao Ran realized that this thing can be so cool. Lu Susu was completely different from Zhang Wan. She is passionate like fire, not only cooperative, but also active and experienced. Gosh! Only now did Xiao Ran realize that this kind of thing could be played out. Of course, Lu Susu was so experienced that she must have read a lot of people, but Xiao Ran had no intention of marrying her, so did he need to mind? And Lu Susu figure is only money, each get what they want. I thought you are not understand the style of the Lu man, did not expect so powerful. Lu Susu quipped, between the eyebrows and eyes are all satisfied and charming. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, I will give you $100,000 a month, and then buy you a car. Thank you boss. Lu Susu said charmingly. Being Xiao Ran's wife? Of course she did not have such a big ambition and was self-aware, being able to easily sleep with Xiao Ran. What about with other men? Therefore, Xiao Ran was just playing it fresh. The price Xiao Ran offered satisfied her, $100,000 a month, plus a car, TSK. The two of them played crazy last night and ended up being extremely tired and ended up going to sleep, so they were both very uncomfortable, so they went to take a shower together. Boom boom boom. Just then, the front door was knocked heavily, sharply, and quickly, as if there was a death in the house. It should be Zhang Wan, otherwise no one would be so furious. Xiao Ran draped a bathrobe and walked out, looking through the cat's eye, it was indeed Zhang Wan. Coming. The plan is going well. He smiled and directly opened the door. Xiao Ran, I heard someone say that you left a woman overnight last night, is it true? Zhang Wan asked anxiously. Xiao Ran nodded, it's true. How can you be like this? Zhang Wan's face turned blue with the anger of being cuckolded. Xiao Ran lost his smile, why can't I be like this? I'm single now, and single men can't find women? Very reasonable. Zhang Wan froze there with her mouth open, not knowing what to say. Xiaoran, who is it? Lu Susu also came out wrapped in a bathrobe, because she heard a woman's voice. She was not afraid to come out dressed like this. The two women's gazes instantly met. Not that lawyer. Zhangwan almost went mad with anger. Xiaoran, you can do it. Yesterday you said that lawyer is your girlfriend, but in the end you got another woman into bed. But after sizing up Lu Susu, she couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart. Because the other party is more beautiful than her, 2 than her younger, 3 than her body, tall and fit, the key is big breasts and round ass. Moreover, Lu Susu was taking a bath, there was no possibility of makeup. So, this is a beauty that can surpass her even in a plain face. Oh, my ex-wife. Xiaoran replied casually. Zhangwan was not willing or dead. Xiaoran was now a savings pot worth $400 million, how could he just give up? She quickly said, you do this, not afraid of that Lu may know? Before Xiaoran opened his mouth, Lu Susu said, isn't it normal for a rich man to find a lover? What, divorced and still want to control your ex-husband? What a big joke. Yu Zhangwan was furious and made a gesture to whip Lu Susu. But he is a fitness instructor, a fight can beat at least 2 Zhangwan, so Lu Su steadily grabbed Zhangwan's wrist, disdainfully, beating people is illegal, big sister. Big sister? Zhangwan almost gasped and crooked her nose, this is not to imply that she is old? As soon as Lu Susu pushed and let go again, Zhangwan had to take a few steps back. What else could Zhangwan say? She looked at Lu Susu's cup size of at least D. Then she thought about how Lu Mei also had big boobs, and it suddenly dawned on her. Xiaoran really likes women with big breasts. Yes, what man wouldn't love that? She was originally a bit hesitant, but now she fiercely made up her mind. Xiaoran, I will never give up, wait for me, she hurriedly left. Lu Susu froze and turned her head to Xiaoran, why did she leave? Not leaving and still staying to eat together? Xiaoran leisurely laughed, she should be planning to go for plastic surgery plus breast augmentation. Lu Susu looked down at her own breasts, and then thought about Zhang Wan's size, a face of contempt, on her bottom, at most, the whole C out. She is an E. Xiaoran laughed, Zhang Wan from Zhang Ziheo's wife's mother's family to get 1 million compensation, compensated him 410,000, plus some deposits, the hand of 600,000 is certainly there, but thrown into the bottomless pit of cosmetic surgery, 600,000 is very easy to spend it all. He expects to see Zhang Wan penniless, only to react to the appearance of being cheated by himself. By then there are still filler foreign objects in the body, daily activities will be very inconvenient, take it out and do not want to give up, so that she will regret to die. Chapter 23 Borrowing Money. Xiaoran and Lu Susu went outside for breakfast. After eating, Xiaoran took her to buy a car. Because he bought a big G last time, Xiaoran was too lazy to go to another Force store and directly took Lu Susu there. He is such a big patron, naturally popular, the two went in to be entertained like an emperor, and finally Xiaoran bought a 500,000 out of the point of the car, directly written on the name of Lu Susu. This can be Lu Susu happy bad, to Xiaoran repeatedly offer kisses. Similarly, the sales lady is also see red. More than $500,000 of car said to give away? Dad, you also chartered me. Unfortunately, for one thing, her face value is not as good as Lu Susu, and secondly, her body is even too much worse, even if she squeezes her wings blind, but Xiaoran is just as if he hasn't seen it. After buying the car, Xiaoran separated from Lu Susu. He has something serious to do. Arriving at the warehouse, Xiaoran once again began to collect the supplies. There were a variety of everything. For example, the firewood burning in the fireplace. At the beginning of the natural disaster, although the outside temperature had dropped to -10 degrees, but at home, as long as you turned on the air conditioning and floor heating, you could completely raise the room temperature to more than 20 degrees. The problem was that on the 4th day the electricity was interrupted. Without electricity, can your air conditioner and floor heating still work? Therefore, Xiaoran asked to install a fireplace when he remodeled the villa, which burns firewood on the line, and firewood is not like gasoline, diesel fuel is a limited amount of this thing, money can be bought, buy more and no one will come over to check on you. Fresh water, which is as precious a resource as food. After the natural disaster started, apart from bottled clean water, is there any uncontaminated water source? There isn't. It's possible to get pure water by distillation, but, for one thing, that's too inefficient, and for another, boiling water requires energy, too, and in the future, when the electricity and gas are cut off, how do you boil water? Just use those wooden furniture in the house? Therefore, drinking water is one of the key materials that Xiao Ran heavily stocked. In addition to collecting tap water, Xiao Ran ordered water from the Pure Water Company, letting them directly pull it over by truck, which is not expensive anyway, so he first stocked up. By the time it was more than 5 p.m., he finished his day's work and returned to the neighborhood. After having dinner, he went to the gym. It was still Lu Susu who guided him through the exercises, and after practicing, they went home together and continued to work out. One night passed. In the morning, Lu Susu went to the gym to work first. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, took another nap. Bang bang bang, the door of the room suddenly knocked. Xiao Ran was woken up and his first thought was that Zhang Wan was here again? It shouldn't be, she should be picking out a plastic surgery hospital after being so irritated yesterday. Xiao Ran then put on a robe and walked to the door and looked through the cat's eye, only to see that there was a person standing outside the door that he could never have expected. Han Yun. It was the gorgeous young woman from the 17th floor. Xiao Ran opened the door. Han Yun had just opened her mouth, but when she saw that Xiao Ran was just wearing a robe, she couldn't help but blush with her pretty face, and hurriedly squeezed into the door, and even closed it with her hand, as if she was afraid of being seen. It was also true that she was a married woman coming to find a single man, just the gossip of the neighbors could make her unable to raise her head in the neighborhood in the future. Xiao Ran took a step back and laughed. Looking for me for something? Can you lend me some money? This beautiful and moving young woman asked, finished saying that she felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help but hang her head down. How much do you want to borrow? Xiao Ran asked. Han Yun could not help but play with her fingers, and only after a while did she say, 30 million. She and Xiao Ran were only limited to waiting for the elevator, or met in the elevator a few times, not even a friend, but came up and opened her mouth to borrow 300,000. Isn't this taking Xiao Ran as an ingrate? Xiao Ran did not refuse, nor did he agree, asked, what happened? He vaguely already had a guess. Han Yun hesitated or spoke. You ask people to borrow money, what for and don't say, and expect others to lend it to you. My husband gambled, lost all the money not to mention, but also borrowed money from the casino, and now people come to the door to ask for money, they said, if you can't pay back the money within 3 days, they want me, I'm going to be a chicken to pay back the money. Han Yun said and cried. Sure enough. Xiao Ran nodded, the drunken man he met in the elevator earlier was really Han Yun's husband. How did you marry a gambler? He asked. Han Yun sighed and said, my husband wasn't like this before. He has a successful career, people long and handsome, just later. He was cheated, investment failure, the hard work out of the company lost to fine, since then it is depressed, and then it is even more caught up in the gambling addiction, just before he used to lose up to a few tens of thousands of dollars, never like now, all of a sudden lose 300,000 yuan. Shouldn't you ask your in-laws for money? Xiao Ran said again. Han Yun shook his head, in-laws have been disappointed in my husband, will not give us money. Well, even when the parents have given up on this son, but she actually does not leave, tisk, true love ah. But gambling and drugs, you can't get involved in either, you'll lose. Your wife. Xiao Ran, will you help me once? She grabbed Xiao Ran's hand, her face full of pleading. Xiao Ran shook his head, I am not related to you, why should I lend you money? Think he won the jackpot, so he doesn't treat money as money and casually lends out $300,000? When he is a good person? Han Yun couldn't help but be disappointed and loosened her grip on Xiao Ran's hand. Xiao Ran added, however, if you want to use one thing as collateral, I will lend you money. Han Yun's eyes immediately lit up again and asked, what do you want me to pledge? You. Xiao Ran laughed. Chapter 24, Returning from Plastic Surgery. Han Yun was first stunned, then she reacted, and couldn't help but blush with a pretty face, then became furious. You are shameless. She rebuked. She turned around and opened the door, walking out. At this time, it just so happened that a young couple from 1503 was waiting for the elevator. It was the peak time for work and school, and there were too many people riding the elevator, and the elevator on their side had just gone down, so they ran here. Seeing this, Han Yun seemed to be afraid of misunderstanding, but also seemed to emphasize her innocence, and said, Xiao Ran, don't think that having a few stinking bucks makes you great, there is no way I will ever agree to such a shameless request from you. Saying that, she hurriedly climbed the stairs from the safe passage and ran away. The young couple naturally sized up Xiao Ran with odd gazes. Did this situation even need to be said? Xiao Ran, relying on his money, wanted to adopt Han Yun, right, only to be rejected by her. Bah, beast. Ding, at this time the elevator arrived and the young couple walked in. When the elevator door closed, they also gave Xiao Ran a look of contempt in passing. Xiao Ran then got angry. You are the one who came to borrow money, I can't even make a request? You want to borrow $300,000 out of thin air? Do you really think others are fools? Moreover, you also said such words in front of others, which is obviously a deliberate attempt to discredit me. Row. Xiao Ran sneered and also went up from the safety stairs. Room 1702. He knocked on the door. Who is it? A man's voice came out from inside with a strong sense of impatience. Property. Xiao Ran said. With a click, the door opened and it was the same drunken man from the day before. He naturally saw Xiao Ran and could not help but stare. How did you become a property owner? At this time, Han Yun also looked in the house, and when she saw Xiao Ran, she could not help but feel weak. Xiao Ran also waved his hand toward Han Yun, said, I have not given you money, you run so fast to do? How do you collect the money? I don't have cash, give me an account number, I will transfer it to you. The drunken man is called Lin Yue. He first froze, then burst into a rage, yelling at Xiao Ran, what money? What did you guys do? Xiao Ran quickly waved his hand and laughed, don't misunderstand, we didn't do anything. This is the truth. However, how could Lin Yue believe it? Without money, what are you doing giving my wife money? Moreover, you just wore a robe. He turned his head to Han Yun and roared, why did he give you money? You tell me, what did you just go out behind my back? Han Yun knew that Xiao Ran was doing it on purpose to get back at himself for discrediting him just now, but now she only had the patience to explain to her husband, I went to borrow money from him just now, it's just that he made a non-partisan request, and I rejected him, and he was supposedly upset that he was rejected by me, and that's why he purposely came to stir up our relationship. Xiao Ran laughed and said, to provoke words, will I give real money? Account number I will transfer money to you. Lin Yue faltered and said to his wife, you give him your collection code. Old husband. Han Yun trembled, Lin Yue is not trusting himself. Lin Yue was not moved, just said, if you have no ghosts in your heart, why are you afraid to give him your payment code? Han Yun had no choice but to take out her cell phone and show Xiao Ran a payment code. Xiao Ran scanned it, tick, he entered a string of numbers, and then confirmed. Lin Yue grabbed his wife's cell phone and took a look at it, then his face turned blue and roared, 5,000, he transferred $5,000 to you, you say, what did you just do in the end? Did you guys go to bed? Did you? Han Yun quickly explained, hubby, listen to me, I really didn't have anything with him, he was just trying to make you misunderstand me. Xiao Ran then squeezed his eyes towards her, I'm quite satisfied with you, come back to me next time. With that, he went down the security passage. When the security door closed, he could still hear Lin Yue arguing with Han Yun. Xiao Ran smiled slightly. You harmed me once, I'll return the favor once, just to get even. However, the current Han Yun is still quite proud, so I don't know if Han Yun will still be able to maintain this kind of pride when a natural disaster strikes and there is no food, no drink, and she is starving and thirsty, instead of putting down her dignity in front of a big meal and letting people play with her. When the time comes, you'd rather starve to death than lose your honor, and I'll honor you instead. Let's wait and see. Xiao Ran went home, and after washing, he changed his clothes and went out, ate lunch outside, and then went to the warehouse to continue receiving and shopping. Time passed day by day, and it was getting closer and closer to the end. Xiao Ran's money in the stock market has reached a huge 3 billion, although the 2-month period has not yet arrived, but he has already begun to liquidate positions one after another, and began to frantically buy. Pork, a buy is 5,000 tons, all of a sudden spent out more than 100 million, beef, or 5,000 tons, another 200 million gone, mutton the same to a 5,000 tons, which is more expensive, spent more than 300 million. However, Xiao Ran did not buy a large number of raw fish and shrimp like this, because the foreign space cannot store live animals, and dead fish and shrimp is not delicious. Besides, he has collected nearly 10,000 tables of banquet, fish, shrimp, crab is really not a shortage. Fruits, all kinds of fruits, each kind is according to 1,000 tons. Vegetables, the same each kind by 1,000 tons to buy. Rice, preferably from Wuchang, how much to collect? There are also various kinds of grains, the same 1,000 tons of each. Under Xiao Ran's crazy buy, the money in the bank account simply can't be more. Once it exceeds 100 million, it will immediately spend it all. When the time came to May 17th, Xiao Ran, even if the stock market profits are also counted in, he only has a total of 200 million. Spending money is really fucking tired off. The villa remodeling was not completed as scheduled, but was delayed until today, when Jia Yungue officially delivered the house for his acceptance. Xiao Ran lived in the new house, and after trying out all the designs and changes he requested, he was satisfied and paid the final payment. 10 million. Another 2 days later, Big G also completed the modifications and informed him that he could go collect the car. Xiao Ran came to the entrance of the neighborhood, but he heard someone calling him. Zhang Wan. He turned his head and almost didn't recognize it. Completely changed off. She had plastic surgery, and she did look much better than before, but her face was also too stiff, and she looked full of technology from afar. She disappeared for more than a month, so she really did go for plastic surgery. Xiao Ran, look at me. Zhang Wan stood in front of Xiao Ran with a proud face, showing off her tech-filled face. Xiao Ran looked at it and then turned his head again. Xiao Ran, is that your reaction? Zhang Wan froze. Xiao Ran lost his smile. You asked me to look at you, I did. Shouldn't you have said something? Zhang Wan was in a hurry. Say what? Xiao Ran asked rhetorically, compliment you on your good looks? Please, this zombie face you have now, don't go out at night, it will scare the kids. Xiao Ran. Zhang Wan screamed, with an exasperated look. Chapter 25, The Doomsday Junkie. Zhang Wan was so angry that she was shivering all over. For the sake of plastic surgery and breast augmentation, not only had she smashed all the money in her hand, she had even taken out a loan and owed the bank nearly $100,000. What is all this for? To reunite with Xiao Ran and share the huge wealth of $400 million. What is the result? Xiao Ran actually came on. So you've been playing me? She sort of realized it. Xiao Ran nodded and laughed. Yeah, you just reacted? Zhang Wan almost fainted. She had invested $700,000 in plastic surgery and had suffered so many living sins, but what was the result? Not only did she fail to renew her old relationship with Xiao Ran, but even, she was severely teased. That is $700,000. She now has no job, no savings, and a debt. What will she do in the future? Xiao Ran, I will fight you. She was about to rush up and fight with Xiao Ran. But her chest is filled too much, this running, wobbling, one cannot run fast, the second is even more unstable. Xiao Ran just gave way. Zhang Wan pounced, lost her center of gravity, and fell on her face. I don't know if I will break the prosthesis. Xiao Ran saw that the internet car he had called had arrived, so he ignored Zhang Wan, got in the car, and left. The end is near, then he will continue to give Zhang Wan humiliation and blows. How to stay until the 15th day to send Zheng Yajuan's family to hell. Zhang Wan sat paralyzed on the ground and cried out. Now all the money is spent, and even owed tens of thousands of dollars, the job is gone, what to do in the future? She wiped her tears and immediately had an idea. Go home. However, she cannot tell the truth, but also have to pretend that there is still a large amount of money, let the family to support. Anyway, they covet their own hands of that compensation, will only try to find ways to please themselves. As for the future, say it later. Xiao Ran picked up the car, then drove directly to the warehouse, continue to collect supplies, until the money is spent before he will be here to collect supplies, counting. The time will be only 11 days, spend 200 million? Easy peasy. Today he finished clearing out the warehouse and the money on his bank card became 230 million. It's gone. That's his total assets. Continue the big purchase. Xiao Ran wrenched his fingers and counted, clothes, batteries, submarine. Useful and useless all bought, even female underwear panties. He bought a large pile of mountaineering clothes, warm boots is what type of all, there is still what fell. He carefully took another inventory and made sure that he had not missed anything. What should we do then? Nothing, buy some things again. Xiao Ran clunked another buy. Finally, only 100,000 left on the bank card. This 100,000 will stay an emergency. The big deal is that the last few days to go to the club tender model. At night, Xiao Ran thought about it, or honestly drove back to the villa. Why don't you go to a club model? Afraid of what if he was caught by the police, uncle? The fine is a small matter, but what if you are detained for 15 days? The end times are here. Forget it, there is no need to make trouble at this time. Xiao Ran thought about it and decisively cancelled the idea of having a last wild wave before the end of the world. And why would he want a clubhouse model? Because Lu Susu went back to her hometown. She left a week ago, not that Xiao Ran got tired of playing with her and kicked her away, but Lu Susu's mother in her hometown was seriously ill, and as she was an only child, she resigned and went back to take care of her mother. Xiao Ran naturally will not stop, see in more than a month to get along with the sake. He also asked Lu Susu to ask for the address, send her a lot of things. Lu Susu received, naturally will only thank the Gold Master Father's generosity, but will not have the slightest suspicion. Previously did not discover the joy of that thing even if, but now experienced, but the side is empty, cannot help but be a little thought. Bear with it a little longer. After the beginning of the natural disaster, the first there is no police uncle to catch ladybugs, the second words, not only will there be a young lady only in the office, a large number of beautiful little daughter-in-law, big girl will become very open. Live, this is human instinct, overriding all basic needs. Of course, Xiao Ran didn't deny that some people were noble, valuing their innocence and honor more than their lives. He would never force it, only make an exchange. Having been wounded once, and too heavily, he didn't need any feelings at all. It's good to feel good about yourself. What do you care about others? In this life, I'm going to be a selfish person. Day by day, Xiao Ran has already collected all the couriers. He was uneasy and took a careful inventory. Indeed, there was absolutely nothing left out. There was still something. Woman. After being a single dog for so many days, it's really a bit hard to stay up. Xiao Ran felt that it wasn't just the food and drink, but also because his body had become stronger. Rebirth had definitely changed his physique. He was strong, very strong. As Lu Susu said, his body exceeded at least 99% of people, and it was well known that a strong body would inevitably have a strong secretion of male hormones, so it was understandable that he would think about that. Xiao Ran couldn't help but think of Lu Mei. Marrying his wife was impossible, but, such a beautiful, enchanting creature, how could he be willing to cheapen it for someone else? Ding, right at this moment, he received a message. What a coincidence, speaking of the devil. The message was from Lu Mei. Xiao Ran picked it up, took a look, and could not help but frown a little. Lu Mei said that she was invited by one of her best little sisters to visit her new home and stay for a while. When will you be back? Xiao Ran sent a message and asked. At least half a month. Lu Mei couldn't help but spit it out with him. Yu is a heavy Doomsday fan. 2 years ago she started to build some kind of Doomsday fortress. These 2 days it's finally finished, and she invited me to come over to be her guest. I can't put it off. Gosh, why would there be Doomsday fans that actually used their connections, specially bought a piece of land in the mountains, and spent almost 100 million to build an iron cage off? Xiao Ran was directly speechless. He did know that there were some Doomsday fans who transformed their basements into Doomsday shelters, and there were even Doomsday cans for sale online. But never thought that not only is there such a person in the country, but actually willing to spend 100 million to build a Doomsday fortress. Can only say. Crooked. It is just that you are not robbing the girl with me? But can Xiao Ran stop it? His relationship with Lu Mei is still in an ambiguous state, and he is not a lover, so what position does he have to stop it? Take a step back, even if the two are really lovers, Lu Mei is going to give her little sister a show, can't she? I don't want to talk to you, I'll clean up a bit, called the car has come. After Lu Mei returned another message, there was no movement. Obviously, she had already gone to busy herself. Xiao Ran smiled and put his cell phone aside. Chapter 26, Natural Disaster Descends. May 31st. At night, Xiao Ran tossed and turned while an earth dog lay beside him. This was a stray dog that he had picked up by the warehouse. At first, this stray dog would steal his food, then Xiao Ran simply fed it, slowly removing its guard, and eventually, on the third day before the disaster, it completely relied on Xiao Ran and followed him home. Xiao Ran felt that after a natural disaster, people were not as reliable as animals, so he would rather adopt a dog. The end was coming tomorrow. He rather felt the excitement of a woman who had been carrying a child for 10 months and was waiting for it to be delivered at once. Maybe, when he returned from rebirth, the end would not come? He suffered, and he didn't know how much time had passed before he finally fell asleep. The night passed and a new day arrived. Xiao Ran ate his breakfast, but he was a bit tasteless. The closer it got to 9 o'clock, the more nervous he became. 8 o'clock, 8:30 o'clock, 8:50 o'clock. The time came to 9 o'clock. Xiaoran sat by the window and looked up at the sky. However, there was no hail falling down. Xiaoran froze. Could it be that after he was reborn, the natural disasters really did not come? That would be hilarious. However, it did not matter. The supplies he had prepared were enough to last him hundreds of times his life, and he also possessed spatial powers, so he could totally have something to do. Clang! Right at this moment, only a heavy sound was heard, the sound of a heavy object hitting the glass. Xiaoran had a jolt and looked towards the window, only to see that there was a fist-sized ice ball on the ground. It wasn't a toy that some bare child had made from the refrigerator in the house, because this ice ball was clearly dark green in color. Hail! Xiaoran's heart was violently tightened, then relieved. Doomsday, as promised. Clang! Another hailstone smashed down, this time on the roof, emitting a metallic collision-like ringing sound, and the originally clear sky also quickly became dim, and even fogged up. Xiaoran smiled. The entire villa had been remodeled, not to mention fist-sized hailstones. Even the size of a person's head was not afraid. Glass? That is not ordinary glass, but special, even with a sledgehammer, not a few hundred smashed cracks, not to mention smashed. Besides, he can also raise the steel plate, so it is really a steel wall. Hail under the speed is not fast, but, by this thing smashed into a bit that is not a joke. If directly hit the head, then the head can be smashed open. The whole neighborhood is also a piece of noise. There are people who are walking outside. The result is smashed to a bit, suddenly cried father and mother up, and the electric car was so heavy hail smashed. The same also issued an irritating alarm sound. This neighborhood cannot be lively? And even though Xiaoran had closed the door to the room, it was visible to the naked eye that the temperature display in the room was falling fast. This year was actually very hot. At the end of May it had already broken 30 degrees, and those who were afraid of the heat had to turn on the air conditioner to sleep at night. But now, the temperature was directly dropping from 32 degrees downwards, and quickly fell below 20 degrees. Just an hour later, the room temperature dropped to 15 degrees. Originally everyone was wearing short sleeves, but now they would have to find their sweaters and put them back on. And just by noon, the room temperature actually dropped to 5 degrees. Xiaoran had already lit up the fireplace and threw on a pile of firewood, and the room temperature then quickly rose to over 20 degrees, warm as spring, and even a little hot. So, he also put some cold air in. 1, because it was so hot, and 2, because it was dry, and needed some moist air to bring down the dryness a bit. Comfortable. Ding ding ding, the cell phone received several messages continuously. Xiaoran looked at them. They were sent by Lu Mei and Lu Susa respectively. Both expressed their shock at the sudden hailstorm. Fortunately, they were indoors when the hailstorm occurred. Xiaoran chatted with them for a few moments, and everyone went their own way. Xiaoran turned on the TV. In his last life, he had not been so leisurely. He had been busy taking care of his fake son after the natural disaster started, either cooking or doing laundry. A lot of TV stations had temporarily warned broadcasting the news in the introduction of this sudden arrival of hailstones. Hail is poisonous. This has been discovered. The experts in the news are shouting, let people never touch the hail because of curiosity, not to mention licking, or else it will be a light case of abdominal leakage, or heavy case of death on the spot. It is never a joke. Xiaoran transferred to CCTV. This time is naturally the most authoritative CCTV. CCTV is also doing live news, linked to 3 experts, respectively, in climate, chemistry and astronomy. Astronomy experts speculated that this wave of strangely poisonous hailstones might be related to the mysterious rays that came from the depths of the universe a few days ago, causing unknown effects on the Earth, while climate experts speculated that the Earth had already entered the Ice Age ahead of schedule, and that although it wouldn't cool down to an outrageous degree all of a sudden, it was important to be prepared for it, and that it should be at least about 10 degrees lower than a normal winter. Chemistry experts, on the other hand, assayed and tested the liquid made by the hailstones, but were unable to analyze what the toxins in the aqueous liquid were, and could only issue a warning: never drink water infected by poisonous hailstones. Then the 3 experts unanimously warned never to go out. The hailstones themselves were very dangerous, not to mention that they were highly poisonous, so don't go out, or at least wait until the hailstones had stopped. Xiaoran could not help but shake his head. The wish was good, but the reality was cruel. At least the hail had not stopped for 15 days after the natural disaster, but it was indeed much smaller. Not only was it less dense, the hail was also much smaller, but there were not many families that had a large amount of food and fresh water if they did not prepare in advance. He took out a few dishes from the 4 in space and placed them on the table. There are meat, shrimp, and vegetarian dishes. There is also a soup. He ate on the rice, and gave the earth dog to pick up some vegetables and rice. In short, he ate what the dog ate. After a good meal and another break, he started working out. That was a habit to keep. After finishing his workout, he took a bath. Now the water storage tank is used, there are 5 cubic meters, so Xiaoran just need to make sure that the water storage tank does not stop watering, then the faucet in the house will not be broken, of course the bath will not be a problem, and the toilet can be flushed normally. At night, he wiped out the leftovers from noon. Even though he had enough supplies to eat and use for hundreds of lifetimes, Xiaoran did not have the habit of wasting in the slightest. It was shameful to waste. After eating dinner, he put on a thick coat and took the dog which he named Panther with him to the basement, where there was an iron door that Xiaoran first looked at with the surveillance, then opened it, walked out, and began to sneak the dog. The basement is connected to the garage of the neighborhood. Walk through a narrow passage and you will arrive, only to see that this place can be lively. The grandparents have no place to sneak around, so they dance here. Dog owners also bring their dogs around the garage, and there are young people playing soccer. But the garage is so big, usually look empty, but now all of a sudden crowded in so many people, naturally overcrowded. Soon there was a fight. The cause is a dog actually ran to a square dance mom's feet a hair, naturally, and the dog owner quarreled. Both sides of the argument, one accusing the other should not be crowded public area square dancing, the other is scolded skidding dog without a leash, and actually peeing on people. The quarrel is not open. Ha! Xiaoran saw a line of 4 people walking towards him. Wasn't it his ex-wife's family? Zhang walked in front of her, while Zhang Yujun husband and wife plus their son were arching over her like bodyguards, their faces not hiding their pleasing colors. Xiaoran just thought about it and realized that these 3 people wanted the compensation money from Zhang Wan. After living together for 4 years, would Xiaoran still not understand the money-grubbing and mercenary nature of this family? It's just that you guys don't know that Zhang Wan has gone bankrupt. Hey, then let me help you guys understand the truth. After all, I just can't see cheating off. At this time, Zhang Wan's 4 people were traveling closer and closer. Chapter 27, Slapping Your Face Again. Xiaoran. Zhang Wan said through clenched teeth, that screamed hatred. Sensing her intense hostility, the leopard immediately bared its teeth and barked low at Zhang Wan, and if it wasn't for Xiaoran holding the leash, it probably would have charged up. Very well. What Xiaoran wanted was not a pet dog. He smiled faintly. Hee, I let you break the bank before and now I'm punching you in the face, but you still have to pull your face down and beg me in a couple days. He pretended to be surprised and said, where did you get plastic surgery and breast augmentation? I heard that it is not cheap to do this kind of surgery now, just the surgery fee will be hundreds of thousands of dollars, plus post-surgery care, at least half to 70 or 80 million, right? Xiaoran does not know the specific price, but is deliberately to say more. Zhang Yujun was anxious when he heard it. He knew clearly how much money his daughter had in her hand, and if she really spent 700,000 to 800,000 for that face and breasts, not to mention subsidizing her son, she would even have to subsidize the money. Wan, is this kid right? The old man immediately asked aggressively. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Zhang Wan screamed in her heart, shouldn't the family be on the same page, and you're asking me because of Xiaoran's words? This is not a fight within the nest? But who made the Zhang family too snobbish and greedy for money? They were willing to kick their daughter and grandson out for money, but now they're just questioning their daughter. What's so strange about that? Zhang Wan could only explain, Dad, don't listen to his nonsense, he just doesn't want our family to live in peace. I didn't spend a lot of money on medical beauty, so don't worry about it. Zhang Yujun was skeptical, but at least he didn't ask any more questions. But the old man will be so easy to stop. Go back to Zhang Wan's account, we'll certainly have to check, then there will be trouble. Zhang Wan naturally know this, on Xiaoran more resentment, with a cursed tone, this hail better down a little longer, so that your 400 million can only lie in the bank, can only see, but cannot buy anything. Yo, your mouth is enlightened it, quite spiritual well. Indeed, this natural disaster is far more terrible than everyone imagined. By no means endure, hold out a little and pass, the next will soon be blackout. The cold alone is enough to make people drink a pot, coupled with the shortage of food, the lack of clean water, just 10 days only, I do not know how many people die of thirst, starvation, freezing to death. Money? Cash is just waste paper, it's too brown to wipe one's ass, and the money in the bank and stock market is even more just a string of numbers that can never be taken out. Isn't taking it out also waste paper? Xiaoran just laughed. How could Zhang Wan know that he was born again and came back? Not only had his money rolled over to 3 billion, but all of it had been turned into useful materials. Right now, he was definitely the richest man in the world, and surpassed the second place by tens of thousands, if not hundreds of millions of times. You people are really selfish. Just for the sake of having nowhere to use my money, you are actually hoping that this kind of natural disaster is going to last forever? Xiaoran purposely said out loud, "Do you want your neighbors and folks to suffer misfortune?" In fact, when Xiaoran and Zhang Wan's family confronted each other, there were good Moncler jackets outlet over to watch the fun. Xiaoran's words naturally let them hear clearly, and could not help but nod their heads at the words, and then very angry, pointing at Zhang Wan, some even cursed to their faces. This woman does not abide by women's morals, unmarried first pregnancy, cheating people as a receiver, character is naturally a big problem, and now even more hope that this hailstorm has been down. This is how evil heart? You know there are many people who go out to work normally, but now they are trapped in the unit, and you hope that the hailstorm will not stop. Do not you want to let your own family separated? A poisonous woman. Zhang Wan naturally knew that she had said the wrong thing. Her face couldn't help but turn around and run. She rushed out of the crowd and ran towards her own building. As soon as the crowd saw this, they cursed at Zhang Yujun and his wife again. How did you teach this kind of daughter? Although Zhang Yujun couple is shameless and brutal, but in the face of 1,000 fingers, they still did not dare to take the battle, but also ran away in the gray. The most important thing is that they want to check their daughter's account. How much money does she still have? Xiaoran continued to sneak the dog, sneaking until the leopard really did not want to go, which led the dog home. It was only the first day, and people didn't even realize the horror of this natural disaster, but with the constant hailstorms and not the slightest appearance of rescue forces, everyone would soon become panicked. Xiaoran returned home. He slept on the second floor. Looking out through the window, he only saw that the ground had formed a thick layer of ice, and there were hailstones that smashed down, and the fog was getting denser and denser. How to travel in this state? It wasn't that the country hadn't sent troops to transport the supplies, but with the successive accidents and even explosions of multiple trucks transporting supplies, sacrificing numerous officers and soldiers, it was only natural that they could only put it on hold for a while. Isn't the life of the sons and daughters of the army a life? But if it was just a difficulty, the soldiers would naturally try their best to solve it, but if they encountered a problem that could not be solved at all, how could they let their soldiers sacrifice their lives for nothing? Fog-filled, visibility is only a little more than 1 meter, alone, then you can still use pure manpower to transport supplies, but coupled with this poisonous hail, makes rescue impossible. Don't want to think so much, go to exercise for a while again. He worked out, and the leopard also followed suit, stretching his dog's legs on the side. Fitness ended. A look at the phone, he received a message from Lu Mei and Lu Susu. First spit this weather, and then let him be careful himself. After all, the appearance of natural disasters will inevitably be accompanied by man-made disasters. The point is, can the police be deployed in this weather condition now? If this situation continues for a few more days, then it is unimaginable. Xiaoran also told them to be careful on their own, especially to make sure to keep the doors and windows closed, so that no miscreants would break the doors and windows. Lu Susu naturally agreed. Lu Mei said that the little sister's doomsday fortress is very powerful, hail cannot break the glass, and the fortress has a generator. A large number of diesel fuel, food and drink is also enough to manage a few months. There is no problem at all. Xiaoran put down his cell phone, took another shower, and went to bed. One night passed. Xiaoran looked at the window of the moonlight, and then looked at the time. Now it is already 7:30, but this time the sky should have been bright and bright, which will be like this now. Getting up. He didn't cook breakfast, but picked one from the foreign space. There were just too many types of breakfasts to choose from. There were luxurious ones and ordinary ones. Xiaoran was very ordinary today, just picking a caper ravioli that was still steaming hot, and he threw in a piece of pan-fried steak for the panther, in addition to a tub of fresh milk. Xiaoran ate while turning on the TV and watching the news. A day had passed, but the hail had not weakened in the slightest, and the fog was still thick, showing no signs of dissipating at all. And horrible news came in frequently. After the natural disaster, all the airplanes that were in the sky all crashed. Chapter 28, Showing Off Your Wealth. The airplanes were flying at a height of 10,000 meters. There was no hail or fog here, but how to land? Some of the airplanes took a risk and flew down, resulting in an immediate crash naturally, while others flew until they ran out of fuel and either took a risk and tried to land, or directly lost power and crashed. These airplanes fell, and if they were in the uninhabited wilderness or the sea it was fine, but if they fell into a city, it was naturally another catastrophe. People couldn't leave their homes, but they were able to distribute the videos they had taken through the internet, describing them in words that quickly spread around the world. This makes the global human beings do not shiver. Could it be that the end is coming? Xiao Ran picked up his cell phone and found that the property housekeeper had sent himself an invitation to join the group. Disaster Response Group of the neighborhood. As long as the owners of the neighborhood, even including the tenants, all of them received the invitation. Xiao Ran thought about it and chose to join the group chat. The cell phone instantly swiped frantically. There were so many people sending messages that if you wanted to see the messages, you had to slide the screen up to keep it from automatically popping up the message. Most people were asking if anyone had any inside information on how long this natural disaster was going to last, or they were either asking when the government's relief supplies would be delivered, and that's when someone stood out. A man named Li Zhonglin, who claimed to have a cousin working in the city government, said that the natural disaster would last for a long time, and that the country had already launched an emergency shelter program, in which a group of people would be selected to take refuge in a long-built underground city, and then come out to rebuild their homes after the natural disaster was over. He has 3 places in his hand, which can be brought into the dungeon, because he is a single dog, so he is willing to sell 2 of the places, interested parties to chat privately. Xiao Ran thought back and couldn't help but shake his head. This had happened in his previous life as well. There was no such thing as a dungeon. This Li Zhonglin is simply a liar. He is not the owner of the district, but a tenant, deliberately spreading such false news. Actually let him cheat a dozen people. Some people are losing their money, which is nothing. Some people are cheated out of supplies, while others lose both their money and their money. He has been cheating until the 11th day, which is the east window. The result was killed alive. On the 11th day of the natural disaster, the electricity had stopped long ago, and everyone had become an island, and the despair was infinitely amplified, and in such a situation, people could do anything. Xiao Ran did not remind. As a matter of fact, there were already people in the group doing reminders, asking people to be careful of scammers, but the more at such times, the more people like to grasp at possible lifesavers, the more people who should believe or just willing to believe, deserve to be fooled. Xiao Ran had no interest in being the good old boy. With the strength of his ability, not actually doing evil would already be the greatest goodwill. Well, it's time to stimulate his ex-wife. Xiao Ran thought about it. The Zhang family has always been careful in their budgeting, and never stocked a large amount of goods, but rather Lin Meiying went to the supermarket every night to look for dishes that were not fresh, because this can be discounted, so the Zhang family has almost no stock of food in addition to rice. Those 10 days in his previous life, Xiao Ran and the others were basically rice with squash, and how stingy was Zheng Yujun when he was normal. Every day we'll use the faucet dripping water, put a bucket underneath to follow, so that the water meter will not turn. This is naturally wool gathering the country, but after the disaster has saved their lives and solved the problem of drinking water. At noon, Xiao Ran set up a table full of dishes, and took out a large number of instant noodles, bread piled up like a small mountain, took a few pictures, and took a picture of the leopard eating a steak, and then sent a circle of friends, but it was limited to Zhang Wan alone to see. He matched the text. Fortunately, he is a geek, prepared some supplies in advance, haha. He tried. His ex-wife didn't blackmail him, and most likely wanted to monitor him through the friend circle, so she must be able to see it. After lunch, he went back to the garage to walk the dog. There are still a lot of people today, but compared to yesterday's bustle, the atmosphere is much more depressing. Everyone is hard to hide their sadness, especially if there are still people at home who went out to work and didn't come back, so naturally they are worried that they don't have enough to eat or wear. Today's outside temperature has dropped to -5 degrees. Every household is open air conditioning, otherwise you have to wrap a few layers of quilt, shivering. But by the day after tomorrow, the power supply is cut off. The temperature is even lower to -15 degrees, then it will be really desperate. After walking the dog, Xiao Ran went home. The disaster cluster was not as lively as before, and everyone had become pragmatic and started to do business, selling some supplies, but the price had gone up at least 10 times, and he was accused of making a national fortune, and even pitting his neighbors' money. Xiao Ran lost his smile and shook his head. Those who spent 10 or even 20 times the price to buy the supplies now would be said to be stupid, but in 2 more days, these people selling the supplies would regret it to death. What's the use of money? It's useless. Therefore, having money to buy supplies now was equivalent to picking up for nothing. Xiao Ran rummaged through the group and found Han Yun's account, then threw a friend request over. Unsurprisingly, he was rejected. Xiao Ran did not send it again, but smiled. He was only sending this friend request to give Han Yun a heads up, and then, he sent a photo of 10 boxes of instant noodles and 20 boxes of water in the group. In just a moment, not only was he frantically at by people in the group, but he also received many friend requests. Xiao Ran ignored it. I'm just simply showing off my wealth. And on the other side, Zhang Wan naturally found the friend circle that Xiao Ran had sent. When she saw the food that was piled up like a small mountain, she naturally drooled furiously, and when she saw a dirt dog actually chewing on a steak, she really wanted to strangle Xiao Ran to death. Waste, heavenly waste. Think about what she had eaten in this day or so. White rice and squash. Now a dog was eating better than her. And when she saw that Xiao Ran even posted a photo in the group showing off her wealth, she was even more furious. This food should be hers. How can you post it in the group to attract covetousness? No, she had to adjust her strategy and replease Xiao Ran. In the past it was for money, but now, she wants both money and food. Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan. Damn girl, get your ass out here. Zheng Yujun slapped the door of the room and yelled. Zhang Wan couldn't help but look ugly. She had already argued all night yesterday, and she still wouldn't let her go today? However, she now had a countermeasure. Want food? You guys have to rely on me. She adjusted her mood and walked out with a victorious demeanor. Building 9, 1702. Han Yun rejected Xiao Ran's friend request without hesitation and spat. This evil man caused her husband to have a big fight with her and still has a grudge, but he still wants to add his friend? However, when she saw so many people in the group at Xiao Ran, she couldn't help but scroll up the chat history and soon found the photo Xiao Ran had posted. Food. Pure water. She couldn't help but lick her lips. This hunger could still be tolerated, but not having water was truly intolerable. Chapter 29, Buying Food. Chinese people have the habit of stocking up on food. At least, there is always rice. But how many people have the habit of stocking water? Especially those who have installed water purification. Open the faucet and you can drink directly. Naturally, it is impossible to store water, and this is the case in Han Yun's house. There is no water dispenser. Naturally, it is not possible to have a bucket of water purification. There were a few bottles of beverages, but she had pretty much drank them all from yesterday until now. She didn't crave food, but she had a strong desire for drinking water. For a moment, she really wanted to re-accept Xiao Ran's friend request. However, she held back. How could one bow down to this evil man? Besides, she was still not clear about his little heart and intentions. If she wanted to drink Xiao Ran's water, then the other party would definitely make a request to go to bed. Is she that cheap to sell herself for a few bottles of water? Sister-in-law, did you see someone posting pictures of food and fresh water in the group? Only to see a beautiful woman running over, her face full of excitement. Her name is Zhang Jingya, she's Lin You's cousin. She's about to graduate from college and came to Sioux City to look for a job, so she's temporarily staying at their house. She'll move out when she finds a job and gets her paycheck. Han Yun nodded and immediately added, this is not a good person, you must not bother with him. Zhang Jingya nodded thoughtfully, but her eyes were rolling. Big deal, she spent more money on it, what else can she do? In the evening, Xiao Ran continued to walk his dog after dinner. The leopard was used to being wild, and it simply couldn't release its excess energy without a few laps a day. When he came to the underground garage, he only saw that there were many fewer people inside again. Yesterday there were quite a few people dancing in the square, but today there are none, one because there is no mood, and the second is that the day is really too cold. There were only a few of them. However, when these people saw Xiao Ran, they immediately gathered around. Xiao Ran, do you still have extra food and fresh water in your house? Sell me some. I'll buy some as well. You name a price, as long as it's not too outrageous, I'll take as much as I can get. We all need food and water, so we can't give it all to you. Before Xiao Ran could reply, these people argued on their own first. Only at the end of the bickering did they look at Xiao Ran again. The owner of the supplies was Xiao Ran, so what was the point of them bickering? Xiao Ran smiled and shook his head. Sorry, that's all the supplies I have, and I don't know how long this natural disaster will last, so I have to keep them for myself. Now, the crowd was annoyed. If you don't sell it, why did you send it to the group again? Xiao Ran, we are all neighbors, you can't just see the death, right? That is, are you just going to watch us starve and die of thirst? How can anyone be so cruel? Aren't you afraid of having a son with no asshole? Someone's mouth was so poisonous that he directly targeted Xiao Ran's fake son. No wonder his wife gave birth to a bastard. Grip the grass. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. This kind of thing is originally a matter of your feelings, my willingness, especially in this kind of natural disaster. I'm willing to sell you food, that's my goodness, I'm generous, do not sell you, that's only this, what can you say about me? What can you say about me? Can you put me on a pedestal here, or even insult me or expose my scars? Then I cannot endure. Xiaoran glanced at the man, and then looked at his side of the woman, should be his wife, 30 years old, less than some, looks okay, the body is really good, convex back, waist is also very thin, even wearing winter clothes cannot cover her exquisite curves. He smiled at his little daughter-in-law, want to eat and drink, come to my house. Xiaoran. That mouthy man naturally became furious, are you trolling in my face? You are also too arrogant. He reached out his hand and was about to grab Xiaoran's collar. Xiaoran directly made a reverse grappling hand, snapping and yanking his arm, making a clicking sound, directly dislocating the man's arm. The leopard was also very vicious, seeing that the man was going to harm his master, he immediately pounced on him and bit his calf. This bite was extremely vicious. With Xiaoran's current combat power, it should not be a problem for him to fight 1 against 3 or even 4, and if he used his other space, he could slaughter the entire neighborhood, and not just once, but dozens of times. Ah, the mouthy man let out a miserable scream. The fact that his arm was dislocated didn't hurt, but being bitten by this bite from the leopard was so painful that cold sweat was coming out. Roll. Xiaoran said coldly, let you be mouthy. What time is it now? Law, order and even morality are already starting to disintegrate and collapse, how dare you provoke me? Really looking for death. He loosened his grip, but the leopard was very ferocious and was still dead set on biting. Loyal dog. Xiaoran was very pleased, in the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, a dog was indeed more loyal than a human. If you give it a mouthful of food, it will not betray you, on the contrary, if you give a person a mouthful of food, maybe he will covet all of your supplies and think of ways to get you killed and hijack everything you have. Panther, loosen your mouth. Xiaoran said to the leopard, his meat is not tasty, go back and give you a steak. After receiving his master's order, the leopard then loosened its mouth. But when the others heard this, they almost fainted with anger. Here, let the dog eat steak? All of their families were facing big trouble with food shortages, and you actually let the dog eat steak? It's too damn infuriating. Xiaoran, not only did you commit murder, but you also indulged the dog in evil. The mouthy man's head was covered in cold sweat. I tell you, if you don't pay me a fortune, this matter will never pass. Xiaoran laughed, then you call the police. Xiaoran, do you think this natural disaster will not end? Someone on the side couldn't see past it and also questioned Xiaoran, once the natural disaster is over, people like you and such evil deeds will definitely be liquidated. Xiaoran didn't bother to pay attention to him. Did he move first? Wrong, he was acting in self-defense. Forget it, what do you care? He looked at the little daughter-in-law again and smiled, you can come to my house at any time, however, what? You have to pay, you know. After saying that, he raised his head and continued to sneak the dog. Arrogant. Too arrogant. The people are all gas-shaking cold, but do not think, Xiaoran, and do not owe them anything, is their own find up, cannot buy supplies still have to accuse Xiaoran, who spoiled them? So people are selfish, and natural disasters undoubtedly amplify the selfishness of human nature. Xiaoran returned home after walking his dog. After 2 days, people's hearts had begun to flutter, and what really gave everyone a blow of despair was the big blackout that started the day after tomorrow. First of all, the residents of the electricity cut off, followed by the base station, cell phone. Even if there is still a residual power has become a pendulum. In such a situation, panic will undoubtedly be amplified to the extreme. There is no longer a little trust between neighbors, families are closed, look at who looks like a bad guy. And all this in just over 3 days. Chapter 30, The Original Transaction. Natural Disaster, Day 3. Xiaoran slept until he naturally woke up. He brushed his teeth, washed his face, then took out a breakfast and gave the leopard 2 more large meat buns. You can't eat steak every day, you have to be nutritionally balanced. The leopard had been a stray dog before, and had developed a good habit of not picking food, and even being able to eat enough was a luxury for it, so, steak or meat buns, it ate it with gusto. Looking at its devouring appearance, Xiaoran was all gluttonous and quickly finished the bowl of shrimp noodles as well. Then, he drank some milk. Well, the leopard also had a share. This dog is actually not fully adult yet, drink more milk to grow strong. Finally, Xiaoran ended with a plate of fruit, finally finished his breakfast. Looking at the group again, there was a lot of negative energy. This is the 3rd day, but the hail did not stop, the fog did not dissipate at all, and the rescue of the country did not even appear, which everyone has to sit on their asses and cut off water and food. However, now everyone is just whining, and then 2 days, hey, we'll start to grab food. What gold neighbors and silver relatives, their own starving and dying of thirst, according to Rob. The loss of humanity is just a thought away. Drop, Xiao Ran received a message. At a glance, it was from Zhang Wan. Xiao Ran was not surprised. After showing off his wealth and his circle of friends yesterday, Zhang Wan only sent a message to contact him today. In fact, he felt it was late. Is Zhang Wan trying to be reserved? Xiao Ran, can you give me another chance? Now all the natural disasters have broken out, maybe it will last for a long, long time, so I am in no way greedy for your money. You believe that I am sincere, okay? After a while, she sent another message over. I'm coming over to see you tonight, okay? Coming. Xiao Ran coldly laughed. My vicious ex-wife, what idea are you playing? Do I not know? I will think about it. He said back. Zheng family. Zhang Wan revealed a cold smile after seeing the message Xiao Ran returned and said, he took the bait. Zheng Yujun hummed heavily and said, this little brute dared to humiliate me in public in the first place, let's see how I can clean him up this time. Zheng Gang also rubbed his fists and looked excited. Zhang Wan nodded, everything will go according to plan, I'll trick him into opening the door, and Dad and my little brother will immediately rush in to bring Xiao Ran under control. Lin Meiying was still a bit scared, saying, if we do this, what if the natural disaster passes and Xiao Ran goes to the police? Zhang Wan wasn't worried at all and said, with the current situation, the natural disaster will never end anytime soon. So, many people should die this time, and there will definitely be so many people like me who will do similar things. The law will not be able to liquidate us alone. Even if we kill Xiao Ran directly, then how will he call the police? Kill someone? Zheng Yujun, this old thing, was shivering, not expecting his daughter to say such harsh words. But how could he know that Zhang Wan could even design to kill her own son, and now that the natural disaster had come, she was still afraid of killing someone else? Not to mention Xiao Ran, the object of her immense hatred. In short, if you guys don't want to starve to death alive, do a good job tonight. Zheng Wan concluded. Zheng Yajuan's father and son couldn't help but nod their heads. The thought of eating white rice with squash every day was driving them crazy. Right, I'm starving to death, and I'm still afraid of crime? Ding, Xiao Ran received a friend request. He was about to ignore it, but then he saw the note. I'm Han Yun's sister-in-law, called Zhang Jingya. Ha? Xiao Ran's heart stirred as he passed the other party's friend request. Xiao Dazhong, do you have a lot of food and drink? Zhang Jingya immediately sent a message over. Not particularly much, but enough to eat. Xiao Ran replied. Can you sell me some? Zhang Jingya asked again. Oh, now that food and clean water are life, you say, who would sell their life? Xiao Ran deliberately said this, instantly raising the importance of food and water by a large margin. As important as life, ah. But did he exaggerate? No, not at all. With the power cut tomorrow, everyone will come to an awakening. The natural disaster will not end. Relief will not come. That's why food and clean water are so important. Zhang Jingya messaged back after a while, so what will it take for you to give me food and drink? I'm starving and thirsty. Send a photo over, turn off the beauty face and don't add any filters, or suffer the consequences. Ding. Not a moment later, Xiao Ran received a photo. It was a photo taken in a scenic area, with a beautiful woman clinging to a rock and comparing her scissor hands. The face value had 80 points, and the figure also had 80 points. Not quite goddess level, but definitely a beauty. Okay, you come over, know where I am, right? Xiao Ran replied. I will come over immediately. The cell phone then lost its message, and after a little while more, bang, 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 the door to the basement was knocked on. Xiao Ran first took a look with the surveillance, and he had installed not just one surveillance, but 3, incorporating the entire passageway, with absolutely no dead ends. There was only one woman, wearing thick winter clothes. It was none other than Zhang Jingya, who was few different from the person in the photo. Xiao Ran smiled and opened the door. Zhang Jingya walked in while Xiao Ran closed the door. Wow, you are so warm in here, Zhang Jingya immediately said, and took off her jacket. The figure was genuinely good, but it wasn't as good as Han Yun. Thinking of Han Yun, Xiao Ran couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. When would he be able to take this delicious bite? Zhang Jingya didn't realize that her gaze had been attracted by the food on the side table. There were not many dishes, but there were meat, fish, veggies, and a bowl of soup, chicken soup. She could not help but get excited and said to Xiaoran, "Is this for me?" Xiaoran smiled, "That's right, however, whether you can eat it or not depends on your performance." Zhang Jingya bit her lips as if she was making a difficult decision, and after a long time, she nodded slightly. More than an hour later, Xiaoran gave Zhang Jingya 2 more packs of instant noodles plus 2 bottles of water before letting her go. He would not keep any women in this safe house. Zhang Jingya's tears fell as she walked out of the house. She was at least the flower of the college and the university, and she didn't know how many people were pursuing her, and she was highly sought after. But now? However, after feeling the portion of mineral water and instant noodles wrapped in her clothes, she revealed a contented expression again. To live is to be qualified to talk about the rest. Chapter 31, It Feels Good to Beat Up Your Ex-Wife's Family. Xiaoran felt relaxed all over. Sure enough, you can't hold it in forever, sooner or later something will happen. When he returned upstairs, the leopard immediately circled around him, sniffed him a few times, and then looked at him with his head tilted, as if to say, "How did you get someone else's scent on you?" Xiaoran laughed, "I forgot that you have a very sensitive nose. Leopard, I'll leave the task of guarding the house to you. If you hear any noises or smell other people's scent, you must definitely remind me." Xiaoran laughed, not caring whether Leopard understood or not. Woof! Unexpectedly, the leopard really barked twice, as if agreeing with him. Good dog. Xiaoran picked up his phone and flipped it open. Lu Mei and Lu Susu had both sent him messages. The extreme weather had been going on for 2 days, but the situation had not improved at all. They were both very worried. However, one lived in the Doomsday Fortress, and the other had a large amount of supplies sent by Xiaoran, so at least they would be able to last for 2 or 3 months. Xiaoran looked at it and found that all the groups had become lively. For example, the work group, many people are trapped in the company, so they are naturally calling for help. There are also the elementary school group, junior high school group, and university group, which have been quiet for a long time. Obviously, everyone is panicking and using any channel to send out a distress signal. Xiaoran naturally could not help. He wanted to go out and get gasoline and diesel, but he didn't dare to move in the face of such a fog. The daytime was spent in boredom. It was night. The entire underground garage was empty, because the temperature was too low for anyone to want to come here and freeze, and the fewer people there were, the colder it naturally became, creating a vicious cycle. Suddenly, a group of 4 people appeared quietly. They tiptoed, afraid of making any noise. The more they tried to be quiet, the louder the sound of their shoes on the silent garage floor became, making the 4 of them look at each other and think that it was someone else's heavy footsteps. It was the Zhang family. Finally, they arrived at the location of Xiaoran's villa. After passing through a passage, they could enter the basement of the villa. Of course, this was a private area, and there was a door blocking it. Zhang Wan told Zheng Yujun and Zhang Gang to hide by the wall. As soon as the door opened, the 2 of them would rush in and take control of Xiaoran. Then she knocked on the door. Before setting off, she had already called Xiaoran. In the basement, Xiaoran watched the surveillance camera and saw that the tricks played by the 4 Zhangs were completely exposed. They never imagined that Xiaoran had not only installed surveillance cameras, but 3 of them, giving him a panoramic view of the entire passage. As expected, the whole family came. They want to take over and even kill me, and they want to take my place. Xiaoran smiled and opened the door. Zheng Yujun and Zhang Gang immediately rushed in. In a flash, the 2 men fell out of the room. Who else could it be but Zheng Yujun and his son? Then Xiaoran walked out with his arms folded, looking at Zhang Wan with a teasing look. So enthusiastic, the whole family is here. Zhang Wan was dumbfounded. She had been married to Xiaoran for 4 years. Even if she was cold and indifferent to him, she still knew how strong he was. How could he have such strong fighting power? Xiaoran took out a baseball bat from the door, or rather from a different dimension, and revealed a cruel smile. You've come over as a family, and you rushed in while I was opening the door, trying to control me. Hey, don't you want to take over my house? What do we sing in the song? When friends come, we have good wine, but when wolves come, we have shotguns. Xiaoran's eyes flashed, and he swung the baseball bat down. Bang! Crack! Zheng Gang was the first to scream. His arm was broken by the bat, and the pain made his face turn white and cold sweat rolled down. Xiaoran's cruel smile was chilling. How much blood did this former brother-in-law suck from him? Go on. He struck again with a baseball bat. Stop. Stop. Lin Meiying rushed over and used her body to protect her son. It doesn't matter if it's a daughter, but a son is the most important thing in life. If you have the guts, then kill me. The old woman shouted. Do you dare to hit me? Bang! Xiao Ran did not hesitate, and just hit her with a stick. Does the Zhang family have anything good? No. Moreover, in the last life, he was killed by the family. Didn't Lin Meiying do it? If Xiao Ran had the ability to resurrect, he would definitely have killed all 4 of the Zhang family members without hesitation, then resurrected, killed again, and resurrected again. How can he get his revenge without killing them 100 times? Now, he can only be careful and cautious, and dare not kill them. How can he let them die so easily? With a heavy blow, Lin Meiying screamed and fainted. Xiao Ran did not stop, and he also hit Zheng Yujun with a stick. The old man screamed again, and his right arm had already been knocked off by Xiao Ran. It's not over yet. Xiao Ran set his sights on Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan was stunned at first, then screamed and ran around in a desperate attempt to escape. Xiao Ran chased after her in a single bound, and slammed her chest with a thud, and the sound of the prosthesis breaking could be heard. The prosthesis was broken. Even so, Zhang Wan was pale and could barely catch her breath. Xiao Ran threw out 3 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Why is he so kind? Wrong, he is not kind. First, he doesn't want the 4 Zhangs to die too quickly. Second, how are 4 people supposed to share 3 packs of instant noodles and 1 bottle of water? If you want to eat in the future, come over and get beaten up. Xiao Ran said indifferently, casting a long shadow over Zhang Wan's face, making the poisonous woman tremble and shiver with cold. Now get out of here. Xiao Ran returned home with a stick in his hand, closed the door, and felt the thrill of revenge spreading through every pore of his body. He thought back to the image of the 4 Zhangs being beaten with the stick. Unfortunately, he couldn't hit them with more sticks. It would kill them, but he didn't want to do it yet. He had to make them suffer for a few more days. Alas! So, I can only wait until they have recovered from their injuries. For now, let the family fight over food. He was looking forward to the family's infighting. Back on the 2nd floor, he had a video chat with Lu Mei and Lu Susu. Tomorrow, the power would be cut off, so he would not be able to see the 2 women for a long time, or even forever. Oh, by the way, Xiao Ran, do you have a satellite phone? Lu Mei suddenly said, me and you think that if the natural disaster continues, the power supply will definitely be affected, and then there will be no way to contact each other. Yu has a satellite phone here. Do you have one? You really are a doomsday fan. How could you not have prepared a satellite phone? Xiao Ran smiled, I use a Huawei Mate 60. It is a satellite communication terminal, not a mobile phone. Chapter 32, Power Outage. The night passed, and the end of the world entered its 4th day, the most desperate day. Today, there will be a power outage. It's minus 10 degrees outside. How can people live without air conditioning? If you had prepared for it, you could have made a bed or something, but natural disasters strike suddenly, and for people in the city, this is undoubtedly a cause for despair. From today, civilization, order, and morality will completely collapse. So, it is not an exaggeration to call today the real prelude to the end of the world. Remember, the power went out at around noon in the previous life. I wonder if it will be different this time. I don't think so. Don't think about him. Even if the power doesn't go out today, it will tomorrow and the day after. The power station is not being maintained, so how can it not go out? It's a matter of sooner or later. He played with the leopard, and the leopard loved playing with him. It jumped up and down, and although it was full of energy, it didn't tear the house apart, and it was deeply loved by Xiao Ran. He likes the Chinese pastoral dog, which can guard the house and protect the yard, rather than hiring a father. Standing at the window, looking out, everything is foggy and drowsy. It will be like this for at least 10 more days, and there is no telling when it will clear up. Xiao Ran suddenly missed the sun very much. It was soon noon, and Xiao Ran had lunch. The leopard was also eating heartily. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and other electrical appliances also collectively appeared to be flickering and breaking. Xiao Ran immediately understood. The power was out. However, Xiao Ran also connected the backup power supply, which was a battery-powered generator. Although he had prepared some diesel fuel, it was far from enough to support the generator working day and night. But he had also prepared a large number of batteries, all fully charged, enough for more than 1,000 units, which would last him a long time. At this point, the phone messages exploded again. The power was indeed cut off, but many base stations had backup power, so they could still function for another day or two. But what good is a phone? The air conditioner and electric blankets can't be used, and people will freeze to death. There was a lot of complaining in the group, and the power outage became the straw that broke the camel's back. It's over, really over. It's been 3 days now. If there was going to be any help, it would have come by now. Now that the power is out, even the cell phone signal will disappear in a few days. Xiao Ran shook his head. Next, everyone would become violent because of despair. For some evil people, this natural disaster has released the evil in their genes. Because they no longer need to be afraid or worry. With no communication, everyone is back to the Stone Age. Even if they commit the worst crimes, will anyone know and punish them? The end of the world is hell for ordinary people, but for the bad guys, it is a paradise for them to do evil. The door to the basement was knocked, and Xiao Ran also received a reminder on his phone. The phone would alert him when the surveillance system detected a person. It was Zhang Jingya. Is she here for food again? Xiao Ran went downstairs and, after making sure that she was alone, let her in. The two of them were very taciturn. One prepared the food, while the other took off her jacket. However, today Xiao Ran first took a drop of her blood and put it into a very simple tester. The result was green. This is to detect whether there is a sexually transmitted disease. Green means negative, and red means positive. Good, then you can let your hair down. Zhang Jingya wanted to refuse, but after Xiao Ran put a roasted chicken in front of her, she ate it silently. After she had secured a multi-billion-dollar project, Xiao Ran gave her an after-contraceptive pill. He didn't want to have his offspring in this hopeless world. And even if he did, it wouldn't be with Zhang Jingya. Zhang Jingya didn't say anything, she just took the pill. Before leaving, Xiao Ran gave her 2 packs of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water. He made sure she wouldn't go hungry. In addition, Xiao Ran thoughtfully charged her cell phone. Why? It's useful, of course. Zhang Jingya dragged her tired body away, and Xiao Ran looked at the time. It had actually taken more than an hour, so it was no wonder he was so tired. When he went upstairs, the leopard sniffed him again. Why does the owner have someone else's scent on him? And why is he locked up on the first floor? Unfortunately, dogs don't ask questions. The leopard circled Xiao Ran, wagging its tail furiously. Xiao Ran understood and smiled. Okay, I'll take you down for a look. You're not one of the 3 idiots from the snow, are you? The garage is so cold, aren't you afraid? He took the leopard to the underground garage. Unexpectedly, the place was deserted 2 days ago, but now there are more people, but mostly elderly people. The power is out, the house is cold, there's no TV to watch, so what do the elderly do? So, why not go to the underground garage? It's not only a large place, but you can also chat with each other and even discuss things. As the saying goes, 2 heads are better than 1, maybe you can come up with a solution. When Xiao Ran came over, an old man immediately perked up and rushed over in a flash, blocking Xiao Ran's way. Xiao Ran was taken aback. Is there something wrong? This gentleman is surnamed Ma, and he is over 60 years old. Before he retired, he was a small supervisor of a state-owned enterprise, and he had a very strong sense of authority. He usually walks sideways in the community, and if he encounters something he is not satisfied with, he will scold him no matter if he is right or not. He has a very bad reputation in the community. Mr. Ma coughed and said, Comrade Xiao, right? Xiao Ran couldn't help but laugh. He's calling me Xiao Xiao. He's really got a high opinion of himself. I'm Xiao Ran, he said lightly. Mr. Ma snorted from his nostrils. Of course he recognized Xiao Ran. Otherwise, how could he have stopped him when he saw him? He looked at Xiao Ran with arrogance and said, just now, a few of us old comrades were discussing the future of the community. We all agreed that this natural disaster will not be short-lived, so it is even more necessary for everyone to work together to overcome the difficulties. Xiao Ran didn't say anything, just looked at Mr. Ma. This was obviously the opening statement. Cough. Cough. Mr. Ma coughed twice again. This seems to be a common problem among officials. Before speaking, they always like to cough twice, and then they say, first of all, we must avoid wasting resources. Comrade Xiao, you should have a lot of food and bottled water, right? You can give it to us to keep, and we will distribute it according to need. When the disaster is over, we will definitely report to the party and the state on your behalf. Your credit will never run away. Xiaoran couldn't help but laugh out loud, saying, Mr. Ma, are you treating me like a fool? You want me to hand over my food to you for distribution? Try it. Who would hand over food and clean water now? You might as well just rob them. Master Ma was so angry and ashamed that he almost fainted. It took him a while to point at Xiaoran with trembling hands, but he still managed to speak. Chapter 33 Han Yun gives in. After being rebuked like this, the other uncles and aunts refused to do it anymore. Kid, don't think you're so great just because you have some money. You can't be disrespectful to your elders. Young man, we have eaten more salt than you have rice. Listen to your aunt's advice, apologize to Director Ma, do as he asks, and don't go against the party and the state, or you won't have a good time. The old people surrounded Xiaoran and chattered. Xiaoran looked at one of the old ladies and said with a straight face, I am 27 years old, and you are at most 70 years old. Even if your age is 3 times that of mine, I eat 3 bowls of rice a day, so you eat at least 1 bowl of salt a day? I was just making a metaphor. The old lady was speechless, and felt that Xiaoran was simply unreasonable. And you? Xiaoran went on to refute them one by one, leaving these old folks speechless and half-dead with anger. Have you got nothing to say? Xiaoran smiled and left with the leopard. The leopard was already impatient. Didn't the master bring it down to walk it? Why did it have to talk to these old people for so long? Now that Xiaoran was finally willing to leave, it immediately ran away happily. When the leopard had had enough fun, Xiaoran was exhausted, but he saw this as a kind of exercise, just the thing for long-distance running. He went home, washed up and was ready for dinner. He habitually picked up his phone and looked at it. Oh, my, there were a bunch of friend requests again. He was about to ignore them, but suddenly he saw a familiar profile picture. Han Yun. Can't take it anymore? He didn't tease the woman, but directly approved the friend request. We're men, so let's be generous. However, although he had passed the test, Xiaoran did not take the initiative to send a message. Shouldn't the one asking for help speak first? After half an hour, Han Yun finally sent a message. Can you give me something to eat or drink? Xiaoran also left her hanging for half an hour before replying, yes, but... Han Yun replied immediately, I can go with you, but you have to agree to my conditions. Okay, you ask for a lot, I'll give you a lot. Xiaoran also replied immediately, come over and we'll talk face to face. I'll find a chance. Han Yun replied. Xiaoran smiled and put the phone aside. The leopard looked at him with a crooked head, as if his eyes were full of question marks. Improve the food and eat some seafood. Xiaoran explained to it. The leopard was even more confused, his dog face dumbfounded. Xiaoran was eating. Today he chose to have a barbecue. He took out 3 lamb kidneys on purpose. The leopard naturally followed him and ate the delicious food. In the midst of such a doomsday, the leopard definitely ate better than 99% of the people. Many people are hungry. After a while, he received a message from Han Yun on his phone. I'm here. Xiaoran smiled and said to the leopard, you wait here obediently. I'll be right back. The leopard licked its tongue and lay down on the ground, shaking its tail twice. The owner always stays in the basement for a long time when he goes there alone, so it can sleep first. Xiaoran came to the basement and first took a look through the surveillance camera. Although his combat effectiveness has already reached the maximum, caution and prudence have become habits. Xiaoran opened the door and slipped in alone. Hey, this outfit looks familiar. Isn't it the one Zhang Jingye used to wear? I see, this should be Han Yun's. Since Zhang Jingye came over at the end of May, would she have prepared winter clothes? So, she could only wear Han Yun's clothes. It seems that this winter coat is the warmest. Zhang Jingye chose this one, and Han Yun also chose this one. It's quite funny to think about it. Xiaoran closed the door. For a moment, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Xiao Ran was naturally not in the least bit anxious. He was not the one who was hungry and dying of thirst. Han Yun bit her lip and said, I want 100 caddies of rice and a case of water. You have to help me carry it to the 16th floor. She would carry it up to the last floor herself. It was indeed a sky-high price. Xiao Ran raised a finger. I'll let you eat a hearty meal here, drink as much water as you want, and when you go back, I'll give you a packet of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Han Yun refused, saying, then I'll leave. She was about to open the door, but Xiao Ran didn't stop her. Han Yun gritted her teeth, stopped, and turned around and said, 50 caddies of rice and half a case of water. He cut it in half. Xiao Ran shook his head. I can give you a few more packs of instant noodles and water when you leave, depending on how you behave. If you don't agree, just leave. He said leisurely. Han Yun followed the red lips closely, her body motionless, as if she had been frozen in place. Just when Xiao Ran thought she had turned into a stone man, Han Yun finally squeezed out a word, okay? Ha ha. After Xiao Ran went to the screen, he took out a few dishes from a different space and placed them on the table. There were meat dishes, vegetarian dishes, soup, and a bowl of rice. He asked Han Yun to come over, and when the charming and voluptuous young woman saw the table of food, she couldn't help but lick her lips. She was so hungry. Eat it, Xiao Ran said. He was in no hurry, sitting on the side and even opening his phone to browse. Now, there is a lot of anxiety on the internet. Not all places have power outages, but most places. What can be done if this continues? Is the end of the world really coming? After a long time, he heard a loud burp. Xiao Ran looked up at Han Yun, who was blushing and extremely embarrassed. She had eaten too much. Xiao Ran smiled and said, let's get started. My long-cherished wish has come true. An hour later, Han Yun walked out the door. Xiao Ran gave her 3 packs of instant noodles and 3 bottles of purified water, which she was going to take back to Lin Yue. This woman truly loves her husband. Lin Yue is addicted to gambling, and even his parents have given up on him. She is still so devoted to him, which makes Xiao Ran think that this woman is so single-minded that she is stupid. But what does that have to do with him? Chapter 34, The Qin Family's Revenge. Xiao Ran smiled and went back upstairs. The leopard was already used to it, but it still came up to greet him, wagging its tail and sniffing. Ha! Why does the master smell like someone else today? The leopard looked at Xiao Ran with a puzzled dog's eyes. Xiao Ran laughed and tapped the leopard on the head. Are you going to boss me around? Han Yun returned to her home. When she got to the front door, she straightened her clothes and made sure there were no flaws before unlocking the door with her fingerprint and entering the house. As soon as she entered the door, she called out, Honey, dinner is ready. Lin Yue came out, looking a little doubtful. He asked, Do we have anything to eat at home? I asked the neighbor to buy it. Han Yun said casually, her expression natural. It has to be said that women are all born actors. Lin Yue did not suspect him, and asked, Do you still have money on you? Han Yun flashed her left hand and said, I gave my gold ring to someone else. Lin Yue said with some regret, That ring cost you more than 10,000 yuan to buy. Forget it. In this world, I guess money, gold and silver, and jewelry won't be useful in the future. It's good to be able to exchange them for food. He immediately became happy again, because he didn't have to pay off his gambling debts. He had been worried to death the other day, with people splashing paint on his door every day. It was useless to call the police, and the fact that he owed people money was true. As long as it didn't threaten him personally, it was really difficult for the police to take any action. But after the disaster began, he was able to sleep well every night. He even laughed and said that Xiao is the worst off. He didn't even have time to enjoy his money before the disaster struck. Bah, nouveau riche, you deserve it. He still envied Xiao Ran, and was still upset about what happened in the elevator that day. When she heard Xiao Ran's name, Han Yun felt a chill in her heart, thinking that her husband was insinuating something. Then she realized that her husband had just mentioned it by accident. She smiled, but in her heart she was bitterly laughing. It was the nouveau riche you mentioned who gave you food and purified water, and he also played with your wife. I'll go cook some noodles first, she said. Lin Yue waved his hand, Go. Very manly. After a while, the unique aroma of instant noodles wafted out. Zhang Jingya came out of the room. Wow, what a nice smell. Lin Yue nodded. Your sister-in-law is a real spendthrift. She bought 3 packs of instant noodles and 3 bottles of water with her gold ring. Zhang Jingya said, the most important thing now is food and water. Gold and silver can't be eaten, and money can only be used to wipe your butt. Girls should speak more elegantly. Lin Yue frowned. Zhang Jingya stuck out her tongue and said, I know, brother. A little later, Han Yun brought out the noodles. But there were only 2 bowls. You guys eat, I'm not hungry. Han Yun said. This is the truth. I really had enough to eat at Xiao Ran's place, and I was even a little full. Zhang Jingya was not polite, and took a bowl of noodles and started eating, but she was curious. This noodle, is it the same brand as the one Xiao Ran gave me? Of course, this is White Elephant Instant Noodles, which is already a big brand, so she didn't have any further suspicions. Qin's family. Husband, do you really want to do this? The wife of the Qin family asked. Qin Dongfang nodded. We don't have much food left, and there are 5 people in the family. If we don't try, we'll starve to death or die of thirst. Besides, we're robbing that bastard. His eyes were filled with anger. Your son just took a delivery from you, and you deliberately set a trap, sending my father to the hospital and making us pay 80,000 yuan in compensation? My mother was so angry that she splashed some manure on your door, but you actually knocked on the wall in the middle of the night, not letting anyone rest. Now that I have the chance, I'm going to kill you. Mrs. Qin also slammed her hand on the table and said, that bastard is really something. He even deliberately bragged about his wealth in the group. When Lama and the others asked him to buy food, he completely ignored them, making it clear that he didn't care about anyone's life or death. Qin Dongfang nodded. Let's rob him. We can say that we're robbing the rich to help the poor and eliminating a public menace. They found a good reason to do it, and the 4 adults in the Qin family were all fighting spirit. Even the little boy was carrying a pair of scissors and looked murderous. After the takeaway incident, his butt was almost beaten to a pulp by his parents, so naturally he hated Xiao Ran to the bone. But none of the 5 family members reflected on whether it was Xiao Ran's fault. Who stole the takeaway first? Who stole the takeaway and not only didn't apologize, but also acted with such arrogance and ferocity? The 5 of them waited until it was late at night and quiet, then they quietly set out. Everyone is armed. Choppers, hammers, scissors. They climbed the stairs to the underground garage. It was 11 o'clock at night, and the garage was freezing cold. There was no one in sight. The 5 members of the family were also shivering as they walked. Sioux City is cold, but in winter it is only about -5 degrees Celsius, and the lowest is -8 degrees Celsius. Now it is -15 degrees Celsius. Normal winter clothes can't withstand it. Even if you wear a few more layers, you'll still be shivering. It was pitch black, and they couldn't see their fingers in front of their faces. Fortunately, their phones had not been powered off, so Qin Dong easily turned on the flashlight on his phone and walked in front of the others. After a while, the 5 of them reached the villa below Xiao Ran's. However, looking at the iron gate in front of them, the 5 of them looked at each other and froze. They were only thinking about how to deal with Xiao Ran, but they had never thought about how to get into Xiao Ran's house. With the hammer in their hands, they wanted to break the iron door? It's not that they looked down on themselves, but they would never succeed in smashing the door down by tomorrow morning. What should they do? The 5 of them were dumbfounded. Maybe we should go back and discuss it some more, and come back tomorrow? Old Qin said. Yes. This was agreed by everyone. But just as they were about to turn and leave, they heard a clunk and the door opened automatically, pushing itself towards them. The 5 of them were startled at the same time, and the timidest of them, Mr. Qin, almost fell to the ground. However, the door opened, but no one came out. Qin Dafang ventured to look inside the door, but it was pitch black inside and he could see nothing. What should we do? The 5 of them looked at each other, and Qin Dongfang gritted his teeth and said, the door is open, let's go in, we can't miss this opportunity. This should be an electronic door, so is it malfunctioning? After all, there is a power outage now, so it is normal for things to malfunction. Xiao Ran must be sleeping, so if they break in at this time, the guy probably won't even know. When he wakes up, he'll be tied up and they'll be in control of his life and death. The 5 of them crept in quietly, as if they were afraid of making a sound. When they all got inside, no one noticed that the iron gate had closed automatically. Click. Chapter 35, Kill Them All. It wasn't until the sound of a click that the five of them suddenly reacted. What's going on? At that moment, a light suddenly came on. The room was suddenly bright. The Chin family was shocked. What was going on? Was this place haunted? The door opened and closed by itself, and so did the lights? What are you doing here at this hour? Xiao Ran's voice rang out, and he yawned. He was about to go to bed, but was woken up by the alarm on his phone. The infrared camera immediately captured the 5 Chin family members, so when they tried to leave, Xiao Ran thoughtfully used the remote control to open the door. Now that the intruder has entered, it is natural to close the door and trap the dog. The Chin family was shocked at first, and then realized that Xiao Ran was controlling the opening and closing of the door and the lights. But they immediately calmed down. Xiao Ran is alone. What about them? 5 against 1, they can't win? What's more, Xiao Ran doesn't even have a weapon. There's even electricity here. Although Auntie Chin was slow to react, she was the first to come to her senses. Qin Dongfang and the others also woke up from their dream, and of course they were also overjoyed. This house with electricity is theirs. And it's warm. They had made another discovery. At this moment, they were all moved to tears. It's great. It's great. Xiao Ran smiled and explained, I have installed a battery here, so there is no power outage. In addition, there is a fireplace burning wood. Oh, I see. The Chin family of 5 nodded in agreement, and then they became angry. Did they come here to accept science? Very well, this villa will be ours from now on. Qin Dongfang brandished the kitchen knife in his hand. Xiao Ran, I'm not an unreasonable person. I'll give you 2 options, either you walk out of the door willingly, or we'll chop you to death with a hammer and throw you out of the door. Ha ha ha. The Chin family all laughed, even the little Chin Kong. Is this a choice? Of course not, they were just teasing Xiao Ran. Didn't you use your money to frame us? Now you're still so arrogant. What's so great about having money? Can you still use money to kill me? Even Chin Kong, the little brat, was very arrogant, pointing the scissors in his hand at Xiao Ran, kneel down. Xiao Ran laughed, your family is really. Forget it, it's too late, I have to go to bed, so I won't waste time with you. He raised his hand and made a gun shape, aiming at Qin Dongfang. Ha, you think you can scare me with this handgun? Qin Dongfang laughed until he was on the floor. This guy is scared silly. Xiao Ran smiled and said, bang. Ah. Qin Dongfang fell to the ground, and a bloody flower blossomed on his left leg, the pain piercing his bones. The 4 Qin family members were stunned. How did Qin Dongfang get hurt? They quickly helped Qin Dongfang up, but as soon as they did, Qin Dongfang screamed even louder. It hurts. Mrs. Qin looked at Xiao Ran and shouted, what did you do to my son? You son of a bitch, if anything happens to my son, I won't let you off the hook. Xiao Ran laughed. You all came to my door and forced me to go out. Do you want me to be poisoned, crushed, or frozen to death? Oh, you jumped up and down when I fought back. You want to get rid of me? Alas, the other party is not a reasonable person, and you expect them to speak logically? Did the Chins agree to pay compensation because they knew they were in the wrong? Of course not, it was because Xiao Ran had subdued them with the magic weapon, the wall shaking artifact. Xiao Ran aimed his gun at Auntie Chin. Mrs. Chin was a little scared. Although she knew that Xiao Ran was pointing at her hand, her son was really injured, and it was very strange, so of course she was scared. How dare you? She cried, her voice trembling with fear. Bang! Xiao Ran softly spat out a word. Before Auntie Chin could even scream, there was already a bloody hole on her forehead, and she immediately fell to the ground and died. Now, the 4 Chin family members were all scared silly, and their bodies were covered in cold sweat. Qin Dongfang, who had forgotten to cry out in pain, was shaking. Bang! 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 Qin Kong was after all a child, and quickly raised his gun and fired at Xiao Ran. However, Xiao Ran was unharmed and even smiled at him. You cheated. This kid is really fierce. He actually rushed over with scissors in his hand. I'll stab you to death, you old bastard. This kid is hopeless. Xiao Ran waved his hand, and poof, a bullet shot past, hitting the bare child right in the middle of the forehead. Suddenly, the bear child fell backwards. Whoever dares to show me a knife, I will kill them all. Xiao Bao. The Qin family's daughter-in-law let out a mournful cry and raised a cleaver and rushed towards Xiaoran. Xiaoran didn't even bother to waste a bullet and directly opened the space door. Whoosh, the Qin wife disappeared. What? This scene made Mr. Qin forget his anger and fear, and he just stared blankly at the spot where his daughter-in-law had disappeared. Where is she? Where are they? Xiaoran walked forward, and the two corpses immediately disappeared, causing the eyes of Mr. Qin and his son to focus on Xiaoran. Now they were sure that the disappearance of the people was the work of Xiaoran. Where did you take them? Master Qin asked in a trembling voice. Are you a human or a demon? Xiaoran couldn't help but laugh. Demon? Aren't you the demons? I wouldn't sneak into someone's home in the middle of the night with a kitchen knife and a hammer to hurt people. The Qin family father and son were speechless. I'll send you on your way, Xiaoran said coldly. Mr. Qin let out a cry of fear and ran back, rolling and crawling. He was running away. Son? I can't help it. But after taking 2 steps, he suddenly disappeared. Naturally, Xiaoran had him sucked into a different dimension. Xiaoran can open a space door anywhere within a 2-meter radius of his body, so although it appeared that Mr. Qin was moving away from Xiaoran, he was actually walking into the trap. Only Qin Dongfang was left. At this point, he calmed down. He had been shot in the thigh, and Xiaoran had mysterious powers. Could he possibly leave alive? Xiaoran, who are you really? He asked sadly, just wanting to know the truth before he died. Xiaoran walked over and leaned close to his ear, as if he was about to say something, but the next moment, Xiaoran grabbed him and threw him into the space portal. Qin Dongfang disappeared instantly. Is it fun to play with a dying man? Is that funny? Xiaoran looked at the blood-stained floor of the basement and sighed. In the future, try not to kill people at home. If you have to kill someone, find a way to throw them directly into the space portal so that you don't have to clean up after them. There's no way to do it now. He took out a rag and wiped it up. Luckily it was him, so he could just grab a bucket of water. Water is now the source of life, and it enjoys the same status as food. It took Xiaoran more than 10 minutes to clean up the bloodstains. He had to take another shower and then go to bed. In the future, try not to kill people at home, he said to himself again. Chapter 36, A Chance Encounter in the Garage. The night passed, and the end of the world entered its 5th day. At 8 a.m., it was still foggy and dim outside. The hail was still falling, but it was much smaller and less dense. The ground was covered in a thick layer of ice, and the ice balls were extremely slippery and poisonous, making it impossible to go outside. There was no rescue. It was already the 5th day, and people's patience was exhausted. Greater despair loomed over everyone's hearts. One problem that cannot be ignored is that this natural disaster is unlikely to end in the near future, and rescue is unlikely to arrive. Everyone is becoming increasingly impatient. Xiaoran took the leopard to the garage. The atmosphere was particularly tense today. Everyone was looking at each other with strange eyes, as if they weren't neighbors who had lived together for many years, but enemies. It seems that I will have to walk the dog at night in the future. He could fight head-on, and with the bullets he had in his extra-dimensional space, he could certainly slaughter the entire neighborhood several times over. But the problem was, if they really wanted to kill each other, who would attack head-on? Xiaoran's back is not protected by eyes. What if there is a cold arrow coming? It is easy to avoid an open attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden attack. Xiaoran felt that it was better to be careful. Why bother? You keep a dog to kill time, but if you risk your life for it, you've lost the original purpose. Moreover, Xiaoran realized that many people were eyeing him. Obviously, after he bragged about his wealth in the group, many people have set their sights on him. Xiaoran didn't care about this at all. If they had the guts to break into my safe house, they could try. There are many people coming to visit, so life is not boring. He can also lead some big dramas. Xiaoran had already thought of it. After a round, Xiaoran was about to take the leopard back, but suddenly he saw 3 people. Lin Yue, Han Yun and his wife, and Zhang Jingya. This is interesting. When Han Yun and the other 2 women saw Xiaoran, they all blushed and lowered their heads, afraid that the 2 people next to them would see through them. But when Lin Yue saw Xiao Ran, his eyes lit up and he came forward to greet him. Xiao 500 million. He shouted loudly, so that everyone nearby could hear him clearly. Hearing this, many people showed a look of schadenfreude. Yes, although they are suffering misfortune, isn't Xiao Ran even more unfortunate? He won the 500 million jackpot, but he's only spent a few tens of millions so far, and the rest of the money is just sitting in the bank. This Lin Yue is really mean, bringing up the wrong pot. Lin Yue walked up to Xiao Ran and said with a smile, "Are you feeling particularly anxious lately, and do you have no place to spend your money?" But judging from the situation, it seems that the natural disaster will not end anytime soon. So you're gloating over other people's misfortune? Xiao Ran shook his head. Is this a human flaw? Although I am suffering, as long as others are suffering more than me, I will become happy? Xiao Ran was speechless. It's as if my money is gone, and you can eat. The point is, I'm so rich that I could buy a country. Do you have to provoke me like this? Fine, then don't blame me for humiliating you to your face. However, before Xiao Ran could say anything, Han Yun quickly tried to persuade her husband, saying, "Honey, we're all suffering from the natural disaster. We're neighbors in the same community. We should help each other. Why are you doing this?" Zhang Jingya also chimed in, "Yes, yes." Both women were afraid that if they angered Xiao Ran, he would stop doing business with them in the future. Lin Yue, who do you think gave you half a pack of instant noodles this morning? The two women were trying to persuade Lin Yue, while desperately winking at Xiao Ran to express their meaning that you must not get angry, that we can talk about it later, and that you must not get angry at this time, and that you must not talk about our relationship. At this moment, the leopard sniffed at Han Yun and Zhang Jingya, then wagged its tail, showing great enthusiasm. The dog's nose is very sensitive, and it can smell the scent that Xiao Ran had on him before, which came from the two women. Seeing the enthusiasm of the leopard, the two women naturally knew what was going on. Then they saw that the leopard was not only enthusiastic about themselves, but also about Han Yun, Zhang Jingya, and they couldn't help but think of something. They looked at each other and both blushed. They understood. So that's what it was all about. At this moment, they wished they could dig a hole and crawl into it. What should they call themselves from now on? Good sisters? Xiao Ran couldn't help but laugh. He never thought that the two women would learn each other's identities because of the reaction of the leopard. He naturally didn't care, but walked over to Han Yun. Lin Yue saw this and immediately reached out to protect her, saying, "What are you doing? His wife is too beautiful and charming, and I don't know how many people have designs on her. He usually worries a lot and is suspicious." Xiao Ran reached out and pushed Lin Yue, who was already drunk and weak, aside with ease. Xiao Ran then leaned into Han Yun's ear and whispered, "Come with me, or else I'll tell everyone about our relationship." Han Yun's face turned pale. Xiao Ran turned and left. "Don't think you can have it both ways. What did you say to my wife?" Lin Yue jumped up in anger, "You bastard, stop right there." Han Yun gave Zhang Jingya a wink, asking her to help her, and said, "Honey, don't be angry. We don't need to get into a fight with him. Don't get upset. Let's go home. It's cold outside." Lin Yue left angrily, cursing and swearing. He was only brave enough to threaten Xiao Ran verbally. He was scared after the elevator incident. When the three of them returned to their building, Han Yun suddenly said, "Honey, you guys go up first. I'll try to borrow some more food." Lin Yue couldn't help but look at his daughter-in-law with a suspicious look, thinking to himself, "Just now Xiao Ran whispered in your ear, and now you want to leave alone again, is there something fishy? He's just a gambler, not stupid." Zhang Jingya saw this and quickly said, "I'll go with your wife." Lin Yue nodded, thinking, "Let Jingya go with you." With a cousin to keep her company, Han Yun would not be able to find Xiao Ran again. Han Yun had no choice but to agree. Lin Yu went upstairs, and Han Yun and the other woman walked back, all the way in silence. The atmosphere was very awkward. What would happen if they went to Xiao Ran's place? The two women knew exactly what would happen. It's fine for one person to go, but if they go together, the key is still the relationship between the sister-in-law and the sister-in-law. How can they bear it? "Why don't you go back first, sister-in-law?" Zhang Jingya suggested. She was naturally selfish. If she went to Xiao Ran's place, she could have a good meal, but if she waited at home, she would have to eat instant noodles. She didn't want to eat instant noodles. She had already slept with Xiao Ran once, so what difference did it make if she slept with him 10 times? Chapter 37 Sister-in-Law. Han Yun was tempted. She was different from Zhang Jingya. Zhang Jingya was not yet married and did not take the matter of men and women too seriously, but Han Yun, although she looked charming and enchanting, was very conservative in her views and still had a strong sense of morality, and was very resistant to the act of selling her body. It can be said that if it weren't for her husband, she would never have gone to see Xiao Ran yesterday. But, just now, Xiao Ran specifically asked for her by name. "Then I'll wait outside," she said. "Okay." Zhang Jingya also let out a sigh of relief. After all, this is not something to be proud of. So, Zhang Jingya entered the underground passage to Xiao Ran's villa alone. Even though it was still daytime, the garage was still very dark, so she had to take out her cell phone to light it up. Xiao Ran had charged her phone earlier, and it came in handy now. She sent a message to Xiao Ran, and when she arrived at the door, she knocked lightly on the iron gate. The iron gate opened automatically. When Zhang Jingya walked in, it was naturally bright inside, but Xiao Ran's voice also drifted over. "Where is Han Yun? Didn't I ask her to come? My sister-in-law is a bit embarrassed." Zhang Jingya hurriedly explained, "I'll come first today, and tomorrow I'll let my sister-in-law come instead, okay?" "No." Xiao Ran coldly refused. Zhang Jingya had no choice but to go out and find Han Yun. When she learned that Xiao Ran wanted two people to come together, Han Yun's pretty face turned pale and she almost fainted. However, thinking of her husband, she forced herself to hold back. For her husband, she endured. She walked away. She was brave instead, holding Zhang Jingya's hand and walking down the corridor. This time, the iron door opened directly without them knocking. Xiao Ran could see clearly with the infrared surveillance. As soon as the two women entered, the iron door automatically locked. As soon as they entered the basement, they felt the warmth and the bright lights gave them a feeling of being reborn. Han Yun couldn't help but regret why the person who owned this villa was Xiao Ran and not Lin Yue. "Let's eat." Xiao Ran's voice came. The two women sat down at the table and started eating. At first they were still very reserved, but since yesterday they had only had one proper meal, and the rest of the time they had only been able to eat instant noodles. Even though they were very conscious of their appearance and ate very little to maintain their figure, they had never eaten so little. It was fine not to eat, but once they did, they couldn't help but become disheveled. After half an hour, the two women were full, and Xiao Ran even gave each of them half an apple, which made them very excited. Now they can eat fruit? And so fresh. At this moment, Han Yun felt her heart wavering. Should she abandon her husband and follow Xiao Ran shamelessly from now on? But as soon as this thought arose, she quickly scolded herself. It was just some food. How could she be so shameless? "Go and wash up first," Xiao Ran said. The two women hadn't bathed in days, and now they both had a sour smell. Fortunately, it was cold now, or else everyone would have stank. Hearing Xiao Ran say this, both Han Yun and the other woman were stunned. "Are you afraid you're not dreaming? First, the water pipes are frozen, so there is no water coming out. Second, even if there is water, it is poisonous, so who would dare touch it?" Xiao Ran walked to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and hot water poured down. He caught it with his hand and felt no burning sensation at all. "This is purified water?" Han Yun couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. God knows how much she loves cleanliness. She normally washes her hair once in the morning and once in the evening. "Go." Xiao Ran waved his hand. The two women looked at each other and, without further ado, walked into the shower. Unfortunately, this is a shower, and it would be even better if they could soak in the bathtub. The bedrooms on the second and third floors have bathtubs, but how could Xiao Ran possibly let them go upstairs? The basement has also been remodeled, with a glass shower room, a bed, and a dining table, just a little smaller. Xiao Ran went in halfway through the shower. When they came out of the shower, they dried their hair with a hairdryer first, otherwise their wet hair would freeze up quickly in the cold outside. Then Xiao Ran gave them a lot of instant noodles and bread, and even some ham. Of course, purified water was a must. The two women used loose winter clothes to hide the food and bottled water, otherwise they would be robbed if they walked around with the food. Now, don't overestimate people's morality. Chapter 38, The Killers Came. Han Yun and Zhang Jingya returned home with their hearts in their mouths. To be honest, they were not this nervous even when they had $1 million in cash before the natural disaster. Back then, the social order was so good that no one would dare to rob people on the street. But now, for a mouthful of food or a drink, everyone will pounce like hungry wolves. Once they got home, both women took out the food and felt relieved. Lin Yue frowned and asked, "Why did you take so long?" Han Yun said with an embarrassed expression, "There is not much food now, and the people at first refused to sell it. We had to persuade them, and only then did they agree." This time, Lin Yue was not so easily fooled and asked, "Who would be so stupid as to sell food and water? This is a matter of life and death." Han Yun quickly gave Zhang Jingya a wink, indicating that the other party should also help to cover up the lie. But before Zhang Jingya could say anything, Lin Yue grabbed Han Yun and pulled her over, sniffing at her hair. He couldn't help but change his expression. "You washed your hair? Where did you wash your hair?" He seemed to have thought of something, and dragged Han Yun into the bedroom. After checking her out, he was furious. "You bitch, you dare to steal a man behind my back." He took off his belt and whipped it at Han Yun. Zhang Jingya quickly intervened. "Brother, your wife is doing this for you. Otherwise, you would have starved to death long ago." This sentence made Lin Yue completely furious. He stared at Zhang Jingya with bloodshot eyes and snapped, also slapping her with a whip. Zhang Jingya screamed and covered her face in pain. Lin Yue continued to beat her for a while, feeling that he couldn't vent his anger by beating his wife and sister. He said viciously, "Who is the adulterer?" "I know, is it Xiaoran? Is it Xiaoran?" He couldn't help but think back to the time he had met Xiaoran in the garage and had mocked him with a smug grin. Now it seemed like a huge joke. Someone else is playing with his wife. No wonder Xiaoran whispered something in Han Yun's ear, and no wonder Han Yun refused to go upstairs. That's how yesterday's instant noodles and water came about. No, even earlier, why did Xiaoran transfer 5,000 yuan to Han Yun that day? "Bitch, I'll deal with you when I get back." Lin Yue walked into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife and ran out. Why, of course, to fight to the death with Xiaoran. What man can tolerate having a green head? Han Yun and Zhang Jingya saw this and immediately chased after him, not caring about their own pain. But they couldn't catch up with the furious Lin Yue, and before they knew it, he was gone. Lin Yue rushed into the underground garage with a kitchen knife, looking like he was about to kill someone, and people on the road hurriedly stepped aside to avoid him. What's going on? Is he going to kill someone? Who stole his family's food? Now, what could be more important than food and water? With a fierce look in his eyes, Lin Yue saw no one but rage, and quickly walked towards Xiaoran's villa. Is he going to find Xiaoran? What grudge could he have with Xiaoran, as if his wife was cheating on him? Everyone looked at each other, and suddenly they all understood. Han Yun had cheated on her husband, and the target was Xiaoran. Thinking about this, they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Han Yun is a well-known beauty in the neighborhood, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is the most beautiful. What is even more attractive is her figure. She has a protruding front and a curvy back, and she is even more charming. She is definitely a rare beauty. Which man wouldn't want to sleep with her? But where is the opportunity? Now, Han Yun is actually having an affair with Xiaoran? My goodness, what a lucky bastard. If it weren't for natural disasters, whose money would be just a bunch of useless numbers? Why did Han Yun let Xiaoran sleep with her? Everyone was curious and followed, but they didn't dare to get too close, for fear that Lin Yue would go crazy and kill everyone he saw. Lin Yue walked into the long corridor. His phone had long since run out of battery, so there was no way to use it as a light. He was so angry that he didn't slow down when he walked in the dark, and as a result, he hit a wall, making him even more furious. He kept cursing and swearing. Finally, he reached the iron door and started banging on it with a kitchen knife. Xiaoran, you dare to play with my wife? Get out of there, I'm going to kill you. Everyone was just guessing, but when he said that, it was like he was exposing himself. Everyone naturally gasped in surprise, and it was a real hammer. Envy. I told you, Han Yun is so enchanting, how could she be a virtuous woman? Unfortunately, she was actually played by Xiaoran. If it were me. Every man couldn't help but salivate, even the old men in their 50s and 60s. Men are boys until they die. Lin Yue kept pounding on the door, slashing out sparks. At this time, Han Yun and Zhang Jingya also hurriedly arrived. Seeing everyone watching the show, Han Yun stumbled and almost fainted. It's over. Her reputation is ruined. More importantly, after Lin Youwei's disturbance, would Xiao Ran still be willing to do business with her in the future? She will starve to death. What should she do now? Click. The iron door opened, and a ray of light spilled out, along with the heat. Lin Youwei couldn't help covering his eyes. His eyes were used to the darkness, and suddenly being exposed to the light made him feel a strong tingling sensation. Xiao Ran turned on the lights with a flashlight, and it was a powerful one. This was enough to cause Lin Youwei's eyesight to be severely damaged. Lin Youwei was already furious, but now he was even more resentful. He tightened the handle of the knife in his hand and roared, "Xiao Ran, you played with my wife, how are you going to make it up to me?" Han Yun almost fainted again. You actually said it out loud. I really have no face to show anyone. Xiao Ran's voice came out, how do you want me to compensate? In fact, he had a business relationship with Han Yun and Zhang Jingya, and since they had agreed to it, there was no question of compensation. But since Lin Youwei had come to kill him, he would play along with him. Lin Yu was unable to hide his greed. Give me this villa and the bitch is yours. I'm tired of playing anyway. What does it mean that Han Yun was able to bring back so much instant noodles and purified water? Xiao Ran must have more food and water in his hands. He is naturally stubborn, but his wife has been played with and is no longer clean. Can he still hold on to her like a treasure? No, let you and your adulterous couple freeze to death, starve to death, and die of thirst. Han Yun's pretty face turned pale, as if she had been punched hard. She felt shame, anger, sadness, and disappointment at her misplaced feelings. She was absolutely devoted to Lin Youwei, and even when he lost everything to gambling, she never left him. She even sold her body to get food for her husband. And the result? This is the reward? Han Yun was so distraught that she sat down on the ground. Chapter 39, Blackening. Shwa. The flashlight was shining directly into Lin Youwei's eyes, and even if Lin Youwei tried to block it with his hand, it was useless. He had to keep backing up until he slammed into the wall of the corridor and stopped. A bright light flashed, and Xiao Ran also came out. You have a big appetite, he said coldly. Xiao Ran, I'll fight you to the death. Lin Youwei roared, swinging his knife and slashing at Xiao Ran. In fact, he couldn't see where Xiao Ran was, but he just chased after the light and slashed at him. At this moment, he was completely overwhelmed by anger. Xiao Ran sneered and kicked him. Lin Youwei couldn't see him at all, but he could see clearly that Xiao Ran's foot landed firmly on Lin Youwei's lower abdomen, knocking him to the ground and causing him to stumble until he exited the tunnel and sat on the ground. The kitchen knife fell to the ground with a clang. Xiao Ran walked out and picked up the kitchen knife on the ground. When he walked in front of Lin Youwei, the kitchen knife was also in front of Lin Youwei. Lin Youwei was still in a daze, and just as he came to his senses, he saw a kitchen knife in front of him. He was almost scared to death. The courage that had arisen from his anger immediately receded like a tide, replaced by fear, which gripped his heart tightly and made him involuntarily break into a cold sweat. You, don't do anything rash, he said in a trembling voice. At this moment, he had reverted to the gambling addict he had been a few months ago in the elevator. Xiao Ran looked at Han Yun and smiled wickedly, saying, I plan to buy your wife. What's your price? How many packs of instant noodles and water do you want? This. Lin Youwei hesitated. He could do without his wife because Han Yun had cheated on him, but if he sold her to Xiao Ran, it would be a different matter. Is he still a man? In ancient times, only a gambling addict would sell his wife. If he makes a price, he will be nailed to the shame column. Hurry up, my patience is limited. Xiao Ran put the blade of the knife to Lin Youwei's neck. The cold blade made Lin Youwei shiver, and suddenly, a hot stream burst out of his body. Fortunately, it was cold, and he was dressed too warmly, so no one would notice if he peed his pants. 10 packs. 10 packs. Lin Youwei seemed to be trying to get rid of some trouble, and he shouted loudly. Xiao Ran snorted and looked at Han Yun. Han Yun seemed to have lost all her strength, sitting numbly with no luster in her eyes, like a puppet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Youwei quietly got up. He wanted to go home, close the door tightly, and never hear another word about Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran suddenly looked fierce and slashed with a knife. Blood splattered. The kitchen knife was stuck in Lin Youwei's neck, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Xiaoran pulled out the knife, but found that the blade was stuck so tightly that it couldn't be pulled out. Forget it, he doesn't like this kind of weapon in the first place, and there are plenty of cold weapons. He took a few steps back to avoid the blood splashing on him. If you stab someone, you don't leave them alive for the new year. What time is it now? Is he still afraid of killing? He's not afraid to kill in front of everyone. Then, there was a moment of silence. Murder! Murder! Xiaoran has killed someone. Then everyone scattered in all directions, terrified. Although everyone knew that the world was in chaos, openly killing someone? Everyone was still in shock. But at this moment, Han Yun suddenly stood up and walked over to Lin Youwei. Lin Youwei's will had already begun to waver, but when he saw his wife coming, there was still a sparkle in his eyes, as if he were experiencing a last flash of light. Han Yun reached out to pull the knife from Lin Youwei's throat. She pulled with all her might, and the knife came out with a pop. She sat down on the ground. Lin Youwei covered the wound with one hand and pointed at Xiaoran with the other, meaning, "Wife, go kill him." Han Yun raised the knife and slashed down. However, the knife did not cut Xiaoran, but instead cut Lin Youwei's face. Pop! The cleaver hit, but it couldn't cut through the bone. However, Lin Youwei's eye was blinded, and his other eye couldn't help but bulge in disbelief. He couldn't believe that his wife, who had always obeyed him, would actually swing a cleaver at him. He looked at Han Yun in disbelief, which was even more unbelievable than the blow from Xiaoran. Han Yun pulled out the knife and chopped again and again, until she was exhausted and sat down, crying loudly. She was so wronged and so unwilling to accept it. She had sacrificed so much for her husband, but he not only didn't understand her, but he even sold her for 10 packs of instant noodles. A woman who is crazy about love once turns black, it's no joke. Xiaoran was a little scared. He wouldn't dare to sleep with such a woman, for she might stab him in the middle of the night. Han Yun stood up again, swaying toward Xiaoran, looking a little drunk. Her clothes were covered in blood, which was a bit scary. She actually smiled at Xiaoran with a strange charm. "I'll take a shower in your bathroom. In return, I'll let you play with me for free." She would never have said such a thing before, but now she didn't care. It seems that after being betrayed by her husband, she was too shocked. Xiaoran smiled lightly. "Go ahead." He took Han Yun back to the villa. Zhang Jingya thought about it and quickly followed him up. It was too scary to be alone with a corpse. Han Yun went to take a bath, Xiaoran sat on the side, leisurely drinking tea, and Zhang Jingya was shivering on the side. Xiaoran and Han Yun were both ruthless people, but she was weak and helpless. It took half an hour before Han Yun finally went out. How much water did she use? Xiaoran didn't count. Anyway, if anyone else found out, they would beat her to death. But Xiaoran didn't care. He didn't know how many tons of water he had collected. He washed like this every day, and even if he washed for 100 lifetimes, he would never use up all the water. That's how domineering he is. Chapter 40, The Bad Guys Meet. Han Yun and Zhang Jingya left. Xiaoran also gave them some advice, such as closing the door tightly, not opening it for anyone, and making sure that no one was lurking outside before going out. Of course, the latter is highly unlikely. Because it was too cold. Suzhou has never been cold enough to reach -10 degrees Celsius, and the winter clothes are not very effective. So, it's okay to go out for a stroll, but to stay outside for a long time? No one can stand it. This is only -10 degrees Celsius. If the temperature reaches -40 to 50 degrees Celsius, the cold air will even damage the lungs. It will take no more than 20 minutes for the internal organs to be damaged, and it is not uncommon for people to die. So, just pay more attention before going out. Xiaoran would be so verbose, of course, because Han Yun is good-looking and has a good figure. He is reluctant to give up such a friend for the time being. If Han Yun is forced to have sex with someone, he will definitely not want her anymore. He thought for a moment, and then publicly killed Lin Youwei. He would definitely become a devil-like presence in the community. The downside is that everyone will avoid him for fear of being chopped up. The upside is that most people won't dare to provoke him. It seems that the two are about the same. Xiaoran smiled. After today's incident, everyone should have guessed that he had a lot of supplies in his hands, so there would definitely be a lot of people eyeing him. Of course, he wasn't afraid of them. If the worst came to the worst, he could expose the secret of the other world and kill everyone. But if he could, he would still like to play with his lovely neighbors for a few more days. Because he is now trapped in the community and cannot get out, it is too boring to be the only living person. It's fun to have sex, but you can't have it 24 hours a day, right? Therefore, Xiao Ran regarded everyone in the entire community as his toy. A person who has died once, can you still expect him to have a conscience or good thoughts? Xiao Ran's greatest good is actually his lack of evil. The news of Lin Youwei's death quickly spread throughout the community. This caused a huge uproar. So, a few people got together for a meeting, and the topic was of course Xiao Ran. The person who took the lead was called Mo Pang. He had been in a gang when he was young and ranked 4th, so he was called Mo Lousy. He was still somewhat famous in the community, so he took the lead and a meeting was held to discuss Xiao Ran. The meeting was held at Mo Pang's house. Surprisingly, although Mo Pang was already 40 years old, he had a young wife in her 20s who was quite attractive. Someone recognized the young woman and was surprised. Isn't this Li Juanhao's wife, Wang Meiqi? Hearing the man say his identity, Wang Meiqi couldn't help but tremble and open her mouth to speak. Pop! Mo Pang slapped him and shouted, "Get back to your room!" Then, Mo Pang explained to the others, "This woman doesn't even want her husband for a mouthful of food, and she shamelessly asked me to take her in. I felt sorry for her, so I gave her a mouthful of food and warmed the bed." The others all smiled knowingly, but the next moment they all looked at Mo Pang and thought to themselves, "What a ruthless man. You, Mo Lousy, are an old rogue. What kind of food do you have at home?" So, it's better to say that the young wife was greedy for your food, rather than that you killed the husband, robbed the food, and kidnapped the wife. If you don't believe me, knock on the door next door and see if Li Juanhao will come out to open the door. I guarantee that no one will answer. If you break down the door, you might be able to see Li Juanhao's corpse. It's just that it's too cold now, and the corpse is almost impossible to stink. Otherwise, they should be able to smell the stench through several doors and walls. But what does it matter to them? They did come to discuss how to solve Xiao Ran's problem, but was it really because of justice? No way. There are so many nosy people these days. They came because they guessed that Xiao Ran had a lot of supplies. After all, Xiao Ran can kill Lin Youwei without blinking an eye. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a ruthless person? Only a large group of people would have the courage and confidence to kill him and take all his supplies. One of them even asked Mo Pang with a smile, "How is it to be a young wife?" Tight. Mo Pang laughed heartily, seeing that the other person was a bit envious, and said, "I'll let you play with her for a while. I'll only charge you 2 packs of instant noodles, or the equivalent in food. For meat, just give me 2 tails." The man thought about it for a while, but still refused. It's too expensive. This Wang Meiqi was not considered a beauty, just a good figure, but worth 2 packs of instant noodles? It would be more like Han Yun. Everyone, if we pull this off, we'll all become millionaires. Then, when we want to sleep with any woman in the neighborhood, we just have to bring out the food and clean water, and who won't obediently take off their pants? Mo Pang cheered up the others. Let's do it. The remaining 5 people all said in unison. Mo Pang did not invite too many people because if there were too many people, everyone would naturally get less supplies. But there were 6 people in total, so how could they not be able to subdue Xiao Ran? It's more than enough. Old Li, you used to be a locksmith. Do you still have the tools and skills? Mo Pang looked at an old man, who was the oldest among the group, probably in his 70s, with a white beard and hair. Old Li smiled and said, "No problem." When he smiled, his teeth were yellow and half of them were missing. That's good. Mo Pang looked at the others again. Old Li was in charge of opening the door, and we were in charge of taking down Xiao Ran. Be ruthless, and go all out. Everyone nodded. Good, we'll move at 12 o'clock tonight. Mo Pang decided. The remaining 5 people did not return to their homes. After all, everyone had their own concerns. What if someone betrayed everyone and went to Xiao Ran to inform on them in exchange for supplies? Therefore, no one was allowed to leave before the operation. After all, there were only a few hours left. But after only half an hour, Lali suddenly stood up and said to Mo Pang, "Mo Laosi, I don't have any food right now, so I'll owe it to you. When we divide up the supplies at night, you can deduct 2 packs of instant noodles from my share." The others were stunned at first, and then realized that the old man wanted to have sex with the young wife. "You're almost 70 years old, are you still okay?" Mo Ping didn't care. He thought that after taking Xiaoran, he would get enough supplies, and he was also a bit tired of Wang Meiqi, so it was a good change. "It's fine to earn 2 packs of instant noodles." "Okay, you can owe it to me." He agreed. Oldly was about to push the door open, but then stopped and turned to Mo Pang and said, "Help me hold her down. I'm afraid I can't control her. After all, she is young, only in her 20s, and he is almost 70, don't just push and leave." Mo Pang laughed, but still nodded, "Okay, I'll help you." The two of them entered the house together. Soon, Wang Meiqi's screams could be heard. "No! No! Please! Please! Ah ah ah!" The sound was so piercing, like a ghost.